How can you be so timid? What will you do when you grow older? Veblen rolled his eyes and scolded. Mister, don't pester me. We have no grudges, right? Wang Ting said. Alright, I want to talk to you about research today. Open the door quickly. I want to look at the devil ovum, Veblen said impatiently. That's impossible. Wang Ting heaved a sigh of relief when he realized that Veblen's attention was on the devil ovum. However, he shook his head and replied, That's too dangerous. I won't be able to bear the responsibility if anything happens to you. Ever since he knew that this elder was someone with high wisdom from the Intelligence Nativity clan, he knew that he would be troublesome. If anything happened to him, who would take the blame? Haha, don't look down on me. Nothing happened to you, so why would anything happen to me? I have my ways. I have my ways too. Look carefully. Veblen's body started glowing, and a divine-looking armor appeared on him. It covered him up fully. F***K. Wang Ting cursed involuntarily. He took a huge step and came beside Veblen to study the armor. This armor is made from light element materials. Wang Ting widened his eyes in shock. Oh, you can tell? Veblen was surprised. Of course. I'm a Grandmaster Blacksmith. Grandmaster Blacksmith? You're already a Grandmaster Blacksmith at this age? It was Veblen's turn to be shocked. He sized up Wang Ting carefully. He didn't know that this young man was a Grandmaster Blacksmith. Mister, where did you get this armor? This is luxurious. Wang Ting knocked the armor and asked curiously. Someone gave it to me. What do you think? Are you amazed? Veblen chuckled proudly. Rich man. Wang Ting was extremely envious. Light element armor was as rare as light element martial warriors. It was extremely tedious to gather all the materials to produce them. It was extravagant enough to use light element materials as the main with other materials as support. However, this armor was made entirely out of light element materials. If this wasn't rich, what was? The important issue was, this armor was a gift. Who gave him such a priceless gift? Veblen was indeed impressive. Someone was willing to give him light element armor as a present. Normal people couldn't achieve this feat, so, young man, can I go in? Veblen sniggered and asked. No. Wang Ting rejected him mercilessly. Veblen's smile froze. He asked in exasperation, why? The light armor can resist dark force, but it can't withstand the spiritual attack of the devil ovum. I thought it was some kind of a huge problem. Don't you know that the spirit of the Intelligence Nativity clan is very strong? Veblen said proudly. How strong? Wang Ting asked. Veblen snorted and released his spirit. It spread out. Wang Ting sensed the spirit and realized, to his astonishment, that it seemed to have exceeded the universe level. Oh my God! The eternal level? This ordinary-looking old man's spirit had reached the eternal level. The Intelligence Nativity clan is known for its intelligence. Hence, their spirit is quite powerful, Round Ball explained to Wang Ting in his mind. Wang Ting nodded. In that case, you can enter. If anything happens, you must tell me. Yes, I understand. Why are you so naggy? Veblen waved his hand impatiently. Wang Ting gave a bitter smile. Someone was complaining about him. I'm naggy because I'm afraid that you'll get injured. He didn't notice the hint of gentleness that flashed in Veblen's eyes when he spoke impatiently. Wang Ting opened the door with his card. Veblen squeezed in immediately and stared hard at the devil ovum. He circled it and touched his chin while clicking his tongue. He looked as if he would bring a scalpel out and cut the devil ovum on the spot. Wang Ting saw the devil ovum trembling. He was stunned. Was it afraid? Dr. Frankenstein was indeed scary. Veblen didn't seem affected, so he didn't think too much. He glanced around the room. Many attribute bubbles appeared after one day. Constellation Force, Dark. * 500 Constellation Force, Dark. * 300 Enchantment * 100 Constellation Force, Dark. *350 Thank you for reading on my box novel. Com. Chapter 1181 Shooting Oneself in the Foot. Constellation Force, Fire. *650 Enchantment. *120 Constellation Force, Dark. *600 Although there were lesser attribute bubbles compared to the previous time, it was still a good harvest. There was no loss. Wang Ting released his spiritual power. The attribute bubbles flew toward him and merged into his body. He gained more than 20,000 points of Constellation Dark Force in total. His Dark Force entered the 8th level of the planetary stage. Wang Ting was elated. His Constellation Dark Force rose by a few levels in a few days since he came to the number 29 defense planet. What was a harvest? This was what you called a harvest. Boxen Oval. C0M Other martial warriors, even the talented ones, would need a few months to increase the level of their forces. No one had an easier time than Wang Ting. He honestly made the right choice to come to the number 29 defense planet. Besides Constellation Dark Force, his enchantment skill improved too. He collected 800 points. Before this, his enchantment skill was at the foundation stage. When the Devil Ovum wanted to enchant General Cameron, it dropped some attribute bubbles, netting him 600 points. The foundation stage needed 1,000 points. With the additional 800 points, the skill jumped from the foundation to the well-versed stage. Enchantment 400/3000 well-versed. Wang Ting immediately had a firmer understanding of the enchantment skill. It was as if he had practiced it multiple times, knew it by heart, and could execute it smoothly whenever he wanted to. Wang Ting nodded in satisfaction. The enchantment skill was very useful. He would try it out on someone someday. If he could plant a mental suggestion in someone unknowingly, that would be, ha ha ha. He was excited just thinking about it. The enchantment skill was more interesting than the bewitch skill. So this is the Devil Ovum. Veblen's mumble was heard beside him, pulling Wang Ting out of his thoughts and back to reality. Have you not seen a Devil Ovum before? Wang Ting asked curiously. Do you think it's easy to find a Devil Ovum? 800 years ago, a Devil Ovum appeared on the number 29 defense planet, but it was destroyed by an eternal stage martial warrior. Nothing was left. Veblen snorted. He sounded slightly frustrated. What are you going to do now? Wang Ting wanted to laugh. He could sense some bitterness in his tone. This old fellow's obsession with the Devil Ovum was strong. Aren't you planning to destroy this Devil Ovum? Let me see how you do it, Veblen said. Alright, take a good look. Let me show you my skills. Wang Ting chuckled and stretched his hand out. A long sword made of light force appeared on his palm. Light force, you have light force too. No wonder you're not affected by the Devil Ovum. Veblen was enlightened. Then, he frowned and said, No, wait. When I was inspecting you, I didn't detect any light force on your body. There's something strange about you. He looked at Wang Ting weirdly again, as if he wanted to cut him up for research immediately. Old man, you're a little busybody. Also, don't stare at me like that. Otherwise, I won't allow you in next time, Wang Ting said coldly. He had goosebumps on his skin when he saw Veblen's gaze. Are you threatening me? Veblen glared at him. What do you think? Wang Ting wasn't afraid since he knew Veblen's weakness. He refuted angrily. You're the first person who dares to threaten me. You're indeed bold. Veblen was so angry he smiled. Then, he snorted and glanced at the light sword in Wang Ting's hand contemptuously. Are you planning to use a weapon of light force to destroy the Devil Ovum? That's too simple. You're not targeting the root of the issue and won't be able to destroy it completely. The hardest part to destroy is the power of origin. The light force alone isn't enough. It can only dispel the dark force on the surface. Wang Ting glanced at Veblen in surprise. This old man was impressive. He grasped the essence of this Devil Ovum in a few looks. Nothing to say? If that's all you have, I'm going to complain to Cameron so that we won't waste any time. Veblen glanced at him from the corner of his eyes and smirked. Waste time? Wang Ting sniggered with disdain and contempt. Why are you laughing? Veblen felt offended. He raised his eyebrows. You can complain to General Cameron. Even if I can't do it, we can ask Eternal Stage martial warriors to destroy it. I'm fine with that. I don't need the military contributions, Wang Ting replied nonchalantly. Veblen opened his mouth, but no words came out. He didn't know how to reply to Wang Ting's calm tone. This fellow didn't go by the script. It was arduous to invite Eternal Stage martial warriors. If he had other ways, General Cameron wouldn't ask for Wang Ting's help. Veblen knew this. That was why he was at a loss for words. Wang Ting won this round. He just wanted to provoke Wang Ting because he threatened not to let him see the devil ovum again. Actually, he was right. The light force weapon alone wouldn't cause any real damage to the devil ovum. However, Wang Ting didn't get infected even after touching the devil ovum. This was abnormal. Hence he trusted this young man even though he had only met him twice. He felt that Wang Ting might have some secret method. He was just a little irritating and kept angering him. No one had ever made him this exasperated. This fellow was his nemesis. This was awkward. Wang Ting didn't plan to act anymore. He kept his light sword. Veblen felt that he had shot himself in the foot. But he wouldn't apologize. No way. He blinked and asked Wang Ting, "Young man, what's the level of your light force?" "Second level planetary stage," Wang Ting replied casually. "Why do you ask? Are you trying to see if I have the ability to destroy the devil ovum? Only the second level of the planetary stage? How did you resist the enchantment of the devil ovum?" Veblen was astounded. "I have great talent." Wang Ting snorted. "Don't be sarcastic. I heard that you're at the celestial stage, but your light force is only at the second level planetary stage. It's lagging. Do you feel that your cultivation speed is slow and you can't catch up with the other forces?" Veblen analyzed. "So?" Wang Ting asked. "Don't you want to level up your light force faster?" Veblen smiled and enticed him when he saw Wang Ting taking the bait. "You have a way?" Wang Ting asked. He was interested. "Destroy the devil ovum and I'll tell you," Veblen replied. "You're trying to trick me again." Wang Ting was speechless. "I'm not lying. If you can destroy the devil ovum, I'll tell you the method." "That's the condition," Veblen said. "If you're lying, you're the stupidest person in the universe," Wang Ting said. Veblen wanted to vomit blood. What an evil way to infuriate him. What was the most intolerable thing for the Intelligence Nativity clan? Without a doubt, it was stupidity. They couldn't withstand their own or other people's stupidity. They were biased toward smart people. This was an obsession. Thus, Wang Ting's curse was his weakness. "What do you say?" Wang Ting asked. "All right, if I lie, I'm the stupidest person in the universe." Veblen nodded. Wang Ting felt at ease. He didn't need any spiritual contract. This verbal agreement was enough. He dared to say that Veblen wouldn't lie to him. Veblen wouldn't treat the reputation of the Intelligence Nativity clan as child's play. This was a reputation built over countless generations. Wang Ting laughed in his heart, feeling thrilled. He gained another benefit. This devil ovum wasn't a disaster. It was his lucky star. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Com. Chapter 1182 Good deeds must be done with skill, quick. Veblen wasn't in a good mood after he got tricked by Wang Ting, so he urged him angrily. "All right." Wang Ting smiled. Since he got some benefits, his tolerance for Veblen's bad tone grew higher. He didn't care about what he said. Actually, if the benefits were good enough, he didn't mind helping with Veblen's research. In summary, the offer wasn't good enough. This old man was smart in certain areas but pure and naive in others. Wang Ting liked to interact with someone like him because he wasn't scheming. Veblen also felt the difference in Wang Ting's attitude. He wanted to roll his eyes. This fellow wouldn't give in unless he was given enough rewards. Without benefits, he refuted him all the way. Once there were rewards, he started speaking in a kind manner. Moreover, he did it naturally. Boxen Uvel. C0M. This was the first time he saw someone so shameless in his life. Veblen kept quiet. He realized that he shouldn't speak before fully understanding Wang Ting's ability. If not, he would make more mistakes. He looked at Wang Ting and wondered how he could take care of the devil ovum. He saw Wang Ting forming another light force sword on his palm. Then, he walked toward the devil ovum. Splat! Wang Ting threw it out and stabbed it right through the devil ovum. Silence. What the hell? Just a casual stab? Veblen frowned involuntarily. He did remind him that this was useless. Could it be that Wang Ting didn't believe him? Also, what did he want to do with that casual stab? Couldn't he put in a bit more effort? What effects would a casual stab have? Right then, the devil ovum trembled and gave a shrill cry. What's happening? Veblen was astounded. He sensed pain and agony in the devil ovum's scream. Wang Ting managed to hurt the devil ovum with that random strike? Veblen couldn't understand what had happened. However, he didn't have the time to think further as chaotic spiritual fluctuations surged toward him. He had to form a spiritual shield to resist it. Are you all right? Wang Ting frowned and looked over. I'm fine. Veblen shook his head and stared at Wang Ting strangely. He walked over and asked, What did you do to the devil ovum just now? You saw it, right? I stabbed it. Who are you trying to fool? Can a stab hurt the devil ovum? Veblen didn't believe him. You don't have to believe me. Wang Ting didn't explain. Actually, it was nothing. He just tried to absorb the devil ovum's origin of darkness just now. The light force sword was merely a camouflage. Well, it did have some use. It could act as a straw. No matter how smart Veblen was, he wouldn't expect Wang Ting to use the light force sword as a straw instead of a weapon to hurt the devil ovum. This wasn't how a normal person would think. But this was just a trial. If he failed, Wang Ting would use the holy flame to burn it. The holy flame was the greatest nemesis of dark matters like the devil ovum. The devil ovum contained the origin of darkness, so more time was needed to burn it completely. Fortunately, the result of the trial was better than expected. The devil ovum started screaming immediately after he took his first sip. Even Veblen got shocked by the cry. Wang Ting managed to suck out a string of the origin of darkness. He then used the devouring ability of the devouring nihility beast. The devouring nihility beast was said to be able to absorb anything in the universe. This small devil ovum was nothing in front of it. The devouring nihility beast hated anything with dark force, but Wang Ting was its master now. When he devoured the origin of darkness using his devouring nihility beast form, he felt slightly uncomfortable. The human's consciousness took control of his mind, and he managed to bear this discomfort and disgust. That was why he succeeded. That string of origin was sucked into the devour space. After some time, it would be refined and become part of him. Wang Ting's concentration was on his devour space. He saw a ball of origin of darkness inside it. It was encased in a purple-black ball of mist, and was tossing and turning inside. This was the refining process. Adding this origin of darkness to his collection, Wang Ting had 4 types of origin now, including the origin of flame, the origin of metal, and the origin of wind. If any universe stage martial warrior learned that this celestial stage martial warrior had 4 kinds of origins, they might collapse in shock. Veblen was enraged by Wang Ting's indifferent reply. However, he couldn't do anything to him, so he said, "Do it one more time." He would observe carefully and see how Wang Ting harmed this devil ovum. "All right, I'll show you again." Wang Ting smiled to himself. The devouring ability of the devouring nihility beast was powerful and mysterious. In addition, he used the light force to cover up his act, so he believed that Veblen wouldn't be able to see anything. Wang Ting brought out the light sword again and stabbed the devil ovum. An ear-piercing cry sounded once again. Chaotic spirit fluctuations swept out. Wang Ting and Veblen were prepared for this, so the devil ovum cried for nothing. Wang Ting absorbed another string of the origin of darkness. Then, the light sword disappeared. 2 stabs. That was enough. He would stop here for today and complete the process slowly. He told General Cameron that he needed half a month, so he wouldn't shorten the time. If he destroyed the devil ovum immediately, he would be slapping himself in the face. He wasn't stupid. General Cameron would be more convinced if he made the process seem hard. The military lords would probably be touched if they knew about his efforts. Good deeds must be done with skill. One couldn't just do it without thinking, or he might end up working hard for nothing. The deed would be arduous but fruitless. That would be working for nothing. Veblen was puzzled. Then, that's it? He observed Wang Ting carefully, but he couldn't see anything, not even a hint or trace. He was a wise man from the Intelligence Nativity clan, a person who possessed great knowledge. Yet he didn't see anything. People would laugh at him if they learned about this. This was infuriating. Wang Ting took pity on Veblen when he saw his expression, but this was his secret. He couldn't tell him. Sorry, there was nothing he could do. Let's go. That's it for today. Wang Ting's voice pulled Veblen back into reality. You're not continuing? Veblen widened his eyes and asked. Continue? Can't you tell that I've exerted all my energy today? Wang Ting said. His face started to turn pale at a visible speed, and he looked exhausted. Veblen wanted to complain, but no words came out. He didn't know how to respond to this young man. How fake could he get? He was fine a second ago, and turned frail instantly after he finished speaking. Who would believe him? Besides, he only stabbed the devil ovum twice. Shouldn't he put on a better show if he wanted to fool him? I'm leaving if you're not. Wang Ting didn't care about Veblen's response. He had gotten the attributes he wanted today. He wasn't going to stay here and play with the devil ovum. Many thoughts ran through Veblen's mind. He glanced at the devil ovum longingly and finally left with Wang Ting. The devil ovum was sealed, waiting for Wang Ting to caress it again tomorrow. Wang Ting, what did you do to the devil ovum? Veblen pestered Wang Ting along the way. You won't understand even if I tell you. Wang Ting ran away after throwing this sentence at Veblen. Veblen was infuriated. Veblen went back to basement 3. A tall and slender young lady around 20 years old came to welcome him. She looked human, but she had large eyes and deep eye sockets. Her pupils appeared similar to that of the Intelligence Nativity clansman. Master, did you see the devil ovum? The lady asked Veblen. I saw it, but I didn't find any answers. I even got confused by a young brat, Veblen said with frustration. Huh? Someone can confuse you? The lady was surprised. Sigh, that lad is cheeky and has many secrets. I can't see through him. Veblen shook his head and sighed. On the other side, Wang Ting reached his lodging. Suddenly, a figure darted out from the side. Wang Ting, my cousin is in danger. He's in danger. Olivia pulled Wang Ting's hand. Her face was pale, and her gaze was full of anxiousness and helplessness. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Come. Chapter 1183 Kept a Secret from Him. Wang Ting stood outside his lodging and stared at Olivia. He furrowed his brows. Why was this lady here? Had she not given up? This was his first thought. But when he heard her agitated cries, his expression changed. What do you mean? Di Chi is in danger? Never mind, come in first. Wang Ting pulled Olivia into his room and closed the door. He stared at her sternly and asked, Are you lying? Why would I lie to you? Our family has a special communication method. When our lives are at risk, a message will be sent to the nearest family member. I received Cousin Di-Chi's message the moment I woke up this morning, Olivia replied like a machine gun. She was panicking. Wang Ting looked at Olivia and felt that she wouldn't lie to him about such matters. Moreover, she didn't seem to be acting. Wang Ting, I can only ask you for help. My family members won't be able to rush here in time. Cousin Di-Chi might not come back if we don't act fast enough. This communication method is only used at the final crucial moment, Olivia said anxiously. Don't panic. Wang Ting reminded her. Ask your family to contact the higher authorities in the military. They will send martial warriors to save your cousin. I can't do it alone. My family has already contacted them. However, I trust you more, Olivia replied. Wait for me here. I'll ask General Cameron what mission he gave to Di-Chi. Wang Ting wouldn't fold his arms and look on. He told Olivia to stay still and left to find General Cameron. Boxen Oval. C0M. After some time, Wang Ting arrived outside General Cameron's office. He strode straight in. Major Wang Ting, are you looking for General Cameron? General Cameron's adjutant knew Wang Ting, so he got up to welcome him. I have urgent business to discuss with General Cameron. Wang Ting walked toward the door. Major Wang Ting, wait. General Cameron is meeting someone. You can't go in. I need to report your arrival first. The adjutant stopped him hurriedly. Move. I don't have time to wait for you to report. Wang Ting pushed his palm out, moving the adjutant back. He wasn't injured. He was just pushed aside so that Wang Ting could pass through. The adjutant's expression changed. He was astounded. Major Wang Ting was powerful. Mind you, he was a Cosmos Stage martial warrior, while Wang Ting was a Celestial Stage martial warrior. Yet, he was knocked back with a single attack. No wonder General Cameron had high hopes for him. Wang Ting didn't care what the adjutant felt. He pushed open General Cameron's door instantly. General Cameron was really meeting someone in his office. When Wang Ting appeared, both parties looked at him. Wendell, why is he here? Wang Ting was stunned when he saw the person sitting opposite General Cameron. General, I didn't manage to stop Major Wang Ting. Please punish me, the adjutant stepped forward and said nervously. Never mind, you can leave first. General Cameron waved his hand. Major Wang Ting, come in. Humph, as expected of a martial warrior from a remote planet. You have no manners at all. Wendell scorned. General Cameron blinked. He knew Wang Ting's background as well as his grudges against the Parkers. Hence, he wasn't surprised. Wang Ting didn't even glance at Wendell. General Cameron, can you send him away? I have something to ask you about. Wendell's face turned black. This bastard ignored him completely. He was here first, but he wanted to chase him out? This was too much. He wanted to speak, but General Cameron interrupted him. Major Wang Ting, I know your purpose here. You came for Colonel Di-Chi, right? Yes. Wang Ting was surprised. He glanced at Wendell and nodded. Since the general had spoken about this matter, there was no need to hide it from Wendell. I called Colonel Wendell over for the same issue. Since you're here, sit down and let's discuss it together, General Cameron said. General Cameron, pardon me for being direct. Based on what I know, most of Major Wang Ting's team was injured during his first mission. I have a reason to doubt his ability. It's not appropriate to share this mission with him, Wendell said. Wang Ting was staggered. Then, he stared at Wendell strangely. This fellow was asking for it. General Cameron had inside information, yet Wendell defamed him in front of the general. Cough! General Cameron's gaze turned weird too. He coughed awkwardly and said, Colonel Wendell, I know Major Wang Ting's ability clearly. It's appropriate to share this issue with him. Wendell was stunned. General Cameron's attitude wasn't right. Wang Ting didn't complete his first mission properly. Why did General Cameron speak up for him? Did they make a secret deal? Multiple thoughts flashed across his mind. Wendell had a worse impression of Wang Ting. General Cameron, the issue is urgent, so I will go straight to the point. What's Di Chi's mission? Wang Ting asked. General Cameron turned serious and replied, This is a long story, but I'll summarize it. We received news that a large number of dark apparition activities had been detected at the 5th front line. However, the dark apparitions only appeared for a moment and disappeared after that. No one can find their whereabouts, so I sent Di Chi's team to investigate this issue. I didn't think he will be in life danger. There must be something going on. A large number of dark apparition activities? Wang Ting frowned. Do you know what type of dark apparitions they are? No. General Cameron shook his head. Since it's a large-scale activity, they won't vanish the moment they appear, right? What do you mean? Could it be some special dark apparitions race? Wang Ting guessed. You might be right. General Cameron nodded. However, the appearance of many dark apparitions comes with a black mist. This time, they hid in their black mist too, so we had a hard time recognizing their race. Wang Ting went into deep thought. After some time, he said, Either way, we need to save him first. Let me investigate this matter. General Cameron has given me this task, Wendell said coldly. Let's investigate on our own then, Wang Ting frowned and replied. Humph, with your ability, you'll definitely interfere in my investigation. If something happens, whose responsibility will it be? Wendell scoffed. You might be the one giving me trouble, Wang Ting said calmly. What a joke! Wendell acted as if he had heard a funny joke. All right, stop arguing. I'll let the two of you handle this issue. I hope you'll put aside your grudges for this mission. I only want results, General Cameron reprimanded them sternly. Wendell was still unconvinced, but General Cameron had made his decision. He could only shut his mouth. I have no problem with that, Wang Ting replied. All right, go ahead then. General Cameron waved his hand. General Cameron, can I speak to you in private? Wang Ting suddenly asked. Huh. General Cameron was stunned for a second. Then, he nodded and said, Colonel Wendell, you can leave first. Wendell. They were keeping a secret from him? He felt like an outsider. Why? Why could a newbie who just came to the number 29 defense planet and completed only one mission gain General Cameron's favor? He had been working hard for many years, but he felt that he wasn't as well liked as Wang Ting. Infuriating. Damn it. Wendell glared at Wendell bitterly as he walked out of General Cameron's office. Wang Ting looked at him strangely. He felt that this fellow had the potential to be an aggrieved woman confined at home. His gaze. All right, what do you want to say? General Cameron asked. General Cameron, do you think the dark apparition's strange actions have anything to do with the devil ovum? What do you mean? General Cameron's expression changed. I feel that we should investigate the dark apparition's movement on all the front lines on this planet, Wang Ting suggested. I'll consider your suggestion seriously. General Cameron understood Wang Ting's concern. He nodded grimly. Wang Ting left the room. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Com. Chapter 1184. Wait, what if it was a trick? After Wang Ting left General Cameron's office, he informed his team and asked them to prepare for departure. Then, he returned to his lodging. Wang Ting, how is it? Olivia rushed over when she saw him and asked agitatedly. I've already understood the mission. I'll be leaving to investigate it now, Wang Ting replied. Don't worry. Wait for me here. No, I want to go too. Nonsense. Wang Ting scolded. You'll create trouble for me if you go. You're scolding me. You're scolding me too. Olivia pouted and tears welled up in her eyes. You're bullying me too. Everyone bullies me. Everyone feels that I'm immature. Wang Ting had a terrible headache. Young ladies were indeed troublesome. He didn't know what to do when Olivia cried. There was no way he could reprimand her now. I'm not bullying you. If you follow me, I'll have to take care of you. What if something happens and I can't save Di Chi? Wang Ting had no choice but to scare her away. Boxen oval. C0M, but, I can help you. I can sense Cousin D Chi's location within a certain range. If you don't bring me along, you'll have to waste time finding him, Olivia sobbed and continued. You can sense D Chi's location? Wang Ting was startled. Yes, I can sense him using our family's special communication method if we're within a certain range. Olivia nodded. Wang Ting was in a dilemma. Based on what she said, things would be easier if he brought her along. However, this lady was a troublesome kid. She wasn't as obedient as she seemed. She was a cheeky one. Would accidents happen if he brought her along? I won't be a burden. I'll listen to you all the time, Olivia promised hurriedly. She knew what he was worried about through his expression. You said it. Yes, I mean it, Olivia replied. What if you don't follow my orders? Wang Ting didn't believe her. If I don't listen to you, you can hit my butt. My mom always reprimands me this way. I'll give this right to you now, Olivia said. She seemed to have made a huge decision. Wang Ting. What did she mean by hitting her butt? What was this young girl thinking? How could a man agree to such a request? This was embarrassing. She was close to 20 years old, but she was still naive and pure. Wang Ting didn't realize it in the past. Wait, what if it was a trick? If her family members knew that he agreed to her request, he wouldn't be able to clear his name in the future. They would think that he was a pervert. They might even beat him to death. He shivered at the thought of it. There's no need to hit your butt, Wang Ting coughed and replied. No, you won't believe me otherwise. I'm giving it my all because I want to save Cousin D Chi. I must show my family my ability and prove that I'm not a weak and pampered young lady. I can definitely do something big, Olivia clenched her fist as she said. Her determination was touching. Wang Ting raised his eyebrows. This young lady seemed immersed in her own world. He wondered if he should wake her up. Stop hesitating. Time waits for no man, Olivia urged him when he didn't reply to her. Let's go. Wang Ting was too lazy to speak. He could create a clone to follow Olivia and watch her. He would ensure that she had no chance to cause any trouble. They arrived at the parking spaces around the field. Peggy and the others were already waiting for him there. The battlecraft was parked and the engine switched on. Major Wang Ting. Sir. Everyone greeted Wang Ting. Olivia glanced at Wang Ting in amazement. He managed to gain the trust of his team after a single mission. They seemed to respect him from the bottom of their hearts. Olivia was a busybody. She loved to hear D Chi's stories about his experiences. In the past, she frequently heard him complaining about how hard it was to lead a team. But it didn't seem that way for Wang Ting. Was D Chi too weak? Are you ready? Wang Ting asked. We're all ready. We can leave immediately, Peggy replied. All right, let's depart. Wang Ting entered the battlecraft, with the others following closely behind him. The battlecraft vibrated and rose into the air. It shot into the distance, vanishing on the horizon. On the battlecraft, Wang Ting looked at his team and said, Y'all should know the mission briefly. Peggy, you'll come up with the action plan. We will move once we arrive at the 5th front line. Don't waste any time. Yes. Peggy's eyes lit up. She felt perked up. During the first mission, she didn't understand Wang Ting's ability, so she had a hard time collaborating with him. Now, things were different. She finally felt that she could release her full potential and show Wang Ting her capabilities. Peggy immediately started studying the map and forming an action plan. The other team members checked their equipment and prepared for their next operation. Round Ball was controlling the battlecraft. It raised its speed to the maximum and headed toward the 5th front line. They met a few lonely dark apparitions along the way, who were killed by Wang Ting. The battlecraft never stopped. The team was used to it. During the first mission, they witnessed Wang Ting killing dark apparitions as easily as if they were chickens and dogs. But Olivia was dumbfounded. Wang Ting seemed to have gotten more powerful after he left the number 4 defense planet. At that time, he could still kill devil kings, but he couldn't have done it so easily. She remembered all the rumors she had heard about Wang Ting. A martial warrior who could offend the Parkers wouldn't be ordinary. Compared to him, the young martial warriors she befriended were nothing. No wonder Cousin Dichi looked up to him and made friends with him even though he was a Cosmos stage martial warrior. Soon, they arrived at the 5th front line. They reported to the commander at the base before heading directly to the location where Dichi disappeared. This was a dark patch of mountains. It had been contaminated with dark force, so all the plants had turned into dark plant. They gave off wisps of dark force. Be careful. The sharp leaves and thorns on the leaves can cut your skin and contaminate you with dark force. Peggy glanced at Olivia and reminded her. She was the only one who looked like a newbie here. Peggy could tell that this young lady had a close relationship with Wang Ting. She wasn't an ordinary martial warrior, and might have some hidden identity. Thank you, Sister Peggy. Olivia's expression changed slightly. She carefully evaded the leaves and thorns around her and gave Peggy a sweet smile. Wang Ting rolled his eyes secretly when he saw her face. Continue acting. I don't even want to expose you. Peggy, how far away are we from our destination? He glanced around him and asked. 2 to 3 kilometers. Peggy looked at the map on her wristwatch and replied. Hasten up. Wang Ting nodded. Everyone increased their speed. They were experienced, so they easily avoided the dangers and passed through this dark forest. After some time, Wang Ting stopped. He raised his hand and his team stopped too. A thin dark mist floated around them. It spread throughout the forest and gave off an evil and forbidding aura. Everyone turned serious. Do you guys have ways to resist the dark force in the mist? Wang Ting asked. There are light force stones embedded in our battle armors. We can resist the invasion of dark force temporarily if we activate them, Peggy explained. Huh? This device seems familiar, Wang Ting exclaimed. Mr. Veblen designed it. The other defense planets are using it too, Peggy said proudly. Wang Ting. That bad-tempered old man had a good reputation. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Come. Chapter 1185 Devil Vine. After confirming that his team members could resist the dark force in the mist, Wang Ting waved his hand again. Everyone donned their battle armor. He observed them curiously. When they activated their light force stones, white patterns lit up on the surface of their battle armor. These patterns were linked to one another and dotted the battle armor. They covered the entire body, including the arms, legs, torso, and head. Then, through some special mechanism, the light force in the light energy stones was activated, and a thin white glow appeared around the armor. This glow only needed a tiny bit of light force. Furthermore, they were scattered evenly on the surface of the battle armor, so the exhaustion of the energy stone was reduced to the lowest. One light energy stone could last them a few hours. That old man is quite impressive. Wang Ting was impressed. With his mastery, he could tell that the knowledge of runes, forgery, and some scientific elements was used in the designing of the battle armor. Ordinary people couldn't come up with this. Without enough knowledge, no one could even think of this mechanism, much less design it. Wang Ting could understand the design because he was a bug and had many secondary careers. However, Veblen had only himself to rely on and managed to gain a vast amount of knowledge. The Intelligence Nativity clan was indeed one of the smartest clans in the universe. After everyone wore their armor, Wang Ting prepared to move forward. Suddenly, he saw someone staring pitifully at him. Boxen Oval. C0M, you didn't prepare any armor? Wang Ting looked at Olivia and asked helplessly. No. Olivia shook her head sadly. Wang Ting had a headache. He knew that this girl was troublesome. Reality proved that he was right. I have spare armor. She can use mine, Peggy said. Thank you, Sister Peggy. Olivia beamed with joy. The unhappiness on her pretty face disappeared. You're welcome. It's nothing. Remember to make ample preparations before heading out for missions in the future. Peggy took out armor and put it on for Olivia. Wang Ting stared at Peggy strangely. He didn't know that the cold and distant white wolf had a gentle side. Of course, this wasn't the main point. The important thing was, did Olivia manage to win her heart already? This young girl has the potential to be a player. Either way, the issue was resolved. They continued on their journey. Soon, Peggy and the others noticed that Wang Ting wasn't wearing armor. They got puzzled when they saw him walking into the mist. However, thinking back, Wang Ting carried the devil ovum and ran around the planet. This dark mist wouldn't affect him. Olivia, can you sense Di Chi's location? Wang Ting ran and asked at the same time. I can't sense him, but he should be within the mountain. Olivia shook her head helplessly. Let's head deeper. Suddenly, Wang Ting's expression changed. He warned everyone. Be careful. The instant he spoke, sonic booms exploded around them. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Black shadows sailed out from the mist and attacked Wang Ting and his team. Peggy and the others reacted instantly. They twirled their weapons and slashed them at the black shadows. A metallic clang was heard. Finally, they saw what attacked them. There were numerous black vines dancing in the air like giant pythons. Devil vine. Peggy's expression changed. She shouted the name of this plant. Devil vine. Wang Ting was shocked. He had never seen this plant, but that wasn't an issue. He could find the relevant information in the devouring nihility beast's memory. Wang Ting, be careful. This devil vine is a dark element plant. It has a strong attacking ability, and its vines are tough. You'll have a hard time breaking free if you get caught in it. Also, it will instill dark force into the person's body and turn them into dark apparitions. Round Ball warned Wang Ting in a grim voice. Wang Ting nodded. He found some information about the devil vine and had a brief understanding of it. Just like what Round Ball said, the devil vine was a dark element plant that was difficult to deal with. Its main body was hidden below the ground, and it would create numerous black vines to attack living creatures that went past it. Once the creature got caught in its vines, it would become dark matter and land in a terrible state. This devil vine was hard to destroy because it was tedious to find its main body. As long as the main body was alive, it could grow more vines. This was disgusting. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The black vines that got pushed back swung toward them again. Peggy and the others released their force attacks and cut the black vines. However, more black vines emerged from the mist and charged at them from all directions. This was a terrifying scene. Countless black vines clawed at martial warriors like tentacles. The image alone was enough to send chills down one's spine. Boom, boom, boom. Everyone tried their best to resist, but they were forced to retreat under the never-ending waves of black vines. Damn it, why are there devil vines here? Devil vines only exist in the Darkland. The dark force on the number 29 defense planet shouldn't be thick enough for them to breed. There is more than one devil vine. Are they purposely planted here? The martial warriors frowned. The devil vine's attacks were crazy. Even if they chopped them down, more black vines would come at them. We can't continue like this. These devil vines are at the Devil King level. We need to destroy their main body, Peggy said. Boom. Wang Ting slashed his sword and chopped the dark vines shooting toward them. Move back. It'll destroy their main body. The moment he finished speaking, he turned into lingering shadows and darted toward the dense vines. Major Wang Ting. Sir. Peggy and the others were appalled and shouted worriedly. The instant they made a sound, they saw an astonishing scene. Wang Ting strode into the vines with golden light shimmering around him. The golden light circled him and formed a protective shield. The dark veins turned into dust the instant they touched the golden shield. They couldn't hurt Wang Ting at all. Peggy and the others watched Wang Ting with their mouth agape. They found it absurd. They finally remembered that the golden light was the spiritual weapon used before. It was a golden blade and extremely powerful. But they didn't expect the weapon to be so powerful. It could even resist the attacks of the devil vines. In a blink of an eye, Wang Ting had already made his way through the devil vines. Numerous devil vines soared towards him like a huge net. Wang Ting blasted a hole in them and created a path for himself. Then, he charged into the hold and disappeared into the black mist. Wang Ting shuttled back and forth while looking for the devil vine's main body. He had already released his spiritual power to search for the source of all these devil vines. At the same time, he activated his spiritual sight and eyes of essence to look into the black mist. Soon, his gaze turned sharp. Gotcha! A cold smile appeared at the edge of his lips. He stomped his feet and darted to the left. He saw a ball of black light lying prone under the ground. The dark force there was exceptionally thick, so it must be where the main body of the devil vine was. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The devil vine realized that Wang Ting had discovered it and hurriedly released more black vines to stop him. Humph! Wang Ting snorted. He pointed in front and the golden crescent blade zoomed out, cutting the black vines into small pieces. Suddenly, the ball of black glow started moving under the ground. Trying to escape? Wang Ting frowned. He wasn't surprised because the memory of the Devour Nihility beast explained that the devil vine was able to move underground. This made it hard to find. He immediately shifted his position and appeared at the location where the devil vine was heading to. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Com. Chapter 1186, A Special Skill from the Devil Vine. Boom. Wang Ting appeared directly above the location where the devil vine wanted to go. He stomped on the ground, which cracked with a loud bang. A small part of a black and spiky ball was revealed. This was the main body of the devil vine. It didn't expect this human to be able to predict its location accurately, so it bumped right into Wang Ting. It didn't have the time to change its direction. Get out of there! Wang Ting shouted. He curled his fingers and clawed at the ground. The soil around him gathered together and turned into a giant stone palm. It stretched toward the devil vine. The devil vine wouldn't fold its hands for capture. A black glow shimmered around its main body and countless black vines shot out toward the stone palm. Boom! They collided and caused a violent explosion. Wang Ting's stone palm was extremely sturdy. The devil vine was only at the devil king level, which was the equivalent of a celestial stage martial warrior. Hence, it wasn't Wang Ting's match. The black vines got destroyed by the giant hand. Then, the stone hand continued moving forward speedily and grabbed the devil vine that wanted to escape. Boxen Oval. C0M boom. The ground trembled and split open. The giant body of the devil vine was revealed to everyone. The giant palm grabbed it and pulled it out from the ground. It soared into the sky. Wang Ting finally saw the appearance of the devil vine's main body. The devil vine was an enormous spiky ball. It was around 10 meters in radius. It was hiding deep below the ground, so normal martial warriors had a hard time finding it. Unfortunately, it met Wang Ting. He had a powerful spirit and possessed the eyes of essence and spiritual sight skills, so he found the devil vine's location effortlessly. By right, even if he found the devil vine's location, based on its speed, it would be hard to catch it. But Wang Ting had many techniques at his disposal. The heart of magnetic essence alone was enough to curb the devil vine. The stone hand formed with the help of the heart of magnetic essence was larger than the devil vine, grasping it in its palm. The devil vine gave an ear-splitting scream and struggled desperately. Numerous black vines shot out of the main body. It was useless. Are you trying to struggle? Wang Ting smirked. He clenched his fist, and the giant hand tightened its grip. Splat! The main body of the devil vine couldn't withstand the pressure and got crushed. Black juice splattered everywhere. The devil vine had died. Wang Ting shook his head. He expected to have a hard time killing the devil vine, but it was a piece of cake. He glanced around him. A few attribute bubbles were dropped after the devil vine died. They floated in the air. Wang Ting released his spiritual power and picked them up. Collect. Constellation Force, Dark. Asterisk 2500 Devil Vine asterisk 100 blank attribute asterisk 4500 Wang Ting gasped softly after absorbing all the attribute bubbles. The constellation Dark Force didn't surprise him, but the blank attributes were quite unexpected. He didn't think that a dark plant could give him blank attributes, and there was quite a large sum too. It dropped 4,500 points. Then, there was another startling gain. Devil Vine. This wasn't the real Devil Vine. It was a special skill. Wang Ting didn't expect the Devil Vine to drop a special technique with the same name. After absorbing the Devil Vine attribute, the relevant information and execution method appeared in his mind. The Devil Vine technique was the skill the Devil Vine used to form black veins with its dark force. It was an attacking skill. It didn't just replicate the outer appearance of the Devil Vine, it copied the internal structure too. If he didn't have the Devil Vine skill, Wang Ting wouldn't be able to understand the internal structure of the Devil Vine even if he studied it, much less execute it with his force. This is a good skill. Wang Ting smiled. He didn't forget the scene when the Devil Vine had released multiple vines at them. It was a good move. Most importantly, it could be used for both defense and offense. He could also make armor with the vines. Its defensive power would be the same as armor made by a blacksmith. The power of this skill was closely related to the ability of the executor. It meant that if Wang Ting executed it, it would be more powerful than the Devil Vine. Wang Ting touched his chin. He felt lucky that he received this skill because he possessed many forces, not just the dark force. That meant that he could use other forces to form the vines. There was greater usability. What would happen if he used multiple forces to execute the Devil Vine skill? Wang Ting got interested. He stretched out his hand, and devil vines made of fire force appeared on his palm. The red devil vines twirled around his arm and turned into a gauntlet. Wang Ting sized it up. He took out a universe-level sword with his other hand and slashed it down. Clang! Sparks flew. The sword left a faint mark on the gauntlet. Wang Ting was dumbfounded. Although he didn't use any force, this universe-stage weapon only left a mark on the gauntlet. This proved how strong the defensive ability of the Devil Vine gauntlet was. Of course, Wang Ting's ability affected the strength of the gauntlet too. A normal martial warrior might not be able to create such a powerful defense. Major Wang Ting. A voice came from afar. The Devil Vine had stopped attacking, so Peggy and the others came to find him. Wang Ting immediately dispersed the Devil Vine on his right hand. No one saw it. "Brother Wang Ting, are you all right?" Olivia ran over and asked in concern. She was exceptionally worried when she saw Wang Ting chasing after the Devil Vine alone. She was afraid that something would happen to him. "I'm fine." Wang Ting was surprised at Olivia's concern. That's good. If anything happened to you, no one would be able to save Cousin Di-Chi." Olivia patted her chest. "Wang Ting." He was touched for nothing. "Major Wang Ting, where's the Devil Vine?" Peggy looked around her and saw signs of the Devil Vine. She was astounded and had already arrived at a conclusion, but she wanted to confirm with Wang Ting. Well, Wang Ting only left for a minute and managed to destroy the Devil Vine. This was beyond belief. Arwen and the others stared at him too. "I killed it," Wang Ting replied calmly. "Indeed." Despite prior preparation, Peggy was still shocked. "Be careful. There's more than one Devil Vine here." "We'll meet more in front," Wang Ting reminded everyone. "Yes," the team replied sternly. "Let's continue." Wang Ting waved his hand and ran forward. He wouldn't give up this great chance to get attribute bubbles. His Devil Vine skill was only at the foundation stage. He needed more attribute bubbles to raise it to the well-versed stage. He was satisfied with the strength of the devil vine after testing it. He wouldn't let a single devil vine off. They moved close to 100 meters before the black vines appeared again. Compared to the previous time, there were more vines, and they came from all directions. The path ahead was blocked. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Sonic booms were heard, and everyone was forced to stop again to tackle their enemy. Peggy, 30 meters 6 o'clock, 120 meters below the ground. Take care of that devil vine. Arwen, 30 meters 8 o'clock, 90 meters below the ground. Wang Ting didn't act personally this time. He commanded his team to attack simultaneously. The devil vine was hard to deal with because it was tough to find its position. However, Wang Ting could locate all of them, so they were at a disadvantage right from the start. Thank you for reading on myboxnovel.com. Chapter 1187 Perfect Collaboration. Peggy and the others were confused when they heard Wang Ting's commands. How did he know the location of the devil vines? They found it incredible, but that didn't stop them from reacting. They had built enough trust in Wang Ting during their previous mission. Everyone recognized his ability, so they believed that he wouldn't lie to them. Hence, Peggy and the others immediately dashed to their locations. They attacked in groups of 3. 2 of them held back the black vines sweeping toward them and slashed a hole in the web. The last person dashed at the main body of the devil vine. Boom! Boom! Peggy and Arwen were both celestial stage martial warriors. One strike was enough to force the devil vine out of the ground. Wang Ting had already told them the exact locations of the devil vines, so they succeeded in one try. They didn't give the devil vines any chances of escaping. Everyone released their attacks and hurled force attacks on the ground, killing the devil vines directly. Wang Ting didn't move. Boxen Oval. C0M. What were subordinates for? The hard labor, of course. Why shouldn't he use this hard labor? He acted the previous time because he wanted to understand the exact situation of the devil vine. Now that he knew how it would act and what it was, he decided to let his team take care of them. He watched his team killing the devil vines and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. Their abilities were not bad. Attribute bubbles started popping out of the ground after the devil vines got killed. These devil vines were hidden beneath the ground, so this wasn't strange. It was quite an interesting scene. What a pity that Wang Ting was the only one who could see it. Wang Ting smiled and released his spiritual power. He picked up the attribute bubbles. Constellation Force, Dark. Asterisk 2200 Devil Vine asterisk 120 blank attribute asterisk 4000 Devil Vine asterisk 150 Constellation Force, Dark. Asterisk 2400 blank attribute asterisk 5500 Good. Well done. Wang Ting was elated. He cheered his team on. All the best. Go for it. Everyone. They did rely on Wang Ting's command to find the exact location of the devil vines and killed them. But they somehow felt frustrated when he threw all the work to them. Why was he cheering them on? Did he think that this was a tug-of-war competition? Peggy was speechless. She thought that her leader was reliable, but she had second thoughts now. Their leader was a weirdo. He should be more serious when fighting with the devil vines. It was a dangerous task after all. Olivia didn't act either. She was the weakest here. If she moved, other people would have to take care of her. She glanced at Wang Ting and said, "Brother Wang Ting, you'll get beaten up. You're doing nothing. What right do you have to complain about me?" Wang Ting glanced at her and said contemptuously. Olivia was furious, but she didn't dare to refute it. She stuck out her tongue behind Wang Ting's back and then stood beside him quietly as if she didn't exist. Wang Ting did realize that he was acting a little mean. As someone who took care of his subordinates, he coughed awkwardly and put on a stern face. He continued, "Peggy, 45 meters 3 o'clock. 150 meters below the ground. Arwen, 60 meters 10 o'clock. 150 meters below the ground. And Jack, 80 meters 9 o'clock, 200 meters below the ground. Oh my sir, why is mine so deep? Am not a mouse. I don't like to make holes, Jack complained. He was a muscular young man with long brown hair. Wang Ting's face turned black. F***K, this subordinate wasn't sensitive at all. During the previous mission, he said that he was a professional at digging holes. Wasn't Jack slapping his face? If you're not a mouse, am I one? Peggy raised her eyebrows. She recalled the same thing. She felt that Jack was dead. Should she plead for him? Cut the crap. I'll hold you responsible if it runs away, Wang Ting replied angrily. Jack shrunk his neck when he saw Wang Ting's strict expression. He didn't dare to fool around anymore and hurriedly went to find the devil vine. Soon, the devil vines around them were all destroyed. The sky full of black vines had disappeared. Wang Ting finished collecting his attribute bubbles. He was content. He felt refreshed. He collected attribute bubbles while others did the work. What a perfect collaboration! His constellation Dark Force increased by more than 30,000 points, but it didn't achieve a breakthrough. It was still at the 8th level of the planetary stage. Constellation Dark Force 35200/80,000 planetary stage 8th level. His blank attributes rose by more than 50,000 points. Before this, he had more than 70,000 blank attributes, so he accumulated more than 120,000 blank attributes now. Blank attribute 127,500. Amazing. His blank attributes finally hit 100,000. Wang Ting took a deep breath to calm his excitement. Lastly, there was the Devil Vine attribute. He picked up more than 3,000 points, allowing his Devil Vine attribute to jump to the well-versed stage. Devil Vine 2600/3000 well-versed. Wang Ting blinked. He felt more familiar with the Devil Vine skill. Foundation was the beginner stage. Well-versed meant that he could execute the Devil Vine smoothly whenever he wanted to. The speed of execution wouldn't be a burden. Speaking about it, the Devil Vine and the Devil Armor were quite similar. Both were skills that could form armor. Besides Dark Force, he could use other forces for the Devil Armor skill. The same applied to other skills. Ever since Wang Ting's enlightenment reached the cosmos realm, he had been receiving many ideas. Wang Ting wondered if he could make a more powerful force armor if he combined the two skills. This was how secret skills were formed by formidable warriors. Many formidable martial warriors would observe Star Beast techniques for years. They would then use their inspirations to modify their skills, perfecting them until they were second nature to them. As for Wang Ting, he didn't need the observation time. He had all the skills already, so he just needed to modify them to become his very own secret skills. Major Wang Ting, all the Devil Vines have been destroyed. Peggy brought the other martial warriors over and reported. Everyone was looking at Wang Ting with respect. Their leader was so impressive. Although Wang Ting didn't move, he was powerful. There was no doubt about that. After all, he dealt with these troublesome Devil Vines just by moving his mouth. How many people could do this? Let's continue. Wang Ting blinked and nodded. The team entered the mist once again. Time flew. The journey wasn't smooth. New Devil Vines would appear every few meters, attempting to stop them. It was like an obstacle course. But under Wang Ting's lead, they passed the obstacles easily. Wang Ting earned another round of attribute. Stop. Half an hour later, Wang Ting stopped beside a large tree trunk and raised his hand to ask his team to pause. Boss, what's the matter? Arwen squinted. Someone's coming. Through his spiritual sight, Wang Ting saw many balls of force lights rushing toward them. They were moving quickly. One of the balls seemed familiar. Someone's coming. Everyone was stunned. They got ready for an attack. Don't worry. They're old friends. A smile appeared at the edge of Wang Ting's lips. He was gloating. An old friend? Peggy asked in surprise. It's Wendell. He has the same mission as us, Wang Ting explained. Wendell. Everyone was shocked. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As they spoke, a figure dashed out from the mist and arrived below the tree where Wang Ting was. Wang Ting. Wendell was in a tragic stage. He noticed Wang Ting instantly and called him in astonishment. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Come. Chapter 1188 Strange. 1. Wendell was dumbfounded when he saw Wang Ting. He came directly after receiving the mission, wanting to complete it before Wang Ting. He wanted to show General Cameron that he was the more outstanding person. His team entered the forest and met Devil Vines halfway through. They got here after many hardships. Yet, Wang Ting and his team were here too, and he looked relaxed. This wasn't right. It wasn't right at all. This area was the Devil Vines territory. Normal martial warriors would be tormented terribly if they met them. They might not even be able to leave this place alive. Wang Ting was just a celestial stage martial warrior. Some of his team members were still injured, so they shouldn't be the Devil Vines match. Wendell didn't understand. Hey, isn't this Raging Wolf? You look a little miserable. Wang Ting squatted on the tree branch and smiled as he looked down on him. Peggy and the others stared at Wendell and his team with strange gazes. Boxen Oval. C0M. There was no doubt that they met the Devil Vines too. That was why they were so haggard. Peggy and the others felt fortunate. They were lucky that they were on Wang Ting's team. If not, they might have ended up in the same state as Wendell. Humph! The corners of Wendell's eyes twitched. He frowned and asked in a cold voice, "Why are y'all here? Look at what you're saying. You're here too. Why can't we be here?" Wang Ting laughed. You! Wendell was speechless and furious. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, a shrill sonic boom was heard in the distance. Black vines spiraled over from the black mist toward Wang Ting and Wendell. Leader, it has caught up. Let's run, a martial warrior said hurriedly. His expression changed slightly. Let's go. Wendell's pupils constricted. He gave his order and stopped bickering with Wang Ting. They wanted to run, but the black vines swept toward them from all directions, even their backs. They blocked all routes of escape. Damn it! That devil vine has surrounded us. Wendell furrowed his brows violently. He glanced around him and tried to look for a way to break the encirclement. The black vines enclosed them inside. There was no way to escape. On the tree, Peggy turned serious. Major Wang Ting, this Devil Vine isn't at the Devil King level. It should be at the low-tier Devil Emperor level. Wang Ting nodded, but he wasn't worried. He maintained his composure. Peggy and the others felt a little less anxious when they saw his light-hearted attitude. They believed Wang Ting. If he didn't ask them to run, it meant that he had a way to deal with this low-tier Devil Emperor level Devil Vine. Boom! The black vines plummeted from the sky. They were like pythons trying to swallow the martial warriors. Everyone launched their attacks to resist the incoming attack. Peggy and the others were no exception. They didn't dare to let down their guards and increase the force in their bodies to attack the black vines. But this time, the vines were harder and tougher than before. Their speed and strength were many times greater than the ones they met in the past. The martial warriors were at a disadvantage. Ah! Help me! Someone got entangled by the black vines and was dragged into the mist. He let out an agonizing cry. However, this person was from Wendell's team. Peggy and the others had Wang Ting protecting them. The golden crescent blade swept over like a beam of golden light and destroyed all the black vines that dared to come near. Wendell's expression turned ugly. His eyebrows kept jumping. The low-tier Devil Emperor was extremely hard to deal with. He didn't have the extra effort to take care of his team, so within a few moments, he lost 4 to 5 members. Wang Ting's ability astounded him. He was in disbelief. This bastard was so strong. He was only a celestial stage martial warrior, but the ability he showcased was that of a cosmos stage martial warrior. Wendell was flabbergasted. He finally understood why his family suffered at the hands of this young man. This fellow's ability couldn't be predicted with common sense. But this wasn't the time to think about this stuff. Wang Ting, this devil vine is at the low-tier Devil Emperor level. We need to work together to break through, Wendell shouted while glancing around. I'm sorry. We can hardly look after ourselves. We can't work together with you, Wang Ting replied calmly. Wendell. To hell with that. Could you be more relaxed when you say this? Do you look like you're busy with your own affairs? Wendell wasn't stupid. He knew that Wang Ting didn't want to help them. Follow me. Wang Ting ignored Wendell and called his teammate. Then, he dashed into the mist. Peggy and the others trusted Wang Ting entirely and followed him inside. The formation of the entire team changed. They shot into the devil vines like an arrow with Wang Ting leading the way. Wang Ting was at the front. With a raise of his finger, the golden crescent blade spun out at high speed. The ultima of metal was instilled in it. It turned into a beam of golden light and minced up all the black vines around them. The black vines were extremely tough, but the sharp golden crescent blade cut through them as if they were soft strands of noodles. They couldn't resist the sharpness. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Com. Chapter 1189 Strange. 2. Wang Ting charged into the mist with his teammates and vanished. How is that possible? Wendell was stunned. He stared in the direction they disappeared with wide eyes as if he had just seen a ghost. He wanted to take back his words. This bastard wasn't strong. He was ridiculously strong. But the next instant, he regained his senses and shouted, "Quick, catch up with them!" He wanted to escape through the hole Wang Ting created, but the vines didn't fulfill his wish. After charging 3 meters, the hole was blocked by countless vines again. They were forced back. The black vines started tightening toward the center. The space around them got smaller and smaller. Despair appeared on the martial warriors' faces. Wendell hated Wang Ting to the core. To him, he was the cause of everything. Boxen Oval. C0M, he wouldn't have stopped if Wang Ting didn't appear. If he didn't stop, the low-tier Devil Emperor level Devil Vine wouldn't be able to catch up with them. If Wang Ting didn't leave them alone, they wouldn't get surrounded by the Devil Vines. This was all because of him. On the other side, Wang Ting led his team to the location where the main body of the Devil Vine was. The golden crescent blade hovered up and down, cutting the black vines that rushed over. Peggy and the other didn't relax either. They hurled force attacks out to cover Wang Ting up. Soon, Wang Ting arrived at a patch of land covered with black vines. He stomped on the ground. Boom! A giant crack appeared, and a humongous devil vine floated out. Caught you! Wang Ting sneered. He activated his heart of magnetic essence, and the rocks around him started gathering. They formed a large hand and stretched out to grab the devil vine. A black light shone brightly. It managed to break free from the stone hand's grip and tried to escape to the ground. Humph! Wang Ting snorted. He clenched his fist and punched downward. Strength of Ultima. Immense force gathered and formed a terrifying fist mark, slamming the devil vine that tried to escape. Boom! A loud explosion occurred. The devil vine froze on the spot. Then, cracks started to appear on its solid and firm surface. Bang! The next instant, the devil vine exploded, splattering black juice everywhere. Dodge! Peggy shouted. Everyone's expression changed. They separated in different directions to evade the black juice. Hiss, hiss, hiss. When the black juice landed on the ground and surrounding vegetation, hissing sounds were heard. Even plants that had already turned into dark plants got corroded and withered. The soil disintegrated and formed deep holes in the ground. Everyone only came forward after all the black juice had disappeared. They stared at Wang Ting in astonishment. They had finally witnessed Wang Ting kill a devil vine personally. Moreover, this was a low-tier Devil Emperor level devil vine. It wasn't at the Devil King level. The difference was huge. Wendell's team was helpless in front of it, yet Wang Ting destroyed it in a single punch. During their previous mission, they knew that Wang Ting had the ability to kill a low-tier Devil Emperor. However, they didn't witness the battle process. This was the first time they saw it firsthand. No words could describe their amazement. A celestial stage martial warrior managed to kill a low-tier Devil Emperor-level Devil Vine with a single punch. Would anyone believe it? "Are you guys alright?" Wang Ting asked without turning his head. At the same time, he picked up the attribute bubbles. Constellation Force, Dark. * 5000 Devil Vine, * 800 blank attribute * 12,000 as expected of a low-tier Devil Emperor level Devil Vine. It dropped more attribute bubbles than Devil King level Devil Vine. "Major Wang Ting, we're alright," Peggy replied after looking at everyone. "I didn't expect a low-tier Devil Emperor level Devil Vine to appear here. I'm getting more and more interested in what's hidden here," Wang Ting muttered. "The dark apparitions must have some huge plans since they used a low-tier Devil Emperor level Devil Vine to guard this place," Peggy said with a frown. "You're right." Wang Ting nodded grimly. Suddenly, they heard the sound of someone moving and brushing against the air. The sound was almost negligible, but Wang Ting and his team members detected it instantly. The person seemed to be panting heavily. A few people stumbled out from the mist. "Wang Ting." Wendell glared at Wang Ting the moment he saw him. But he was also shocked by the scene. Wang Ting seemed to have destroyed the low-tier Devil Emperor level Devil Vine. This bastard was quite powerful and smart. "Hey, isn't that Raging Wolf Wendell? You managed to barge your way out," Wang Ting exclaimed in surprise. Silence. Wendell felt a stab in his heart. Wang Ting must have destroyed the Devil Vine, which was why they were able to escape. They needed to thank him. If he had finished it off a little later, they would be dead. Wang Ting knew this too. Was he mocking him? "Wang Ting, don't be proud. We don't know who will complete the mission first. The final winner hasn't been decided yet," Wendell said coldly. "Well, thank you if you saved Di Chi," Wang Ting replied sincerely. Wendell felt as though he had punched a ball of cotton. He was so frustrated that he wanted to vomit blood. Why did he work so hard to complete this mission? To get Wang Ting's gratitude? Go to hell. You're playing with my feelings. "Wang Ting, I sense Cousin Di Chi. He's nearby," Olivia suddenly cried out. "Nearby?" Wang Ting frowned. He looked at Olivia and asked, "Are you sure?" "Yes. He's just nearby." Olivia nodded resolutely after closing her eyes and sensing her surroundings carefully. "Be careful. We might have reached our destination," Wang Ting said to his team members. He turned vigilant. "Yes." Peggy and the others replied. Wendell also heard their conversation. He glanced at him before looking at his team members. They immediately understood what he meant and nodded silently. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps were suddenly heard in the mist. Everyone felt their hearts tightening. The footsteps seemed to come from all directions. It was impossible to confirm the exact direction. But it didn't affect Wang Ting. His eyes glittered and he scanned his surroundings. Instantly, he found the source and told his team members through voice transmission. They followed Wang Ting's gaze and saw a figure walking out of the mist gradually. "Cousin!" Olivia cried in delight. She wanted to rush over. "Don't!" Wang Ting grabbed her shoulder and pressed the reckless young girl down. Although the person was Di Chi, he looked strange. His face was as white as paper while his gaze was dull. There was a sinister smile hanging on his face too. Olivia wanted to speak, but she shuddered when she saw Wang Ting's somber expression. She had an ill premonition. "Brother Wang Ting, my cousin, don't speak, watch," Wang Ting said in a low voice. Olivia pouted and shut her mouth obediently. She was extremely worried. "Major Wang Ting, is this a fake Colonel Di Chi?" Peggy looked at the other party carefully before asking in a hesitant tone. "Yes. But something is controlling him," Wang Ting said. "What?" Di-Chi is being controlled? Olivia was flabbergasted. Her eyes turned red and she asked, Brother Wang Ting, my cousin, don't start crying now. He isn't dead, Wang Ting replied. They're acting all mysterious. I don't care what's controlling him. I'll bring him back and complete my mission. Wendell also noticed something amiss with Di-Chi, but he still snorted and charged forward, afraid that Wang Ting would act before him. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Com. Chapter 1190 Please, Be a Human. Boom. Everyone was stunned when Wendell acted abruptly. Especially Peggy and the others. They knew that he had the same mission as them, so if he got to Di-Chi first, they would fail their mission. There was a competition between the teams in the military. They wouldn't start slashing one another with swords since cutting a comrade's throat was forbidden in the military, but a bit of infighting was inevitable. As long as they didn't deal with one another openly, no one could condemn them. Besides, Wendell and Wang Ting weren't on good terms. He would want to win against him. No hurry. Wang Ting smiled and whispered. He wasn't surprised. Wendell was someone eager for quick success. After a few stimulations from him, he probably lost his cool. Hence, when Di-Chi appeared, Wendell still chose to act even though he noticed something wrong. Another reason why Wendell did this was that he was confident in his ability. He got chased around by the devil vine, but he wasn't weak. Well, he felt that he wasn't weaker than the devil vine. Boxen Oval. C0 and moreover, judging from Di-Chi's pale face and frail appearance, he probably wasn't his match. That was how confident he was. Peggy and the others calmed down and looked forward after hearing Wang Ting's reply. Boom. Wendell curled his fingers, and a red flame appeared on his hand. He clawed at Di-Chi. Di-Chi didn't move. He continued staring at Wendell with that mysterious smile. Wendell felt goosebumps on his skin. He paused for a split second. Humph. However, as someone with ample battle experience, he regained his composure and was enraged instead. I got scared by Di-Chi's gaze. He snorted. Then, he curled his fingers, and the palm formed from flames clawed at Di-Chi. Boom. A sinister dark glow shot out of Di-Chi's eyes. His body twisted, and he disappeared on the spot. Wendell missed. His expression changed. He was in disbelief. Leader, be careful, someone shouted anxiously. Wendell's pupils constricted. He felt a violent gust of wind behind him and a life-threatening danger. His head turned numb while cold sweat drenched his back. Without any hesitation, he shot to the side. Boom. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late. The powerful force slammed into him and knocked him back. He vomited a mouthful of blood in midair. Bang! He crashed into the ground, leaving a large hole. He coughed blood as he struggled to get up. His face was pale and he was heavily injured. He looked at Di-Chi in bewilderment. The other party continued staring at him mysteriously. Wendell felt a chill shooting right up to his crown. Goosebumps appeared on his skin. This was a shiver from the depth of his soul. Di-Chi's strange ability frightened him. He knew that he wouldn't be able to take him down easily, but it shouldn't be difficult to capture him. Yet, he failed the moment he acted. Raging Wolf, how does it feel to exchange a blow with him? Share your thoughts with everyone, Wang Ting said. The muscles on Wendell's face trembled. This bastard was being sarcastic. Share? Share what? How was he supposed to share when he got heavily injured? Was he supposed to share his thoughts about getting injured? Please be a human. The infuriating thing was, this bastard kept calling him Raging Wolf as if he wanted everyone to know his nickname. From his tragic state, his nickname seemed like a joke. Peggy and the others tried their best to control their laughter. They sympathized with Wendell. Their boss kept provoking Wendell with his words, almost angering him to death. Wendell was a poor little thing. He argued with Wang Ting all the time but never gained any advantage. He always got dissed. They were afraid that Wendell would get an internal injury due to anger when they looked at his face. Did you know that there was something strange about his ability? Wendell stared intently at Wang Ting. Huh? Couldn't you tell? Wang Ting gave him a weird stare. I thought you understood his ability because you charged forward so confidently. Wendell almost vomited blood, but he suppressed his urge forcefully. Slurp. He swallowed it. No matter how miserable he was, he wouldn't embarrass himself in front of this bastard. Wang Ting, don't fool around. Di Qi's ability is very strange. Do you think you can deal with him? Wendell scoffed. He might have failed, but he didn't back down. You don't have to worry about that. Wang Ting kept his smile and said calmly. You! Wendell was furious. Wang Ting was looking down on him. Wang Ting ignored him and turned his attention to Di Qi. Through his spiritual sight, he noticed something very strange about Di Qi. There wasn't much wind force left in his body while an extremely thick ball of dark force was entrenched inside. Wang Ting frowned. He could only see forces through his spiritual sight. He wasn't certain what was controlling Di Qi. He needed to rely on his eyes of essence for that. It allowed him to see the essence of things. A dark glow flashed past his eyes. He scanned Di Qi from head to toe. He noticed where the problem was. There was a strange dark element life form residing in Di Qi's consciousness. It was controlling him. Wang Ting also saw Di Qi's origin of soul in the depth of his consciousness, but it was in a bad state. The dark life form had overpowered the origin of soul and was nibbling at it continuously. Di Qi's origin of soul would be eaten by it completely after some time. Wang Ting's expression turned serious. Di Qi, why are you so careless? How did you get infected? He shook his head gravely and said to Peggy and the others, wait for me here. Let me go and meet him. Before they could reply, he had already disappeared and turned into lingering shadows. Boom! The next second, Wang Ting appeared in front of Di Qi and released his punch. He didn't hold back, releasing his 4th level strength of Ultima. A ball of red flame congregated on Wang Ting's fist. It turned into a powerful fist glow. The sinister smile on Di Qi's face didn't disappear. When Wang Ting's fist arrived, he raised his own and formed a black fist glow. Bang! The red and black fist glows collided in the air and exploded. The residual impact swept out. Both Wang Ting and Di Qi retreated a few meters. Wang Ting dispersed the recoil force in midair and landed on a branch. He looked at Di Qi and said, I didn't expect our duel to happen under such circumstances. Di Qi didn't reply. He continued staring at Wang Ting with a black shimmer in his eyes. Wendell was dumbstruck. Wang Ting and Di Qi only exchanged one blow, but he could withstand it. There was no doubt about his ability. Mind you, Wendell didn't even manage to catch a single blow from Di Qi. Wendell felt that he was a joke. His face turned green and white. He didn't understand why Wang Ting possessed such capabilities when he was just a celestial stage martial warrior. Furthermore, the flame he made was similar to the beast flame the elders in his family used. Many thoughts went through Wendell's mind. His expression changed without stopping. Boom! Wang Ting and Di Qi launched another attack. They collided in midair and caused an earth-shaking explosion. The black mist started swirling due to the residual impact of the attack. It got pushed outward like sea waves. Both Wang Ting and Di Qi were battling with their physical skills. They punched each other, and dull thuds were heard without stopping. Everyone was appalled. This was brutal. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Com. Chapter 1191. This is a rare species. 1. Brutal. The onlookers could only use brutal to describe the battle between Wang Ting and Di Qi. Martial warriors rarely used physical skills during a battle. This was especially true for powerful figures. Every martial warrior had their secret scriptures and specialized weapons. They rarely cultivated their physical bodies or used them in battles. But looking at Wang Ting and Di Qi's fight, they had obviously trained their physical bodies to a frightening level. If not, they wouldn't be able to resist such strong attack. Wang Ting understood his own situation. He possessed many body-strengthening skills, including the ancient god's body. This was a physique training skill from the ancient god's tribe, one of the most powerful body-strengthening skills. In addition, every time one of his forces advanced, his body would undergo a transformation. All these conditions constituted his impenetrable body. But when he fought with Di Qi, he realized that the other party's physical body was extremely tough too. It was on par with his. Boom, boom, boom. The two martial warriors clashed continuously, breaking the trees and branches in their aftermath. The area was a mess. Boxen oval. C0M. Finally, after a collision, they flew backward. Wang Ting drew a long impression on the ground before he managed to stop himself. He stood up and slapped the dust off his clothes. Then, he looked intently at Di Qi. Strength of Ultima, you have grasped the strength of Ultima too. It was understandable why he was shocked. This was his first time seeing a dark apparition who had grasped an Ultima. In the past, he thought that dark apparitions only knew dark element skills. This perception was shattered. Human. Unexpectedly, Di Qi opened his mouth. His voice came from deep within his throat. It was extremely hoarse, like rusty metals scrapping one another. He spoke. Peggy and the others widened their eyes in bewilderment. Wendell was dumbfounded too. He was appalled. You can speak. Wang Ting was shocked. He looked right into Di Qi's eyes, trying to find the dark life form hidden behind them. You are my prey. Di Qi spoke each word with difficulty and a strange accent. The black light shimmering in his eyes was eerie and terrifying. It made people's hearts shudder. Prey. Wang Ting felt that he heard something absurd. He snorted and said with disdain, You? A piece of shit that doesn't even have your own body and can only hide inside others? The light in Di Qi's eyes flickered as if shocked. How did this human know its true form? Peggy and the others frowned slightly. They were astounded. It looked like their boss already knew what was controlling Colonel Di Qi. Peggy's mind spun furiously as she tried to figure out what kind of dark apparition this was. However, even after searching through all her memories, she couldn't pinpoint a certain breed. This was the first time she saw a dark apparition that could control a martial warrior's body. There were no relevant introductions after flipping through past materials too. But wasn't Wang Ting a newbie? He didn't even know about the devil moth dark apparitions in the past, so how could he tell what kind of dark apparition this was? This wasn't right. Wendell blinked and tried to recall similar species in his memories. Unfortunately, he didn't know what it was either. He was exasperated and frustrated because he felt stupid. Do you want to die? Di Qi glared at Wang Ting with his eerie gaze. There was anger in his voice. Does everyone in your clan stutter? Wang Ting shook his head and asked curiously with a contemptuous tone. The dark life form in Di Qi's body. One could tell that it was raging. I want to kill you, but your attention is on my speech and why I'm stuttering. Wait, I'm not stuttering. This is how my clan speak. It's our special trait. It has nothing to do with stuttering. Its urge to kill this human got stronger. Actually, it wanted to turn this human into its new shell. The corners of everyone's lips twitched a little. They had a new understanding of how random Wang Ting was. Why was he thinking about such strange things during such a crucial moment? Couldn't he be more serious? While everyone was complaining in their hearts, Di Qi's body blurred, and he disappeared on the spot. Everyone turned grave as they observed the mist for any changes. Are you trying to use this method to deal with me? Wang Ting scanned his surroundings calmly. There were no emotions in his eyes. Continue acting. Wendell mocked Wang Ting in his heart, feeling that he was acting. This was a strange and mysterious dark apparition that could control Di Qi's body. Now it had disappeared into the mist. He couldn't sense its presence, so he didn't believe that Wang Ting could remain calm. Wendell was in a dilemma. He wished that Wang Ting would lose, so he wouldn't appear weak, but he also hoped that he would win. Otherwise, none of them would escape this place alive. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Com. Chapter 1192. This is a rare species. 2. Swoosh. A black glow escaped from the mist and shot straight toward Wang Ting's head. Such a small trick. Wang Ting sneered. A sword appeared in his hand. Light force congregated on it and he slashed it out. Boom. The black glow shattered without hurting Wang Ting. Di Qi still didn't appear. He continued lurking in the mist like a poisonous snake waiting to bare its fangs at any moment. Wang Ting remained calm. He threw another white sword light at the mist light-heartedly. Everyone thought that he was attacking casually, but the white sword glow dispersed the mist and revealed Di Qi's figure. Wang Ting's seemingly random attack was actually directed at his enemy. The dark apparition controlling Di Qi didn't expect Wang Ting to find its location. Hence, it didn't have the time to react and got thrown back by the sword attack. Boxen Oval. C0M, however, at the last moment, a thick black glow erupted from its body and blocked Wang Ting's sword glow. Then, it used the force of thrust to bounce back into the mist and disappeared again. Swoosh. Wang Ting released another sword attack without stopping. Di Qi was hit once again in the mist. He flew out and darted back in. He didn't believe that Wang Ting could keep hitting him. But no matter how hard he hid, Wang Ting's sword would hit him without fail. Boom. The sword glow landed on Di Qi, dispersing the dark force on him. Peggy, Wendell, and the others were in a daze. Was he a bug? They couldn't find where Di Qi was, yet Wang Ting managed to hit him all the time. It was as if he had a radar installed on him, and he could find his enemy wherever he was. Di Qi opened his mouth and gave a loud roar. The dark apparition controlling Di Qi's body was enraged after getting hit multiple times. I told you these are just petty tricks. Is it fun to play hide and seek with me? Wang Ting asked. The dark apparition. What do you mean by hide and seek? This was its undefeatable skill, but this human called it hide and seek. It felt like screaming with rage. You're the first person who has managed to force me to this stage. The hoarse voice floated out from Di Qi's mouth again. His gaze was cold and ruthless. Huh, you're not stuttering, Wang Ting exclaimed in surprise. Silence. The dark apparition felt a little helpless. It took a deep breath and decided not to speak to Wang Ting anymore. Boom. Suddenly, an extremely thick black glow erupted from his body. It turned into a strange force and diffused outwards. In an instant, everyone was enveloped in it. Their surroundings changed. The mist disappeared, and everything turned into a dark space filled with an evil and sinister atmosphere. Domain! Wendell exclaimed in shock. This was a domain. How was that possible? Only Heaven Stage martial warriors could grasp a domain, but it was executed by a dark apparition. Was it a mid-tier Devil Emperor? That wasn't right either. If it was a mid-tier Devil Emperor, it would have defeated them easily. It wouldn't be forced to use its domain because of Wang Ting. There was only one possibility. This was a low-tier Devil Emperor who managed to grasp the power of domain. There were talents among the dark apparitions too. It made sense for dark apparitions with great talent to grasp the power of domain at the low-tier Devil Emperor level. Unfortunately, they met one of these dark apparitions. You should be proud to die in my domain. The dark apparition's voice echoed in the domain. It started stuttering again and seemed to have a hard time speaking. So it's just a domain. Come, let me see how powerful your domain is. Wang Ting remained calm on the surface, but he was actually laughing inside. A dark apparition who knew a domain. This was a rare species. He had more attribute bubbles to collect. Amazing. Just a domain. Wendell felt nauseous after hearing Wang Ting's words. It was peaceful again. Domain. You have a domain too. The dark apparition was in disbelief. Its arrogance was gone, and it looked as if it had seen a ghost. It's just a domain, nothing special, Wang Ting replied calmly. I and percent and yen. The dark apparition couldn't help but curse. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Com. Chapter 1193 Devil Mind Race. A golden black domain spread out with Wang Ting in the center. It covered everyone. Peggy and the others finally escaped from the chaotic and devilish spiritual attack. However, their faces were pale as they had suffered a frightening spirit stimulation. They still had lingering fears. It was a scary feeling. Countless whispers echoed in their minds. They felt chills just thinking about it. Anyone with a weak spirit would have collapsed. They were able to resist it because they fought on battlefields all year round and had strong willpower. The two domains collided and corroded each other, giving birth to hissing sounds. The dark apparition went crazy with rage. It released more of its domain power and thrust it at Wang Ting's domain. The thick crimson light shooting out from the evil eyes slammed into Wang Ting's black metal domain. This time, Wang Ting didn't use the meteorite shower domain and used the black metal domain instead. That was because the black metal domain was formed from the combination of the metal domain and spiritual power. It was perfect to counter the dark apparition's spiritual domain. Boxen Oval. C0M Boom. The domains collided and caused a violent explosion. Wang Ting's black metal domain vibrated. Strings of evil spirit tried to dig their way in like devil claws. Human, an ordinary domain can't resist the spiritual stimulation of my wicked eye domain. The dark apparition laughed hysterically. It's too early to gloat. Wang Ting smirked. He stood still with his hands behind his back as a powerful fluctuation surged out of his body. Boom. 4th level black metal domain, activate. This was his most powerful domain as well. The other domains were only at the 3rd level. Wang Ting's black metal domain started expanding forcefully. Spiritual power swept through and clashed with the wicked eye domain. Loud explosions were heard. Crack. Fractures appeared in certain areas, and numerous pupils started cracking too. Light started to shine in from the outside and dispel the darkness within. Many screams of agony were heard in the domain. They probably came from the pupils. How is this possible? The dark apparition shouted in disbelief. Idiot, do you think I can't beat you? Wang Ting smirked. It's too early to laugh. This isn't the full power of my wicked eye domain, the dark apparition said with a hideous expression. Wang Ting squinted, wondering what trump cards this dark apparition had. Boom. After he spoke, beams of black light shot out from the depth of the domain. The cracks started healing, and all the evil eyes gathered in a certain direction. Gradually, a huge vertical pupil was formed. Interesting. Wang Ting raised his eyebrows and looked at the giant vertical eye. He could feel a strong spiritual fluctuation inside. Gradually, more eyes flew over and the vertical pupil got bigger. It hung high in the darkness, staring right at Wang Ting. Immediately, an evil and ominous aura spread out. It was many times more powerful than before, and it charged straight at Wang Ting's black metal domain. The other martial warriors felt their bodies turning cold. Their hearts shuddered as if they had seen something terrifying. Go and die. The dark apparition's cold voice resounded in the air. Boom. A crimson-red glow burst out from the giant vertical pupil. It plummeted down, bringing along a powerful spiritual attack. It's time to end this. Wang Ting squinted. He raised his finger and released the golden crescent blade. Numerous rays of black golden lights merged together. All the energy of this black metal domain was condensed on the golden crescent blade. The golden crescent blade turned golden black. It spun right toward the crimson beam of light with a mysterious aura around it. Boom! The two lights slammed into one another, one above and one below. Residual force swept out. The attacks were immensely powerful, so both domains started vibrating. The martial warriors stared at this scene in astonishment. Only those who had experienced it firsthand could feel its power. Even an ordinary Cosmos stage martial warrior couldn't launch this attack. They got nervous. Who was stronger? Could Wang Ting defeat this mysterious and strange dark apparition? After some time, the standstill came to an end, and the beam of crimson light started giving way. The golden crescent blade crawled up the sky inch by inch. Its speed increased slowly as it pushed back the crimson beam of light, which was crumbling under the pressure. He won. Peggy and the others finally smiled in delight. Roar! The dark apparition hiding in the dark bellowed in exasperation. It went all out, and a dazzling light shot out from the vertical pupil to maintain the light beam. Unfortunately, the winner had been decided. Go! Wang Ting pointed at the sky, and all the lights combined together. The attack of the golden crescent blade became even more powerful. It charged right into the sky. Boom! The crimson-red beam of light finally disintegrated. The golden crescent blade turned into a golden-black ray and cut into the giant vertical pupil. A high-pitched scream was heard and stopped suddenly. Roar! At the same time, an angry roar came from the dark apparition. The giant vertical pupil exploded from the golden crescent blade's attack. The darkness around started cracking, allowing light from outside to shine in. Boom! The next instant, the entire dark domain collapsed. It couldn't withstand the pressure anymore. A figure flew out amid the explosion. He forcefully stopped his descent and dashed into the mist with black light shimmering around him. Thinking of running away? Wang Ting snorted. He vanished and appeared on his enemy's escape route, staring at it in contempt. Then, he released his punch. Yellow force erupted and congregated to form a thick fist mark. It charged at the dark apparition. The dark apparition howled in anger. It wouldn't sit still and wait for death, so it punched in Wang Ting's direction too. However, it had exhausted much of its energy when executing its domain and was seriously injured. How could it be Wang Ting's match? The benefits of having many different types of forces were visible now. Wang Ting only exhausted his metal force and spiritual power to execute the domain, so he used his earth force now. He could use his forces one by one. The dark force didn't expect Wang Ting to possess another force at such a powerful level. It crashed into the ground from the impact and couldn't get up. Wang Ting landed nearby and walked toward the dark apparition. He stepped on its chest. I have two choices for you. Come out from Di Chi's body and I'll let you die easily. Or wait for me to pull you out and beat you to death. In this case, you'll die a terrible death. Wang Ting calmly gazed at the other party. Silence. Peggy and the others felt speechless when they heard what he said after they rushed over. Are you sure there are two choices? It sounds like a single choice. It would still die either way. The dark apparition was stunned too. It kept quiet for a moment before it reacted and fumed. You can kill me, but you can't insult me. As a genius of the devil mind race, I, Ukper, will never bow to you. Di Chi's voice was hoarse. A black glow shimmered in his eyes as he glared at Wang Ting. Devil mind race. Wang Ting repeated curiously. He could see another figure in his eyes. Ukper realized his slip of the tongue and almost wanted to slap himself. He continued in a cold tone. Devil mind race? I didn't say that. There's something wrong with your ears. Wang Ting ignored him. He turned to Peggy and asked, Have you heard of the devil mind race? Peggy thought for a moment and shook her head. No, I haven't heard of it. Ukper heaved a sigh of relief. That's good. My devil mind race is mysterious. The devil mind race is a mysterious race among the dark apparitions. They are born with no physical bodies and exist in a special spiritual form. But they can devour other life forms' spirits and take over their bodies. Even if the bodies die, the devil mind race can search for another host and continue living. Am I right? Wang Ting smiled at Akbar. Akbar, thank you for reading on my box novel. Come. Chapter 1194 You disgusting. Akbar didn't feel good. This human knew of his race, including their special characteristics and abilities. Why did he have to ask others when he knew? He relaxed earlier thinking that the other party didn't know about him, but Wang Ting shattered his hope. What kind of weirdo was he? How could he do such a thing? Peggy and Wendell were speechless too. They didn't know how to describe Wang Ting. At the same time, they were shocked by his description of the devil mind race. Their hair stood up. The devil mind race could devour other spirits and take over their bodies. They were terrifying and eerie. They took a few steps back unconsciously, afraid that the dark apparition inside Di Chi's body would target them. You seem surprised. Wang Ting looked at Akbar and chuckled. I said that I'm not from the devil mind race, Akbar retorted. Boxen oval. C0M stubborn. Wang Ting shook his head. Wang Ting, is cousin Di Chi gone? Olivia asked with a pale face. She was at a loss. She had a close relationship with Di Chi, so she couldn't accept his loss. That's right, this human is dead. No one who got devoured by me has managed to survive, Akbar said with an evil smile. His body is the best among all the humans I have devoured. My luck is not bad. Olivia covered her mouth. Her eyes turned red, and tears threatened to fall down her cheeks. Why are you crying? Wang Ting scolded in a soft voice. He tapped Olivia's head with his finger and said, Don't believe what others tell you. Are you planning to come out into society like this? Also, how can you believe a dark apparition? Think with your brain. Why are you scolding me? Tears started welling up in her eyes. She felt wronged and started crying. Then, she suddenly exclaimed, Wait, do you mean my cousin isn't dead? I told you long ago that he wasn't dead, Wang Ting replied angrily. Really? Olivia didn't believe him. Will I get any benefits from lying to you? Right. Olivia nodded her head absent-mindedly. Save him quickly. He might get eaten by the dark apparition if you don't hurry, she continued agitatedly. Don't worry. Di Chi's origin of soul isn't weak. The dark apparition can't eat him easily. Human, who are you? Why do you know everything? Akbar stared intently at Wang Ting. At this stage, he knew that he couldn't fool the other party. This human understood him as if he had cut him up and studied him. Anyone would feel frustrated in this situation. All his secrets were exposed in front of Wang Ting. Don't think too much. I'm just an ordinary person, Wang Ting replied calmly. Akbar. To hell with being normal. Do you think I'll believe you? Will a normal person know about the devil mind race? Will a normal person know that I have taken possession of this human? Do you think I'm stupid? Akbar turned his head. He didn't want to look at this human anymore. B***ch. Which one do you choose? Wang Ting went straight to the point. Don't put on an act. You can't do anything to me. Akbar scoffed. Looks like I have to do it myself. How troublesome. Wang Ting shook his head and sighed. Akbar felt nervous. Could this human really pull him out from his host? This didn't make sense. Only martial warriors much more powerful than him and specializing in the skills of spirit and soul could drag him out. This was because when the devil mind race took possession of one's body, they didn't just overtake the person's consciousness. They used a special skill to enter the body and formed a tight connection with the host. It was as if they became the Buddha's soul. Think about it. How hard was it to pull the soul out of a body? This was the same as dragging the devil mind dark apparition out from his host. It was equally difficult, but the next instant, he realized that the human's eyes had turned deep. They were like a black hole trying to suck him in. Akbar's expression finally changed. He was flabbergasted. Abyss burial. These two words charged into his mind along with a mysterious power. His vision turned black, and a strange force surged out. An immense suction force exploded as it tried to pull him out of the body. No! Akbar was appalled. He shouted unwillingly and furiously activated his force. Tentacles popped out of his main form and planted themselves deep within Di-Chi's consciousness. Crack, crack. However, under the powerful suction force, these tentacles broke, and Akbar's spiritual form left Di-Chi's consciousness. He wanted to die along with Di-Chi, but he couldn't. A powerful spiritual power enclosed him, denying him of all actions. Peggy and the others widened their eyes in shock. They saw Wang Ting suddenly bending down and staring into Di-Chi's eyes. Then, Di-Chi's body trembled violently and he screamed, "No!" A black light was forcefully pulled out of Di-Chi's body. Everything happened within a few breaths. The scene turned their perception upside down. They found it unbelievable. The crowd stared at the black light in bewilderment. There was a life form that looked like a brain amid the black light. It was palpitating gently, and there was a spine-like black object connected to the bottom of the brain. Countless squirming black tentacles grew on the spine. This thing looked gruesome and repulsive. "You!" Akbar's voice came from the life form in front of them. He was astounded and furious. Their race had always been hidden behind the scenes. They were mysterious and never allowed any humans to learn about their presence. Even if the human realized something amiss, no one could pull them out from their host. Taking a step back, even if they got pulled out, they could self-destruct at the last moment. That way, no one would know their background. But this human knew everything about him, and also pulled him out from his host. How could he not be astounded or angry? Wang Ting formed a cage with his spiritual power and locked Akbar in it. He studied him curiously before complaining, "You, disgusting!" Akbar was infuriated. He was a renowned talent in the devil mind race, but this bastard said he was disgusting. He couldn't bear it. If he could, he wanted to beat Wang Ting up. How did the devil mind race judge their appearance? Only they would know. "Brother Wang Ting, is this the devil mind race?" Olivia leaned over with wide eyes. "Yes, this is it." Wang Ting nodded. "It's revolting," Olivia said in disdain. F***K. Akbar almost erupted in anger. She stabbed his heart again. They kept stabbing him. These humans were atrocious. "Is Cousin Di-Chi fine now that we have caught the devil mind dark apparition?" Olivia asked in anticipation. "His spirit is seriously injured, so I'll make some Dan medicine for him. It shouldn't be a problem," Wang Ting said. "That's good." Olivia heaved a sigh of relief. She cried in happiness and held Di-Chi up. "I have devoured the spirit of this person. It's impossible for him to recover." Akbar sneered. Olivia looked at Wang Ting worriedly. "Do you want to fight again?" Wang Ting teased him. "It's just a spirit injury. It can be healed with Dan medicine. Why are you creating a fuss?" "Humph, naive," Akbar scoffed. Olivia suddenly remembered that Wang Ting was a grandmaster alchemist. She heard from the Ji family that one of their elders managed to recuperate completely after consuming his Dan. Wang Ting might really be able to save her cousin. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Com. Chapter 1195, Oh no, his jealousy is back. Brother Wang Ting, I believe that you can save Cousin Di-Chi. You're right. Dark apparitions are all liars. I mustn't believe them. Many thoughts flashed through Olivia's mind as she nodded firmly. Akbar felt that he had wasted his effort in coming up with that speech. What was this? This human was quite easy to fool. Why did she suddenly become smart? The devil mind race loved to play with people's hearts. After snatching the body of their host, they would use the person's identity to live and integrate into their life. Lying was their specialization. One should never believe them. They were used to lying to others. For instance, he said that Di-Chi was dead and got exposed by Wang Ting. He took a step back and said that he had no chance of recuperating, hoping to cause a change in Wang Ting's mentality so that he would have an opportunity to escape or find a new body. The best time to snatch a person's body was when his willpower was at its weakest. Boxen Oval. C0M Akbar could tell that the young lady was the easiest to fool and had the weakest willpower. Naturally, she was an easy target for him. The problem was, there was someone extremely hard to deal with among these martial warriors. Anyone who could pull him out of his host would never be a simple person. He exposed his lies easily and even allowed the young lady to find her confidence in a few sentences. This human was his nemesis. All his methods were useless against him. This was infuriating. Wang Ting glanced at Olivia in surprise. He didn't know what she was thinking, so he tried to encourage her, but her unconditional trust in him was enough. This young girl was still quite sensible. Are you very angry? Wang Ting looked at Akbar. Humph! Akbar snorted. He had nothing to say, so he could only snort. I like how you're angry but can't do anything to me, Wang Ting continued. If Akbar had a face, it would be black. This be *tch. Major Wang Ting, shall we bring this dark apparition back? Peggy leaned over and reminded Wang Ting softly. Yes, Veblen will be interested in him. Wang Ting gave an evil smile when he remembered how that guy wanted to study everything. Akbar felt a chill upon seeing the creepy smile. He felt uncomfortable. You know Mr. Veblen? Peggy asked, surprised. I saw him a few times, Wang Ting replied casually. Peggy didn't probe further. Her gaze turned strange though. Wang Ting's tone was lighthearted, but she felt that they didn't just meet a few times. She realized it was harder and harder to understand her superior. He had only been on the number 29 defense planet for a short while, but the higher authorities liked him. Moreover, he also knew Mr. Veblen. Although many people knew Veblen's presence, they had never seen him in person. Peggy and the other martial warriors had only seen Mr. Veblen once, even though they had been on this planet for some time, and that too from afar. It wasn't a close contact. You could imagine how mysterious Veblen was since it was so hard to meet him. Yet, Wang Ting had interactions with him. This was enough to prove something. Wendell was shocked and jealous. This fellow knew Mr. Veblen. Why did he have such good opportunities? No one knew that Wendell had looked for Veblen several times because he wanted to get some guidance from him using his identity as a member of the Parkers. The result was predictable. Based on Veblen's temper, he wouldn't care about the Parkers. He wasn't familiar with Wendell, so he wasn't willing to see him, much less guide him. Besides being surprised at Wang Ting and Veblen's interaction, he was also jealous. His eyes turned red in envy. This is a rare dark apparition. Mr. Veblen will like him. Peggy nodded. Akbar felt nervous after listening to their conversation. He had a bad feeling. These humans wanted to bring him back for research. F***K, as a talent of the Devil Mind race, it was going to become a study subject for the humans. These humans were evil. Akbar wasn't willing to be taken away, so he started struggling frantically. Black light erupted from his body and slammed against the spiritual cage. No one expected him to have extra energy left. Bang, bang, bang. The spiritual cage started trembling violently. Peggy and the others were shocked. However, no matter how hard Akbar struggled, the cage remained intact. It showed no signs of breaking. Mind you, Wang Ting possessed the spirit of the devouring nihility beast, while Akbar was just a low-tier devil emperor. He might come from a race born with a powerful spirit, but they couldn't be compared to the devouring nihility beast. They were never on the same level. Stop struggling, it's useless. Wang Ting shook his head. How's that possible? How can you capture me? Akbar didn't want to accept his fate. He started roaring in the cage. Nothing is impossible. You think that your spirit is powerful and wanted to escape to find a new host. That's just wishful thinking. You should stay obedient in my hands. Wang Ting smirked in contempt. Human, you're playing with fire. Upper fumed. Hey, how do you know that I play with fire? A green flame appeared on his hand, and he threw it randomly into the cage. Ah! Upper screamed in pain. Peggy and the others looked at him strangely. They sympathized with this dark apparition. That wasn't what the dark apparition meant by playing with fire. Wang Ting's understanding of this sentence was a little literal. Wendell felt the corners of his eyes twitching. He couldn't shift his gaze away from the green flame. Divine flame. He learned from his family that Wang Ting possessed the divine flame. But this was the first time he saw him executing it. He had never seen a real divine flame in all his life. To the Parker's family, divine flames were their dream. He couldn't control himself after seeing it. Oh no, his jealousy was back. Do you want it? Wang Ting suddenly turned and asked him with an ambiguous smile. Humph, so what if you have the divine flame? You might not be able to protect it. Wendell pouted. At least the Parkers can't take it from me, Wang Ting replied with disdain. Wendell wanted to retort, but he didn't know what to say. Wang Ting was speaking the truth. The Parkers had used all methods, but the divine flame was still in Wang Ting's hands. No matter what he said, the truth wouldn't change. He decided to keep quiet to prevent embarrassing himself. Peggy and the others were stunned. Major Wang Ting had a divine flame. That was a legendary item. Everyone knew that divine flames were hard to tame. Many people died in the process. Yet, their leader had one. This was unbelievable. Indeed, he wasn't an ordinary martial warrior. They felt more respect and admiration for Wang Ting. If they knew that he had more than one divine flame, what would they think? Akbar's scream was still resounding in the air. He was in excruciating pain from the scorching divine flame. After some time, Wang Ting kept the emerald-glazed flame and asked calmly, "Will you be obedient now?" "Human, the devil mind race will make you pay the price." Akbar groaned in pain as he panted and replied. "Looks like it isn't enough." Wang Ting flicked his finger again, and the emerald-glazed flame landed on Akbar. Screams echoed in the air. Peggy and the others felt their eyebrows jumping. This devil-mind dark apparition was a little bold. He remained unyielding even in this situation. He earned their respect. "What about now?" Wang Ting asked. F***K. What? Not enough? Let's continue. Wang Ting was surprised. Don't, Akbar sounded weak. What? Don't stop? Your request is a little outrageous, but I will satisfy it. Wang Ting shook his head and pretended to be shocked by the other party. Wendell remained expressionless, but the muscles on his face kept twitching. He was a devil. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Come. Chapter 1196, Soul Bind. Wicked Eye Domain. In the spiritual cage, the devil-mind dark apparition turned lifeless. He was no longer as arrogant as before and couldn't even make any sounds. Only his pants of agony indicated that he was alive. The green flame was still twirling around Akbar, covering him entirely. It wouldn't kill him, but it allowed him to experience a living hell. Peggy and the others took a step back unconsciously. They saw another side of him. They didn't know how scary their boss was in the past. He was a devil. Although the enemy was a dark apparition and they didn't mind him dying, this wasn't something a normal person would do. The dark apparition wanted to plead for mercy a few times. However, Wang Ting misunderstood it and burned it 3 times. He didn't plan to let him off easily. They found it a little exhilarating. Evil should be tormented by evil. Fortunately, they weren't Wang Ting's enemy, or they might start doubting their lives after meeting him. Boxen Oval. C0M. Wendell suddenly regretted provoking him. He felt his heart trembling upon witnessing the torture. This fellow wasn't a normal person. Wasn't he asking for trouble by making him his enemy? No, I will hide as far away as I can when I go back. I mustn't meet him. Wendell was frightened. He admitted defeat instantly without any hesitation. No one knew what he was thinking, so he wasn't embarrassed. Wang Ting kept his emerald glazed flame and flipped his hand. Upper disappeared. He was sucked into his devour space. The devour space made his life much easier. It could store anything, dead or alive. There was no restriction. If he didn't want to devour these items, the devour space would act like a normal storage space. Wendell frowned when he saw this scene. Where did he store the devil mind dark apparition? Wang Ting glanced around him and picked up the attribute bubbles dropped during the battle just now. The entire process of dealing with the devil mind dark apparition seemed long, but it only lasted for some time. Hence, the attribute bubbles were still fresh. Strength of Ultima * 3000 Constellation Force, Dark. * 15,000 Celestial Realm Spirit * 8,000 Wicked Eye Domain * 4,500 Soul Bind * 1,500 Constellation Force, Fire. * 8,000 Fire Ultima * 2,000 As the attribute bubbles merged into his body, his eyes started shining brightly, and he got excited. So many attribute bubbles. The attribute bubbles exploded in Wang Ting's body and turned into a large amount of pure force. It flowed through his limbs and gathered in the constellations above his sea of nihility. He received 15,000 points of Constellation Dark Force, allowing his Constellation Dark Force to increase greatly. Constellation Dark Force 50200/80,000 Planetary Stage 8th level, but it was still at the 8th level. There were also 8,000 points of Celestial Realm Spirit. Wang Ting was surprised at this number. 8,000 points. He had never received so many spirit attributes from a single living creature. In the past, he had to pick up many attribute bubbles to reach this number. As expected of the devil mind race that existed in a spiritual form, normal dark apparitions wouldn't drop so many attribute. Another reason was that Wang Ting had burned it with his divine flame. He worked hard to get more bubbles. Wang Ting was filled with anticipation. He looked at his spirit attribute. Breakthrough. Breakthrough. He should rise to the cosmos realm now after absorbing all these attributes, right? But to his disappointment, the breakthrough he was expecting didn't happen after these attributes turned into a stream of pure spirit and entered his consciousness. He was still in the celestial realm. F***K. Wang Ting cursed involuntarily. How infuriating! 8,000 points of attributes were gone to waste. Wasn't it infuriating? It looked like his spirit would only advance along with his forces. However, Wang Ting did realize that his spirit was purer. The difference from before was obvious. 8,000 points of spirit wasn't a small number. Along with the spirit attributes he received before this, he had probably accumulated 10,000 points. The result was finalized, so Wang Ting couldn't do anything. He turned to look at the other attribute. 3,000 points of Strength of Ultima. Wang Ting knew that the dark apparition possessed the Strength of Ultima during their battle, but he didn't expect it to drop 3,000 points of it. This was incredible. What would the other martial warriors feel if they knew that a dark apparition grasped the Strength of Ultima and dropped so many attributes? Wang Ting felt that they should self-reflect. Wang Ting needed the Strength of Ultima. This Ultima was stronger than the other Ultimas, so fewer martial warriors possessed it. It was rarely seen normally. The only place he picked up Strength of Ultima from was the Ancient God's corpse. The combination of the Strength of Ultima and the Ancient God's body could release a greater power. 3,000 points allowed Wang Ting's Strength of Ultima to jump from the 4th to the 5th level. It was taking the lead among the Ultimas he had. Strength of Ultima 1,500/5,000 5th level. More knowledge and understanding regarding the Strength of Ultima appeared in Wang Ting's mind. He digested them instantly and understood the essence of the 5th level Strength of Ultima. Nodding in satisfaction, Wang Ting went forth to the next attribute bubble. 4,500 points of wicked eye domain. This was a domain attribute. Many memories gushed into his mind. His mastery of the wicked eye domain rose exponentially. 4,500 points of the attribute pushed this domain to the third level. Wicked eye domain. 1,500/3,000 third level. Wang Ting understood the secret behind the wicked eye domain. The devil mind dark apparition had used this domain during their battle. To put it simply, dark force and spiritual power were merged to form numerous chaotic and evil pupils. These pupils could release spiritual attacks to destroy a person's mind. It sounded simple, but understanding it was another matter. Spiritual attacks were mysterious and hard to grasp. Wang Ting could execute it because his spirit was strong enough and he had domain power. If other martial warriors tried it, there was a high chance they would die. Their survival was all dependent on luck. Although the wicked eye domain was useful, it was a dark element domain, so he wouldn't have many opportunities to execute it. What if I can merge it into my black metal domain? He touched his chin and wondered to himself. The black metal domain was a combination of spirit and metal domain, so it might be able to be stacked with the wicked eye domain. Next was 1,500 points of soul bind. Soul bind. The attribute bubble seeped into his mind and turned into his enlightenment. This was a special skill, a skill that came from the devil mind race's talent. Wang Ting's eyes shone brightly. He went through his memories and understood what it was. It allowed the devil mind dark apparitions to snatch other living creatures' bodies. Soul bind, as its name suggested, was the binding of their souls to the body of other living beings. Wang Ting was flabbergasted. This was an evil skill, but it was amazing too. With this skill in his hand, Wang Ting could snatch the bodies of other lifeforms, just like the devil mind race. This skill was similar to Thief. But there was a major difference. Thief could allow you to control another lifeform's body entirely, but soul bind wouldn't. It was more like killing the chicken to get its eggs. Why so? There was a con in this soul bind skill. One couldn't control a body for too long. He needed to change host after a period because the body would die after it lost its vitality and original spirit. This was why the devil mind dark apparitions had to change hosts frequently. If they didn't, the host would be stained with the death aura and age gradually. A dead body was inconvenient to use. Of course, there were advantages. After executing the soul bind, besides taking control of the body, one could snatch its enlightenment too. This was random. What you learned was based on luck. Akbar's strength of Ultima was a skill he managed to snatch from another person's body. However, this wasn't important for Wang Ting. Picking up attribute bubbles was a better way to get more skills. Let me keep it. It might be useful in the future, Wang Ting thought to himself. Then, there were the attribute bubbles dropped by Wendell when he attacked. There were 8,000 points of Constellation Fire Force, which wasn't enough to increase Wang Ting's level. However, it was still a gain. His fire force was at the 8th level and needed some time to accumulate. Constellation Fire Force 42500/80,000 Celestial Stage 8th level. The 2,000 points of Fire Ultima raised Wang Ting's Fire Ultima to the 4th level. Fire Ultima 1,300/4,000 4th level. New comprehension of the Fire Ultima floated into Wang Ting's mind. He learned many things. Actually, after grasping the power of the domain, his mastery of the fire force was already profound. But the domain and Ultima were two different systems. Wang Ting was like a student who started learning high school knowledge before middle school skills. Moreover, he learned it quite well. He could use his high school knowledge to understand the middle school textbooks, but he didn't know how to use middle school knowledge to decipher the middle school problems. Thus, he still needed time to master the Fire Ultima even though he had the Blazing Domain. The other Ultimas worked the same way. For some reason, he felt like a person buying tickets after getting on the train. Wang Ting had a strange thought. Then, He shook his head and looked into the mist. He was thinking about something. Major Wang Ting, this place is a little strange, but since we have completed our mission, let's go back to the main base and report this matter to the higher authorities first, Peggy reminded him tactfully. You make sense. Let's go back. Wang Ting nodded. He didn't reject Peggy's suggestion. He stared at the mist and led everyone out of the mountains the same way they came in. All the devil vines were destroyed, so they left easily without any dangers. The dejected raging wolf, Wendell, shamelessly followed behind Wendell with his team and left the mountain together. Wang Ting was caught between laughter and tears, but he didn't care. He boarded his battlecraft and hurried back to the main base. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Com. Chapter 1197. It wasn't hard to accumulate military contributions in the main base. General Cameron's adjutant stood beside the parking spaces on the field and waited calmly. After some time, he blinked and looked up. A battlecraft landed from the sky and parked stably on the field. The cabin door opened and a group of people walked down. Adjutant Song went forward and saluted. With a smile, he said, Major Wang Ting, you've achieved military exploits again. Adjutant Song, why are you here? Wang Ting returned the salute and asked curiously. General Cameron knew you were coming back, so he asked me to welcome you and bring you over to meet him, Adjutant Song explained. It looks like General Cameron is even more impatient than me. Wang Ting smiled. This isn't a small matter after all, Adjutant Song said in a meaningful tone. As General Cameron's adjutant, he knew some insider information. Let's go over now. Please bring Colonel D. Chi along. Mr. Veblen wants to check him. Adjutant Song nodded and added. Boxen Oval. C0M, all right. Wang Ting turned to Peggy and said, Bring D. Chi along. Let's go. After Adjutant Song finished speaking, another battlecraft landed. Wendell alighted with his team members. They exchanged glances from afar. Wendell and his team were in a tragic state. They left hurriedly without saying a word. I think Colonel Wendell went for the same mission, Adjutant Song exclaimed in surprise when he saw their condition. It was the same mission, but Wang Ting completed it without any injury. On the other hand, the famous raging wolf in the military suffered heavy losses and came back miserably. It was unbelievable. He's probably unlucky, Wang Ting replied nonchalantly while looking at Wendell's back. Adjutant Song smiled and kept quiet. He didn't believe him. Missions never relied on luck. Luck was useless if one didn't have the capabilities. Wang Ting followed Adjutant Song to Veblen's laboratory. General Cameron was already waiting for him there. Wang Ting, I heard that you went on a mission again. Veblen stood there with his hands behind his back and chuckled. You look elated. Wang Ting rolled his eyes uncontrollably. Just a little, Veblen teased him. I brought back a rare breed for you. Do you know how tough it was? Am saddened by your attitude. Wang Ting shook his head and sighed. Don't leave me hanging. Take it out immediately, Veblen urged him, not buying Wang Ting's acting. Wang Ting reported to General Cameron about the Devil Mind race. Since he brought him here, it meant that Veblen knew about it too. It looked like he was extremely interested in the Devil Mind race. Peggy and the others were amazed. Their boss didn't just meet Veblen a few times. They seemed quite familiar with each other. Mr. Veblen treated Wang Ting differently too. He spoke to him casually as if he was a normal junior. Mind you, in the past, many people with high status looked for Veblen, but he ignored all of them. Yet, he treated Wang Ting differently. This was unimaginable. Put D. Chi down. The rest can leave, General Cameron said. Yes. Peggy and the others replied quickly. They placed the unconscious D. Chi on a stretcher in the laboratory and saluted before leaving. Only Wang Ting, General Cameron, and Veblen were left in the laboratory. Wang Ting, take out the Devil Mind dark apparition you caught, General Cameron said in a stern voice. Wang Ting stopped fooling around. With a single thought, Akbar appeared before them. Akbar was extremely weak. He hadn't recovered from the divine flames burning. He got thrown into a dark space before this, so when he saw light and the evil human, fear swarmed into his heart. He screamed in terror. "Don't burn me, don't burn me. I admit defeat." Wang Ting, General Cameron, Veblen. Akbar suddenly noticed that his surroundings were eerily quiet. There were 3 pairs of eyes staring at him. "Young lad, what did you do to him? Why is he so terrified of you?" Veblen asked curiously with a weird expression. "I didn't do anything. He frightened himself." Wang Ting touched his nose. F***K. Akbar felt like cursing. To hell with him scaring himself. He was from the devil mind race. He wasn't a coward. What a joke. This bastard didn't want to admit what he did. Shameless. "Do you think we're stupid?" Veblen asked angrily. "That's not important. The main thing is, how do y'all plan to deal with this devil mind dark apparition?" Wang Ting changed the topic. "Give it to me. The devil mind race is a mysterious race, but you managed to capture one. I'm getting more and more curious about you." Veblen clicked his tongue. Wang Ting was speechless. This wasn't right. He brought the devil mind dark apparition back for Veblen to study because he wanted him to put his attention on the dark apparition. In the end, Veblen got more curious about him. What kind of logic was that? Did he shoot himself in the foot? This old man was outrageous. Why did he still want him when he had the devil mind dark apparition? All right, look at your expression. I won't do anything to you without your consent. I never force anyone. I like people who do it willingly." Veblen rolled his eyes and said. "Willingly?" Wang Ting heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he scoffed, "Who will be so stupid?" Veblen ignored him. He was deeply attracted by the devil mind dark apparition and stared at him with an intense gaze, as if he was some rare treasure. He looked as if he wanted to cut Akbar up. Akbar shuddered in fear. F***K. Did he enter a lion's den after leaving the wolf's lair? This old man's gaze is scary. I'll leave this fellow to you. Wang Ting winked at Veblen. "I thought about you the moment I caught him. Aren't I a good friend?" "Yes, not bad." "You do have some conscience," Veblen replied happily. "The devil mind race." General Cameron's eyes shimmered. There was a hint of happiness on his stern face. "This race is born to be a spy. When they use their strange survival method to invade our faction, we can't catch them. It's great that we caught one. We must study it carefully. Honestly, Wang Ting is your lucky star. Look, he has only been here for a while and has already made many military contributions." Veblen laughed. Wang Ting glanced at Veblen in surprise. This old man spoke up for him. This was interesting. "You're right. Major Wang Ting is my lucky star." General Cameron looked at Wang Ting in delight and continued, "Don't worry, you'll get what you deserve." "I'll thank you first," Wang Ting said with a smile. "This is what you deserve." General Cameron waved his hand. Wang Ting was elated. He earned another bunch of military contributions. It wasn't hard to accumulate military contributions. "Oh right, can you secretly tell me how much the military contribution will be?" Wang Ting chuckled and asked. "Ha ha ha, this fellow." Veblen pointed at him and burst out laughing. "You should receive around 20,000 military contributions," General Cameron replied. He didn't know if he should laugh or cry. "Only 20,000? Wang Ting was disappointed. "Only." General Cameron was speechless. "If you hadn't brought the devil mind dark apparition back, you would only receive 2,000 military contributions. Other martial warriors have to spend many years on missions to accumulate 20,000 military contributions. It looks like I earned quite a large sum." Wang Ting touched his chin and said, "Thank you for reading on my box novel. Come." Chapter 1198. It's a little crushed? What do you mean? General Cameron and Veblen shook their heads when they saw Wang Ting's reaction. Wang Ting was a money grubber, but his ability was sure impressive. He achieved such great deeds with just 2 missions. Could a normal martial warrior do this? The higher authorities, especially the ones in the military, loved pricks like him. They weren't afraid of troublesome people. They were afraid of incapable ones. The military contributions of these 2 missions are enough to raise your rank, General Cameron said suddenly. Oh! Wang Ting's eyes lit up like 2 light bulbs. He was going to rise in rank? This was a little fast. Some people worked hard for years but stayed at the same rank. Boxen Oval. C0M. Besides military contributions, one needed recognition from the higher authorities and a good reputation to climb the rank. If not, it was just building castles in the air. This was why some people had no chance even after spending many years in the military. It was frustrating. Wang Ting had enough military contributions and had gained the recognition of the higher authorities. General Cameron was one while General Dart was another. Besides, his achievements would spread to those above. The only thing he lacked was reputation. The 2 missions he completed couldn't be announced to the public. They had to be kept a secret, so other martial warriors didn't know what he did. If he was given a higher rank, it might spark unhappiness among the other martial warriors. Anyone would feel unconvinced if a martial warrior who just joined the military got promoted for no reason. Hence, this matter needed to wait, but Cameron said it now because he wanted to tie Wang Ting down. Talents received special treatment everywhere. If he didn't give him enough benefits, someone would come and snatch him away. The details about the Devil Ovum and the Devil Mind Dark Apparition would reach the boss's ears quickly. He wouldn't be able to hide Wang Ting. If he didn't pull him over now, this young man might fly away. However, we'll need to wait for the higher authorities to approve the promotion, and there won't be a huge ceremony for it. General Cameron looked into Wang Ting's eyes and said, "That's nothing. A promotion is always good," Wang Ting replied indifferently. He wanted a promotion not because he wanted the limelight. His aim was the military's support. He needed to face the Parkers, so getting the military support was good for him. Also, the fewer the number of people who knew about it, the better. Wang Ting was still in his growing phase. If too many people knew about it, it would reach the Parkers' ears, who would obstruct his path. That would be troublesome. The Parkers didn't have much say in the military, but Wang Ting was also a speck of dust in this huge military system. The Parkers had the ability to influence him. He planned to catch the Parkers off guard after maturing. That would be much better. General Cameron was contented when he saw how sensible Wang Ting was. If he knew that Wang Ting just wanted to keep a low profile, what would his expression be like? "Did you discover anything when you were saving Di Chi?" General Cameron changed the topic. "I do have some observations. There were many devil vines in the area. As for the Devil Mind Dark Apparition, I only found one. I was worried about Di Chi, so I hurried back to report first and didn't probe further. I'm not sure about what's happening." Wang Ting explained his mission process in detail. "Devil vines." General Cameron and Veblen were astounded. "You're saying that there are devil vines in that mountain?" General Cameron asked with uncertainty. Devil vines were dark plants. They only grew in areas with intense dark force, so they were rarely seen in the universe. Thus, their appearance here was unusual. "Yes, there was a whole lot of them." Wang Ting nodded. "Why didn't you say that earlier?" Veblen frowned and complained furiously. I thought that they weren't a big deal, so I could report about it after I came back." General Cameron felt his head hurt. "How is the appearance of the devil vines not a big deal? You're lucky to be able to come back alive. They're not that scary. We killed all the devil vines. Of course, I don't know if they exist in other areas," Wang Ting said with a smile. "You killed all of them?" General Cameron was startled. He thought he heard wrong. Young lad, this is not the time to brag. Devil vines aren't easy to deal with. Veblen shook his head. I brought Dichi back. Why would I lie to you? Look, I even brought back some broken specimens. You can take a look. With a wave of his hand, a devil vine appeared on the ground. The laboratory was small, so he could only take one out. Actually, he had many more. They were all stored in his space equipment and brought back to the base. This devil vine was at the Devil King level, so it was still intact. Wang Ting didn't crush it. General Cameron and Veblen stared at each other. Veblen circled the devil vine twice, his eyes glowing. Good stuff. Good stuff. This is indeed the devil vine. I didn't think you could deal with them and bring one back in a single piece. You don't act like a celestial stage martial warrior at all. It's nothing. Don't be surprised. Veblen. General Cameron. They choked on Wang Ting's words and rolled their eyes. This fellow was a little shameless. He was bragging right in front of them. Although the devil vine is a little hard to deal with, it shouldn't be difficult to catch them, Wang Ting frowned and said. He was confused by their expressions. Not difficult? Veblen felt that Wang Ting had some misunderstanding. The devil vine isn't as easy to destroy as you think. Even Earth Element martial warriors will have a hard time capturing one. Their ability to move underground is exceptional. We can capture them if we station martial warriors in the area, but who will ask them to do such a thing? Do they have nothing better to do? The dark apparitions will probably take the devil vines away if they detect the powerful martial warriors. They won't leave them there for us to capture. That's why we're in an awkward position. All right, I understand. Wang Ting nodded. He was thinking too much. Every formidable martial warrior had their own business. The price of asking a formidable martial warrior to capture the devil vine was huge. Even the military wouldn't want their aces to do this. As for martial warriors below the cosmos stage, these devil vines were honestly a little tough for them. How many devil vines did you bring back? General Cameron asked curiously. Around 40? I didn't count them properly. How many? General Cameron's voice raised by an octave, and he stared at Wang Ting in bewilderment. Around 40, Wang Ting repeated. He was stunned by General Cameron's big reaction. General Cameron and Veblen looked at each other. They couldn't think properly. 40 devil vines. Come on, these were the devil vines, not some random weed one could pick along the side of the road. Did Wang Ting find the lair of the devil vine and capture all of them? Oh right, I caught a low-tier Devil Emperor level devil vine too, but it's a little crushed, Wang Ting added. A low-tier Devil Emperor level devil vine. General Cameron exclaimed in shock. Wait, what do you mean by a little crushed? Veblen caught the main point and grabbed Wang Ting, staring at him intently. I used a little too much force when fighting with it and crushed it, Wang Ting replied in embarrassment. Oh my God, you wastrel! Veblen complained. This fellow crushed a low-tier Devil Emperor level devil vine. They were extremely rare, and their research value was numerous times that of Devil King level devil vines. Veblen felt his heart aching. He wanted to cut Wang Ting into pieces. Don't look at me like that. I didn't do it on purpose. It would have run away if I didn't act fast enough. You wouldn't even have the crushed version then, Wang Ting said softly. Humph. Remember to be gentler on rare breeds next time. Veblen snorted. He knew that he couldn't blame Wang Ting, but he still felt as if he had suffered a great loss. I will. Wang Ting nodded profusely. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Come. Chapter 1199, Moira. Xianyang Soul Restoring Pill. 1. In the laboratory, Veblen and Wang Ting circled the body of the devil vine and discussed how they should study it. Veblen realized that Wang Ting was very knowledgeable. He would provide some unique points of view occasionally. He glanced at Wang Ting in surprise. This young man really wasn't simple. No wonder he could kill so many devil vines. He was also curious about the method Wang Ting used to kill them. Based on their ability, it should be difficult for a celestial stage martial warrior to kill a devil vine hidden 100 meters below the ground. Unless Wang Ting had some special earth element or wood element skill. Or he had an extremely powerful spirit that allowed him to detect the exact position of the devil vines. Wait, this fellow was a light force martial warrior. He might have a special way of sensing dark force. No, that wasn't right. The devil vine condensed all its dark force in its core, which made it laborious to detect its location. Besides, it was below the ground, so it could escape detection, increasing the difficulty of finding it. Many ideas went through Veblen's mind, but he still couldn't figure out how Wang Ting took care of these devil vines. He was itching to know. The thought of cutting Wang Ting up popped into his mind involuntarily. General Cameron was startled when he saw them discussing happily. He rarely saw anyone who could continue a topic with Veblen for so long. Boxen Oval. C0M. The ominous feeling in Akbar's heart grew stronger as he stared at Wang Ting and Veblen from the cage. This young man was a devil. This old man didn't seem like a good person either. He was like a mad scientist. Will they cut me up? Akbar shuddered in fear. He was having a mental breakdown. He hid in the cage and trembled like a fish out of water. To think that a talent from the devil mind race landed in this state. How tragic! Devil God! Save me! Akbar shouted in his heart. At this moment, the door of the laboratory opened, and a slender and tall figure walked in. Wang Ting turned his head. This was a lady around 20 years old with an exotic beauty. Of course, only she would know her real age. Wang Ting was taken aback, partly by her appearance. He had seen many stunners, but this was the first lady who encompassed both uniqueness and beauty in her appearance. The other part was because this laboratory was well hidden, and they were dealing with the devil mind race and devil vines currently. These were matters others shouldn't know. Anyone who could come into this laboratory at this time must have a special status. She looks a little like Veblen. Wang Ting was astonished, realizing that he might have stumbled on a huge secret. His gaze went back and forth between the beauty and Veblen. His expression turned strange. No way. Was she Veblen's daughter? How did the shriveled Veblen give birth to such a pretty daughter? The beauty noticed Wang Ting's gaze, but she only took a quick glance at him. Then, she walked towards Veblen and smiled. Master! Master! Wang Ting was confused. Did he misunderstand something? This beauty wasn't Veblen's daughter but his disciple. Moira, you're here. Veblen nodded and said excitedly, Quick, take a look at this devil mind dark apparition. You are researching it, right? You have a real one to study now. Moira. Wang Ting repeated the name in his heart. Moira's eyes glowed with happiness and excitement as she looked at the devil mind dark apparition at the side. Akbar shuddered in fright. Oh my God! Another one! Why were these humans looking at him with scary gazes? He felt that humans were more terrifying than dark apparitions. That's amazing! I always knew such a race existed and have studied them for many years, but there's no real specimen for me to work on. My research was at a standstill. I'll now be able to get some concrete results with this devil mind dark apparition, Moira exclaimed in delight. Wang Ting started feeling sad for this devil mind dark apparition. He landed in the hands of someone who researched devil mind dark apparitions. What was worse than this? Wang Ting could already imagine the ending of this devil mind dark apparition. Master, how did you get this devil mind dark apparition? Moira asked without turning. Her eyes didn't leave Akbar. You have to ask him. Veblen pointed at Wang Ting. Him. Moira glanced at Wang Ting in surprise. You caught this devil mind dark apparition? I think so, Wang Ting replied. You should be the Wang Ting my master keeps talking about. You brought the devil ovum back too. Moira guessed Wang Ting's identity. Oh, your master has talked about me? Wang Ting glanced at Veblen. He didn't think he would say good things about him. My master praised you highly. Moira sized up Wang Ting with interest. Will you let me study you? Like master, like disciple. Wang Ting rolled his eyes and said in frustration. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Come. Chapter 1200 Moira. Xianyang Soul Restoring Pill. 2. Ha ha. General Cameron burst out laughing. Moira was a little disappointed that Wang Ting didn't agree. She exchanged glances with Veblen. There was helplessness in her eyes. Why don't you look at Di Chi? He's still unconscious. Wang Ting changed the topic hurriedly. Cough, I almost forgot about him. Veblen gave an awkward cough and replied in a guilty tone. He got too excited upon seeing the Devil Mind race and the Devil Vine. Wang Ting couldn't help but feel sad for Di Chi. To Veblen, the Devil Mind dark apparition was more valuable than him. What a poor little thing. Everyone finally gathered around Di Chi after Wang Ting's reminder. General Cameron lifted his hand and placed it on Di Chi's forehead. His expression turned grim. His origin of soul is seriously injured. Veblen, take a look at him. All right, I'll inspect him. Veblen's spirit was powerful, so his inspection of the origin of soul was more accurate than others. He didn't rely on his spiritual power alone. He used other devices and did a thorough inspection of Di Chi. Master, his body function is decreasing rapidly. The injury of his origin of soul is at 60%, Moira said gravely as she stood in front of a device and looked at the data on it. Boxen Oval. C0M 60%? That's a little troublesome. He won't be able to wake up if we don't treat him immediately. Veblen shook his head. Haha, I said that anyone who gets devoured by me won't be able to heal easily, Ukper said proudly. Wang Ting flicked his finger, and a green flame landed on Ukper. He screamed. Silence. The corners of everyone's eyes trembled. They finally understood why the dark apparition was afraid of Wang Ting. Ignore him. Continue, Wang Ting said. That's a divine flame. Veblen stared at the green flame in amazement. Yes. No wonder the Parkers keep troubling you, General Cameron said. Humph, they're just a bunch of mad dogs snatching for food. Wang Ting scoffed. General Cameron's expression turned strange. He called a Grand Duke family mad dogs. What a bold young man. Moira glanced at him. She found him interesting. I kind of like your temper. Veblen chuckled. Please don't. I don't like guys. Wang Ting looked at him contemptuously. I don't like guys either. Veblen rolled his eyes. Suddenly, he had an idea and leaned over, whispering, What do you think about my disciple? She has long legs, a good figure, fair skin, and a beautiful face. Should I act as the matchmaker? Am I someone who likes beauties? Don't try to bribe me. You must be looking down on me, Wang Ting said righteously. Veblen was astounded. Was he wrong? Cough, but your disciple is not bad. I didn't think someone with your looks could find such a pretty disciple. Wang Ting coughed awkwardly. Then, his voice turned serious. I always think that the character is more important than one's appearance. Your disciple is a knowledgeable lady. As an outstanding person, I admire someone who's as impressive as me. Hence, I don't mind you matchmaking us. Veblen was speechless. I almost believe you. He was astounded by this young man's shamelessness. Cooperate with me for some research and I will matchmake you, Veblen replied as he glanced at Wang Ting from the corner of his eyes. He could tell that Wang Ting wasn't an obedient guy. Indeed, this method was useful. Nope. No discussion. Cooperate with my research if you want her. Veblen shook his head confidently. Forget it. There are many beauties. One less is fine. Veblen was staggered. This fellow didn't go by the script. Why isn't he interested in her? How can he reject me so quickly? Shouldn't you give me some face? Master. Moira's voice floated over slowly. Veblen's expression froze. Stiffly turning his neck, he looked at Moira's icy expression. He smiled in embarrassment and suddenly pushed the blame onto Wang Ting. Moira, this brat wanted to take advantage of you, but I've reprimanded him already. Don't worry. F***K. Wang Ting cursed uncontrollably. This old coot was despicable. Aren't you a wise man? Shouldn't you rather be called a shameless man? Humph. Moira snorted. She didn't believe him. Don't trust your master. I'm a righteous guy. I never take advantage of others, Wang Ting explained hurriedly. Both of you are shameless. Moira scoffed. All right, stop fooling around. General Cameron shook his head helplessly and asked, Do you have a way to cure Di Qi? It's a little troublesome. Veblen turned serious. He touched his chin and shook his head. I know how to make a pill called the 9-essence soul congealing pill. It can heal spiritual injuries. Wang Ting contemplated before speaking. However, if the injury is at 60%, that pill might not be able to cure him completely. The 9-essence soul congealing pill. Veblen stared at Wang Ting in bewilderment. I have heard about it, but I didn't know you could refine it. Are you a Grandmaster alchemist? General Cameron and Moira stared at Wang Ting in a daze. Such a young Grandmaster alchemist. Seriously? Yes. Wang Ting glanced at Veblen in shock. Not many alchemists knew about the 9-essence soul congealing pill, yet Veblen did. He also knew that only Grandmaster alchemists could make it. General Cameron and Moira were mind-blown. This guy was a Grandmaster alchemist. It was unbelievable. They didn't think that Wang Ting would joke about this. After all, such lies were easy to see through. He wasn't stupid. The 9-essence soul congealing pill isn't enough to heal him. Veblen looked at Wang Ting again. But things are simpler now that you're a Grandmaster alchemist. Oh, what do you mean? Wang Ting asked. I have another pill here with greater effects compared to the 9-essence soul congealing pill. It has the ability to heal the origin of soul of a Cosmos stage martial warrior. What pill is that? Wang Ting asked. His eyes shimmered. The Xianyang soul restoring pill. Veblen explained, This is a Dan prescription from my intelligence nativity clan. It's extremely precious and has extraordinary effects on injured souls. It's definitely a miracle pill. The Xianyang soul restoring pill. Wang Ting repeated the name. He had never heard of this pill before and was curious. Are you willing to give it to me since it's so precious? If you can refine it, why not? Veblen smiled indifferently. This prescription is only valuable if someone can make the pill. If not, it's just a useless piece of paper. Wang Ting admired his open-mindedness. If it was really as easy as he said, the Dan prescription wouldn't be so precious. Ordinary people wouldn't have the heart to take such prescriptions out. Take a look at it yourself. Veblen took out a leather scroll from his space ring and threw it to Wang Ting. This Xianyang soul restoring pill isn't easy to refine. You might not succeed even if you're a Grandmaster alchemist. Wang Ting didn't reply to him. He read the content of the scroll carefully. A frown slowly appeared on his face as the astonishment in his heart grew stronger. Impressive. Complicated. This Xianyang soul restoring pill was amazing yet complex. It was many times more tedious to make than the 9-essence soul congealing pill. No wonder he said that even a Grandmaster alchemist might not be able to refine it. What do you think? Do you have the confidence? Veblen asked. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Come. Chapter 1201. A little too realistic. Wang Ting looked up from the leather scroll. There's some difficulty. Based on his alchemy mastery, it would be difficult for him to refine this pill. The process was extremely complex, requiring a few hundred types of spiritual herbs. The combination was tricky too. It couldn't be compared with the other Grandmaster level pills. This Xianyang soul restoring pill was probably at the 8th Grandmaster level. If one wasn't at the peak of the Grandmaster level, one wouldn't be able to make it. Wang Ting's alchemy mastery was only at the beginner stage of the Grandmaster level. 4th level pills were his limit. Without a doubt, he couldn't refine this pill. But, you can't make it? Veblen raised his eyebrows and asked. General Cameron and Moira felt anxious too. If you can't do it, we'll have to send Di Chi back to the Great Qian planet and invite another Grandmaster alchemist to help, Cameron pondered and said. There were some alchemists in the military, but only a few Grandmaster alchemists were available. They were all stationed in important locations. There was one on the number 29 defense planet, but his mastery wasn't up to the mark. That's the only way, Veblen said helplessly. Boxen Oval. C0M he had many methods, but he needed other people to realize them. Everyone's ability was limited. Although he was full of knowledge, that was just the theory. He needed other people to put it into action. I might be able to refine it, Wang Ting said. Veblen. General Cameron. Moira. They felt that they were worried about nothing. Why didn't he finish his sentence in one go? He did it on purpose. He must have done it on purpose. Are you sure? Veblen asked. I can give it a try, Wang Ting replied calmly. Di Chi can't wait much longer. If he misses the best time for treatment, he will suffer from eternal side effect. The injury to his origin of soul is too serious. Veblen turned forlorn. How confident are you? About 80% to 90%, Wang Ting replied. Veblen. Was that called having some difficulty? Do you have a misunderstanding of what difficulty means? Everyone was at a loss for words. Wang Ting, Di Chi's life is in your hands. You must think carefully, General Cameron reminded him. Don't worry. I know my limits. Wang Ting nodded. All right, you'll be in charge of making the Xianyang soul restoring pill. When can you start? General Cameron asked. We can start once all the ingredients are present. I'll ask my men to prepare them immediately. With his order as the Supreme Commander of the number 29 defense planet, all the departments got busy. The majority of the ingredients were consolidated and sent to Veblen's laboratory. However, there were two special and rare ingredients. The number 29 defense planet didn't have that many resources, so they couldn't find these two ingredients. We still need the Xianyang flower and the soul thread plant. Veblen scanned through the ingredients and counted all of them. We don't have these two ingredients on the number 29 defense planet, General Cameron replied with a bitter smile. Wait, I think I saw them before. Wang Ting frowned. You've seen them before? General Cameron and Veblen were startled. Let me take a look. Wang Ting sifted through the space ring he got from the Flaming River Universe Lord. His eyes lit up. The next second, two jade boxes appeared in his hand. He opened the boxes. The Xianyang flower and the soul thread plant were laid inside. The Flaming River Universe Lord had left many spiritual herbs. These two were part of his collection. Wang Ting didn't use them often, so he didn't think they would come in handy now. Seriously? Veblen was speechless. He knew how rare these two ingredients were. It would be a feat trying to find these two ingredients outside the defense planet. Yet, Wang Ting had both of them. Wang Ting didn't know the formula of the Xianyang soul restoring pill, so he couldn't have prepared them beforehand. This was a coincidence. Di Chi is quite lucky. I'll be mad if he doesn't thank me properly after he wakes up. Wang Ting glanced at the two spiritual herbs and felt a little heartache. Moira glanced at Wang Ting from the corner of her eyes. Is this all you can think about? Miser. However, she was also surprised when Wang Ting took out these two herbs. This fellow always gave people surprises. Don't worry, Di Chi is a direct descendant of the Cavendish family. They will reward you for saving him and using the spiritual herbs on him, General Cameron said. He felt speechless too. Wang Ting smiled and kept quiet. General Cameron didn't know his relationship with Di. He was just joking. Cut the crap and refine the pill, Veblen urged him. Is there an alchemy room here? Wang Ting asked. Yes, follow me. General Cameron brought them out of Veblen's laboratory and to the alchemy room. The alchemy room was situated in a huge building at the back of the base. There were many alchemists entering and leaving the building. The number 29 defense planet was where they resisted dark apparitions, so naturally, there were injured martial warriors every day. Alchemy rooms were a necessity and so were alchemists. However, there was only one Grandmaster alchemist here. General Cameron informed the other party along the way. The instant they reached the entrance of the building, a figure walked over to welcome them. General Cameron. This was an old human with white hair and a face full of wrinkles. He wore the alchemist uniform and treated General Cameron and Veblen politely. However, a hint of arrogance could still be detected in his expression. He must have lived a good life. Grandmaster Speenberg. General Cameron greeted him politely too. We need to make a Grandmaster-level pill, so we have to borrow your room. There were requirements for the alchemy room when making Grandmaster-level pills. Ordinary furnaces couldn't withstand the energy shock during the pill refinement. Only Grandmaster Speenberg's alchemy room ticked all the boxes. General Cameron, you want to refine a Grandmaster-level pill? Grandmaster Speenberg was surprised. Yes. General Cameron nodded. Which Grandmaster wants to make it? Grandmaster Speenberg scanned the crowd curiously. General Cameron and Mr. Veblen weren't alchemists. He knew this clearly. That meant that it was one of those two young people. But they were both so young. How could they be a Grandmaster alchemist? Grandmaster Speenberg subconsciously removed Wang Ting and Moira from his list. He's the one. General Cameron pointed at Wang Ting. Oh! Grandmaster Speenberg couldn't hide his astonishment this time. He frowned and asked, General Cameron, are you joking with me? Grandmaster Speenberg, my name is Wang Ting. I have been acknowledged by the Secondary Career Alliance. Wang Ting stepped out without waiting for General Cameron's reply. Wang Ting. Speenberg spent most of his time on the number 29 defense planet. Moreover, the Secondary Career Alliance purposely concealed Wang Ting's information, so not many people knew about him. I know the majority of the Grandmaster alchemists of the Great Qian Empire, but I've never heard about you. He was puzzled. I just got recognized not long ago. Do you mind if I check? Grandmaster Speenberg hesitated. He didn't want to suspect him, but Wang Ting was too young and looked a little unreliable. He couldn't believe everyone that ran over and told him he was a Grandmaster. Even if he was brought over by General Cameron and Mr. Veblen, he still had his doubts. They weren't in the same industry as him anyway. Please. Wang Ting smiled. Speenberg felt a little more confident after seeing his nonchalant expression. However, he still checked it. He walked to the side and contacted a Grandmaster. Soon, he found Wang Ting's information. He looked at the profile picture. It was the same, as young as the person in front of him. Wang Ting's assessment process and the pills he had made were also recorded. Speenberg was flabbergasted. He took a deep breath and didn't know what to say. He felt that he had wasted his few hundred years in the universe. This young man's achievements had already surpassed his. What right did he have to be proud of? After some time, Speenberg came back. The arrogance on his face had disappeared, and he was beaming like a blossoming flower. Grandmaster Wang Ting, it's my honor to meet you. Me too, me too. Wang Ting replied with a smile. Never slap a person who smiles. The other three people were speechless when they saw the drastic change in Grandmaster Speenberg's attitude. How realistic. This was a little too realistic. At the same time, they finally believed that Wang Ting was a real Grandmaster alchemist. He didn't lie. Why else would Grandmaster Speenberg treat him like this? He had put himself in a lower position. Normal people wouldn't receive such treatment. They knew how proud Grandmaster alchemists were. If Wang Ting's mastery didn't exceed his, Grandmaster Speenberg wouldn't have this attitude. Grandmaster Speenberg, I need to refine a pill urgently. Can I borrow your alchemy room? Wang Ting asked. Of course. It's my honor to have you use it. Grandmaster Speenberg smiled and lifted his hand. Please follow me. The two of them walked into the building and headed toward Grandmaster Speenberg's alchemy room. The three people behind them suddenly realized that Wang Ting was more popular here. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Com. Chapter 1202 Strange Movement. Blackwood Mountain. That was where Wang Ting previously rescued Di Qi from. At this moment, there was a terrifying behemoth creeping into a valley in the depths of the mountain range, shrouded in a black mist. The behemoth was extremely strange. It had a black body, and it felt as if it was made up of piles of rock. The more shocking thing was that the behemoth resembled a colossal and malevolent battle fortress. There were many ghastly silhouettes of dark apparitions moving around in the dense mist surrounding this fortress. If you could enter the battle fortress, you would realize that this was indeed a battle fortress. Stone halls were piled on top of one another in a strange manner, forming the huge fortress. At the moment, there was an incomparably tall figure seated on a throne made of stone in a hall. It was surrounded by black mist, which made it difficult to see its face. You could see how sturdy its arms were as they rested on the armrest of the throne, and its thighs that resembled pillars on the ground. A pair of cold eyes scanned the surroundings as an indifferent voice followed, "Akbar is missing?" There was a figure kneeling in the center of the stone hall. It looked like a human martial warrior, not a dark apparition. Boxen Oval. C0M. Hearing the voice, the figure's body quivered, and its head lowered. Drops of sweat fell from its forehead. It was scary. Yes, yes, my lord. The man was trembling as he spoke. Have you checked it out? It's not confirmed yet, but devil vines in that area have been eliminated. We suspect that martial warriors from the Light faction have appeared. Light faction martial warriors. The figure on the throne paused and said lightly, "You didn't even realize it when they appeared at our doorstep? A bunch of trash." A powerful evil aura erupted from its body. Boom. The person below froze, and his body exploded. The ground of the entire stone hall was stained red with blood. Ah! A shrill scream suddenly came a few seconds after his body was obliterated. It was strange. But soon, a dark figure jumped out of the destroyed body, begging for mercy. "My lord, please spare me. Spare my life." The figure was shaped like a brain, and there was a spine-like rod connected below it. It was another devil-mind dark apparition. It seemed that there was more than one member of the mysterious and unusual devil-mind race here. Find him. Find out everything. It doesn't matter who captured Akbar. Bring him to me and I will make him pay. The rumbling cold voice from the throne rang in the stone hall. Yes, yes. The devil-mind dark apparition hurriedly answered. Go away. The figure's aura erupted as it roared. The devil-mind dark apparition screamed again as he flew out of the stone hall. In a hall located in the main base of the number 29 defense planet, an old man was sitting on a chair with a screen in front of him. Loads of information were flowing on the screen. Wendell stood beside him and hesitated to speak. He looked rather honest, resembling nothing like a raging wolf at all. The old man browsed through the information on the screen. He wasn't in a hurry, nor did he care whether someone was standing next to him. Time passed slowly like this. After half an hour, the old man spoke. Your heart can't calm down. Fourth Grandpa, Wendell was interrupted before he could finish his sentence. Are you afraid just because you lost once? Wendell wanted to refute, but he felt a chill in his heart when he thought about how ruthless Wang Ting was when he dealt with the dark apparitions. Fear emerged in his heart. He was a demon. You've disappointed me. The old man shook his head. Wendell's expression changed. These words were heavy. In a big family like the Parkers, once they were labeled as incompetent, there was no way for them to turn the tables. '29 Defense Planet and the Tiger Strike Force was one of the famous ones. The leader of the Tiger Strike Force was undoubtedly a seat of power. If Wendell held that position, it would definitely be a huge leap for him. That was why he was so excited. Work hard. The old man nodded. Wang Ting isn't actually that scary. The reason why he was able to avoid getting killed by our family was because of external influences. Now that he's here on number 29 Defense Planet, he has no one to depend on. This is a good opportunity. You have to seize it. Understood. Wendell nodded. In addition, I will send a few more people to you. Be sure to settle this as soon as possible. The old man's eyes flickered coldly. Yes. Wendell felt more confident when he heard that there was help. Go. The old man waved his hand. Wendell bowed respectfully and left. After walking out of the hall, his expression became dark and his eyes flickered. No one knew what he was thinking. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Com. Chapter 1203. It's true that Grandmaster Wang Ting bore the lightning calamity alone. 1. Wang Ting didn't know that various factions were making their moves against him. He was in Grandmaster Speenberg's alchemy room, getting ready to make the Xianyang soul-restoring pill. This was a standard Grandmaster-level alchemy room. There weren't any extra items, and it used this planet's earth flame. Almost all alchemists used earth flames to refine pills. The special flames were hard to tame and difficult to find. Not everyone was as lucky as Wang Ting. Wang Ting sat cross-legged on the ground and waved his hand. The black meteorite furnace appeared in front of him. He didn't start in a hurry. Instead, he released his spiritual power and picked up all the attribute bubbles around him. This was the alchemist base. Many people made pills here, so there were as many attribute bubbles. There were many master alchemists stationed on the number 29 Defense Planet, so their attribute bubbles were useful to Wang Ting. After all, every Grandmaster rose from a master. He collected the attribute bubbles. Alchemy * 10, Alchemy * 15, Alchemy * 30 Boxen Oval. C0M. The attribute bubbles merged into Wang Ting's mind and turned into his knowledge. Different images popped up in his memory. These were all alchemy experiences. The attribute bubbles were from master alchemists and below, so their value wasn't high. Still, they were useful to Wang Ting. The attributes came from different alchemists and represented a different kind of enlightenment and understanding. It was like a filtering process. The system would filter the repeated knowledge and keep the essence before sending it to Wang Ting. Even if it was an attribute bubble dropped by a master alchemist, it had its uses. Wang Ting looked at his attributes panel after picking up all the bubbles. Alchemist. 4350/10,000 Grandmaster, less than half. This isn't enough. Wang Ting frowned and shook his head. The Xianyang Soul Restoring Pill was an 8th Grandmaster level pill and was extremely tough to make. Wang Ting would be more confident if his attribute crossed the halfway mark. Although he would only be at the middle stage of the Grandmaster level, his experience came from the system. As a result, he was more all-round compared to other alchemists. This allowed him to have the ability to make an 8th Grandmaster level pill at the middle stage. Any other alchemist wouldn't dare to promise they could succeed even if they were at the peak of the Grandmaster level. He had picked up all the attribute bubbles outside. It would take some time for new attribute bubbles to appear. The value of the bubbles wasn't high, and he needed a few hundred to reach the middle. He didn't have the time, however. He had no choice but to push it up. With a thought, the blank attributes plummeted. His alchemist attribute rose gradually. It started from 4350, 4500, 4600, 4800, 5000. 5,100. Wang Ting quickly stopped at 5,100. His blank attributes were emptied once again. 750 points of Grandmaster level attributes used up all his blank attribute. There were more than 70,000 of them. This was daylight robbery. That was more than 70,000 points. They were gone in a split second. Wang Ting felt his heart aching. He emptied his blank attributes when fighting with the devouring nihility beast and finally managed to accumulate 70,000 of them. Now they were gone again. But this also proved how hard it was to raise a Grandmaster level attribute. That was why Wang Ting wasn't willing to waste his blank attributes to push them up. He would rather pick up attribute bubbles. It was much more economical. Wang Ting recorded this bill on Di Qi. He did this to save him. Who else should he give the bill to? His alchemist level reached the middle stage. Wang Ting went through his knowledge and felt that he could start the refinement. He immediately took out the ingredients for the Xianyang Soul Restoring Pill and placed them at the side. He waved his hand, and the emerald glazed flame jumped out. It turned into a green dragon and circled the black meteorite. Wang Ting followed the steps and placed the spiritual herbs into the furnace with his spiritual power. General Cameron, Veblen, and the others waited outside the alchemy room. Even Olivia hurried over when she heard the news. There was no way to hide the fact that she was on the number 29 defense planet. Her family had noticed her departure, so there was no point hiding it. Also, she was worried about Di Qi, so she came directly. At the same time, the Cavendish family kept a connection with Olivia so that they could understand the situation in real time. Especially Di Qi's father, Borla. He wished he could rush over instantly. Unfortunately, the number 29 defense planet was too far away. Even a universe-stage martial warrior would need some time to get there. Olivia, how's Di Qi? Olivia's wristwatch lit up, showing Borla's hologram. Uncle Borla, Brother Wang Ting is making an 8th Grandmaster level pill, the Xianyang Soul Restoring Pill. I heard that it can heal Cousin Di Qi's soul injury. Olivia gave him an update. 8th Grandmaster level pill? The Xianyang Soul Restoring Pill. Borla was stunned. He asked immediately, is Wang Ting refining it personally? Yes, he has already started. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Com. Chapter 1204. It's true that Grandmaster Wang Ting bore the lightning calamity alone. 2. An 8th Grandmaster level pill? Will it be tough for Wang Ting? Borla hesitated before asking. Brother Wang Ting is confident, Olivia replied. That's good, that's good. Borla trusted Wang Ting. The young figure appeared in his mind, and he felt more at ease. Honestly, we wouldn't have been able to save Di Qi if Brother Wang Ting hadn't helped. The Cavendish family owes him a huge favor. Borla knew how dangerous the process was, so he felt even more grateful to Wang Ting. Borla, don't worry too much. We'll do our best to save Di Qi, General Cameron said. All right, General Cameron. Thank you too. It's nothing. It's partly my responsibility. We underestimated the Dark Apparition's ability and caused Di Qi to be in danger. General Cameron shook his head. No military mission is 100% safe. Borla shook his head. He wasn't planning to blame General Cameron. They chatted for some time before Borla hung up. He's been inside for 5 hours. Will he succeed? General Cameron turned to the alchemy room and sighed, shaking his head again. Boxen Oval. C0M, Master, how much confidence do you have? Moira asked. The ingredients are only enough to make 2 pills. I'm afraid. I hope he can succeed. Veblen shook his head. The Xianyang Soul Restoring Pill? Grandmaster Wang Ting is making that legendary pill? Wow, if he succeeds, he'll have something to boast about in the future. Grandmaster Speenberg chuckled. Grandmaster Speenberg, you seem to have great confidence in Wang Ting, General Cameron said. Haha, if you know what Grandmaster Wang Ting did on the Grandmaster Speenberg, you will be as confident as me. Grandmaster Speenberg smiled. Oh! It was General Cameron and Veblen's turn to be shocked. You don't know his achievements? Grandmaster Speenberg exclaimed in surprise. They were the ones who brought him over, but they didn't know anything. Yet, they still dared to let him refine the Xianyang soul-restoring pill. Wasn't that a little rash? Can you tell us? Veblen asked curiously. I think so. Grandmaster Speenberg pondered for a few seconds before sharing Wang Ting's deeds. After they heard the story, General Cameron, Veblen, and Moira were dumbfounded. They couldn't associate Wang Ting with the Grandmaster-level figure in Speenberg's story. Boom! At that moment, a loud clap of thunder shook their eardrums. Dark clouds appeared out of nowhere and gathered above everyone's heads. Pill calamity! Success! Everyone was stunned for a moment before realizing what had happened. A smile appeared on their faces. Boom! A golden-red beam of light suddenly shot out from the alchemy room and into the sky. A thick fragrance spread out while circles of force fluctuations swept over. Bang, bang, bang! A few explosions occurred in the different alchemy rooms. Cough, cough! What's happening? Many alchemists rushed out from their alchemy rooms with ashes on their faces and hair. They stared at the sky in bewilderment, not knowing what had happened. Pill calamity! This is the pill calamity! An alchemist made a Grandmaster-level pill. Is it Grandmaster Speenberg? The alchemists regained their composure. Their furnaces had exploded due to the strong force fluctuation. They were filled with resentment at first, but now only astonishment and curiosity were left. I'm sorry to disturb y'all. Grandmaster Speenberg opened his mouth and said. Huh? Grandmaster Speenberg, why are you here? Who's making pills inside? Everyone was staggered when they saw Speenberg. They quickly gathered over and started asking one by one. The alchemists either had their hair stood up or their faces were filled with ash. They looked quite funny as they crowded around Speenberg. It's another Grandmaster, Grandmaster Speenberg said mysteriously. Another Grandmaster. Another Grandmaster came to our number 29 defense planet? That's rare. Looking at the intensity of the pill calamity, this pill isn't a normal Grandmaster-level pill. The alchemists made various guesses. They were flabbergasted as they stared at the thick dark clouds above. They were master alchemists and below, but that didn't prevent them from knowing about the pill calamity. It was easy to tell this pill calamity was extremely frightening. A normal Grandmaster-level pill wouldn't attract something like this. At the same time, they understood why the energy from this pill was able to break through the barriers between the alchemy rooms and reach their furnaces. It was too dense, so it penetrated the barrier of their alchemy rooms directly. This situation rarely happened. It only occurred when a high-level pill was refined successfully. Boom! The dark clouds pressed down on them as if the entire sky was being lowered. The rumbling thunder was heard continuously while calamity lightning shuttled back and forth like humongous dragons. A terrifying pressure filled up the air. The pill fragrance was getting thicker too. It spread throughout the building. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Come. Chapter 1205. It's true that Grandmaster Wang Ting bore the lightning calamity alone. 3. What a thick pill fragrance! The alchemists' eyes shimmered. All their attention was on the golden red light. They tried their best to see the real appearance of the pill. Boom! A dazzling light blossomed from a pill the size of a longan. It gradually rose into the sky. Boom! The calamity lightning finally struck, heading straight for the pill in the pillar of light. Everyone felt their hearts skipping a beat. Would the pill be able to withstand this bolt of lightning? Please don't be destroyed. This pill isn't easy to make. The alchemists knew that many high-level pills were destroyed in lightning calamities after they were made successfully. This was why high-level Dan medicines were rare. However, when the calamity lightning was 100 meters away from the pill, a purple beam of light shot up from the ground and smashed into it. The calamity lightning just needed a split second to complete this 100 meters journey. Boom. Boxen oval. C0M. The next instant, the two of them collided and released a violent explosion. The purple beam of light managed to stop the calamity lightning forcefully, protecting the pill below it. What's that? Everyone was puzzled. They stared at it with wide eyes. It looks like Wang Ting is prepared. General Cameron heaved a sigh of relief. Interesting. It's able to block the calamity lightning. Veblen's eyes lit up. Suddenly, he frowned. Wait, that thing looks like a brick? A brick? General Cameron was stunned. He looked at it carefully. The calamity lightning got dimmer and the second bolt of lightning hadn't arrived yet. Using this chance, General Cameron managed to see the true appearance of the item. It was indeed a brick. The other people widened their eyes in shock when they saw the thing basking in the light. They wondered if they were having an illusion. An ordinary brick blocked the calamity lightning. They thought it was something exquisite. Boom. Before they could react, the second bolt of lightning dawned and slammed on the brick. It blocked it again. The third and the fourth bolts struck down continuously, leaving no time for the audience to catch their breath. Each bolt was more terrifying than the previous one. However, the brick resisted all of them. This was absurd. They started guessing the origin of the brick. It was a little impressive. But at the fifth bolt, the brick couldn't withstand the pressure anymore and started shaking. It was about to drop to the ground. Everyone got nervous. The brick is going to fall, Olivia said anxiously. Boom. The moment she finished speaking, the sixth, seventh, and eighth bolts struck down at the same time, soaring through the sky like three ferocious lightning dragons and charging toward the brick with boundless fury. Everyone's expressions changed. The calamity lightning seemed provoked. The high and mighty calamity lightning was blocked by a brick. How could it not be enraged? The three bolts came with a mighty force. Suddenly, the brick turned and ran away. Silence. Everyone was stunned. This brick was a little timid. Wait, something wasn't right. If the brick ran away, what about the pill? The last three bolts of lightning were the scariest. If the pill received them forcefully, it would be shattered into pieces. No one could bear to see such a result. Was it going to get destroyed at the last stretch? Everyone was furious at the brick. Why did it run away without any warning? They couldn't act even if they wanted to. Boom. An earth-shaking thunder resounded in the sky. The pill continued floating silently in the beam of light. It didn't shatter. Unknowingly, a tall and straight figure had appeared above the pill. He bathed in the lightning as if he was the god of lightning. Oh my God! Everyone stared at him with their mouths agape. Words were stuck in their throat. They were speechless. Is that Wang Ting? Veblen and General Cameron exchanged glances with each other and saw astonishment in the other party's eyes. So it's true that Grandmaster Wang Ting bore the lightning calamity alone. Grandmaster Speenberg rubbed his eyes in disbelief as he mumbled to himself. He thought that the rumors were exaggerated, but he believed them now. F***K, he had to believe them. The truth was laid out right in front of him, stimulating his poor old heart. He almost had a heart attack. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Com. Chapter 1206. A man always has a few days off. There was a rumor that an alchemist withstood the lightning calamity personally, but only the insiders knew his identity. They were people like Grandmaster Huayuan and Grandmaster Harrell. Bearing the lightning calamity alone was a piece of breaking news for the alchemist. They would talk about it whenever they met. Speenberg was a Grandmaster too, so he was familiar with Grandmaster Huayuan and the others. Naturally, he knew about the rumor. He looked at the figure in the sky in a daze. He wasn't the only one. The others were astounded too. They stared absent-mindedly at Wang Ting. Boom! The Xianyang Soul Restoring Pill was an 8th Grandmaster level pill, so there were 8 Calamity Lightning Bolt. The final 3 were the most powerful and lasted the longest. Wang Ting didn't shrink back. He basked in the lightning and used his body to resist it. An occult golden pattern appeared on his forehead. His lightning talent was fully released. At the same time, he activated his Leitang physique and ancient god's body, using the Calamity Lightning to train himself. Boxen Oval. C0M Wang Ting's lightning talent was only at the Emperor level and his Leitang physique wasn't even at the planetary stage. This was nothing in front of the Grandmaster level Calamity Lightning. However, the ancient god's body was extraordinary. It was a top-tier physique training skill. It had even exceeded the universe stage. Wang Ting only raised it to 3-star, but it was more than enough to resist the tribulation. The 3 bolts of lightning couldn't get through Wang Ting's defenses and dispersed gradually. The lightning glow around him subsided, revealing his body. This 8th level Calamity Lightning is quite powerful. Wang Ting cringed. He could feel numbness and pain in his body. He still suffered a little even though he had activated his ancient god's body. Training his physique wasn't easy, but he had some gains too. He clenched his fist and felt that his physique had become stronger. He became stronger. Yay! He looked through his attributes panel. The ancient god's body attribute had risen a little, just as he expected. Ancient god's body. 1500/300000, 3-star. He used his blank attributes to push his ancient god's body to the 3-star level, but it was only at the doorstep. He remembered that he only had 1 point. After the Calamity Lightning, he had 1,500 points. The corners of Wang Ting's lips trembled. 1 Calamity Lightning only increased it by 1,500 points? Mind you, he needed 300,000 points to advance to the next level. What a vast difference! He would need 200 lightning calamities to reach the 4-star level. Wang Ting felt that his future was bleak. F***K, 200 lightning calamities? Truthfully, he might need more. The further he went, the harder it would be. Who could bear this? No one would do such a stupid thing. Wang Ting shook his head and looked at the pill. After the lightning calamity, the pill got a little playful and started flying in another direction. It was trying to run away. Wang Ting stretched out his hand, and the Xianyang Soul Restoring Pill flew back uncontrollably. It landed in his hand, lying obediently on his palm. This pill was tedious to refine, so he only managed to make 1. But that was enough. Wang Ting kept the Xianyang Soul Restoring Pill in a jade bottle and picked up the attribute bubbles around him. Constellation Force, Lightning, *800 Constellation Force, Lightning, *1200 Heaven-Earth Calamity Lightning *150 Heaven-Earth Calamity Lightning *200 Wang Ting bore a few lightning calamities in the past, so he was used to it. He was familiar with the attribute bubbles too. The attribute bubbles merged into his body. Some turned into constellation lightning force and flowed through his meridians and limbs before entering the lightning constellations above the Sea of Nihility. He had 8 lightning constellations now. This meant that Wang Ting's lightning force had reached the 8th level of the planetary stage. The other attribute bubbles turned into small bolts of purple calamity lightning and swarmed into Wang Ting's consciousness. There was a small ball of calamity lightning ingrained in his consciousness. It got a little bigger after this addition. Wang Ting immediately sensed the calamity lightning's happiness. He smiled. He received 12,000 points of constellation lightning force and 850 points of calamity lightning. Constellation lightning force, 21500/80,000 planetary stage 8th level, Heaven-Earth calamity lightning, 1450/10,000 first rank. His constellation lightning force increased greatly, but it was still at the 8th level of the planetary stage. It wasn't enough for a breakthrough. As for the calamity lightning, it only reached 1450 and was still at the first rank. Seems like it would be an arduous task to raise it to the second rank. Wang Ting shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He would take one step at a time. There was no use being impatient. He couldn't endure the lightning calamity every day, right? It didn't make sense. Wang Ting floated down from the sky. General Cameron and the others crowded around him. How is it? Veblen stared at Wang Ting's palm and asked agitatedly. He had the pill formula for a long time, but no one had ever made the Xianyang soul-restoring pill successfully. He was taking a chance when he passed it to Wang Ting. He didn't expect him to be successful. This came as a surprise. He wondered what the Xianyang soul-restoring pill looked like. General Cameron, Moira, Olivia, and Grandmaster Speenberg surrounded him and stared at him intently. I succeeded. Wang Ting smiled. He opened his palm and showed them the Xianyang soul-restoring pill. A pill giving off a golden-red glow was floating in the crystal-clear jade bottle. It was round with 8 patterns on it. The pill looked divine. Good, good, good. You didn't disappoint me. Veblen repeated 3 times. Great. Cousin Dichi is saved. Olivia was the most excited. She pulled Wang Ting's arm. Wang Ting smiled too. He was a little stressed when refining the Xianyang soul-restoring pill because he needed it to save his friend. Besides, the difficulty exceeded his mastery level, so if he failed— Fortunately, that didn't happen. Moira's heart pounded when she saw Wang Ting's smile. In her eyes, he seemed to be glowing. This fellow was quite handsome. Dan patterns! Grandmaster Speenberg suddenly exclaimed. His eyes were wide open like a goldfish as he stared at the pill in the jade bottle. He commented excitedly, Grandmaster Wang Ting, you really amaze me. I'm fully convinced by your ability. You succeeded in making this difficult pill, that too of such high quality. This is the first time I've seen something like this in my life. As a Grandmaster, Speenberg knew the meaning of the Dan patterns clearly. Dan medicines with patterns on them had the greatest efficacy, so their quality was top-notch. Such Dan medicines were rare, but he managed to see one today. Grandmaster Speenberg felt honored. Grandmaster Speenberg, you're too polite, Wang Ting replied with a smile. Actually, he wasn't satisfied with this Dan medicine. There were only 8 patterns on it. When he made the 9-essence soul-congealing pill, there were 10 patterns. If he was given another chance, he was confident that he could make one with 10 patterns and lock 100% of its efficacy in the pill. No. This is the most perfect pill I've seen in my life. Grandmaster Wang Ting, I have huge respect for your mastery, Grandmaster Speenberg exclaimed. I was just lucky, Wang Ting said modestly. Grandmaster Speenberg, you're a good speaker. Please speak more. What are you saying? I have met many grandmasters, but none of them can make such high-quality pills. This isn't about luck, Grandmaster Speenberg said seriously. He felt that Wang Ting was too humble. Ha ha ha, Grandmaster Speenberg, you'll be embarrassed if you continue praising me. Wang Ting laughed. Silence. Everyone looked at Wang Ting speechlessly. This fellow obviously loved the compliment. He didn't seem embarrassed at all. Shameless. Sigh, look at how humble you are. I feel that I've been wasting my life. My alchemy mastery is stagnant, but am enjoying the glory of being a grandmaster. Am ashamed. Grandmaster Speenberg shook his head. Please don't say that. You've earned my respect by staying on the defense planet. Not everyone can make such a decision, Wang Ting complimented him too. It would be impolite not to reciprocate. Since the other party praised him, he should return the favor. It's nothing. Grandmaster Speenberg waved his hand. However, the smile on his face exposed his true feelings. Everyone. Are y'all done? Cough, let's save Dichi first. Give the Xianyang soul-restoring pill to Dichi since you have made it, General Cameron coughed and said. Yes. Saving a life is more important. Grandmaster Speenberg wasn't willing to stop, but he still nodded his head. Wang Ting looked at General Cameron with resentment. Was he trying to stop others from complimenting him? Why did he interrupt Grandmaster Speenberg after a few sentences? This was outrageous. General Cameron? What's with that gaze? I feel as if I did something wrong. General Cameron was at a loss for words. This fellow was shameless. Wasn't he embarrassed? He glared at Wang Ting and walked away. He was afraid he might beat him up if he looked at him any longer. He deserved a beating. A man always has a few days off. Wang Ting shook his head and muttered to himself. Moira heard him because she was standing beside him. She gave a strange expression. General Cameron stumbled. He clenched his fist, but he didn't turn around. Bear with it. Bear with it. This young man made great contributions to the military, so I'll let him off this time. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Come. Chapter 1207. She had matured. She isn't a young girl anymore. They went back to Veblen's laboratory. Di-Chi was still lying rigidly on the bed. He looked like a corpse waiting to be dissected. The only difference was, he was wearing clothes. Normally, corpses would be naked. Everyone gathered around Di-Chi and looked at the poor man. Wang Ting took out the Xianyang soul-restoring pill and pried Di-Chi's mouth open. Then, he stuffed the pill in. Everyone. Olivia? Brother Wang Ting, are you really friends? Don't we look like friends? Wang Ting asked, sounding puzzled. Olivia. Seriously? Looking at how rough you were, others might think you were trying to kill him. Boxen Oval. C0M, don't mind the details. If we were not friends, I wouldn't have spent so much effort to refine the Xianyang soul-restoring pill and save him. I'm a grandmaster alchemist. My time and labor are worth at least a few billion. Wang Ting sniggered. You can explain it to him personally. I recorded the scene on my wristwatch, Olivia said slyly. F***K. Wang Ting cursed unconsciously. This girl was indeed sly. He got tricked. Are you scared? Olivia smirked. I'll delete the video if you make 180 Grandmaster level pills for me. Silence. Everyone looked at Olivia in bewilderment. They could almost see the fox tail popping out behind her. She was surprisingly ruthless. 108 Grandmaster level pills? Did she think they were sweets? How could she even say that number? Why don't you be a robber instead? Wang Ting asked furiously. There's no one to rob from, Olivia replied in a seemingly naive tone. How smart of you. Wang Ting rolled his eyes. Well, I'm not going to bring you out again. Don't beg me. Olivia was stunned. She quickly hugged Wang Ting's elbow. Don't do that. Brother, I was wrong. Moira raised her eyebrow, glancing at their point of contact involuntarily. Wang Ting immediately felt something soft on his elbow. WTF. This girl is growing up well. She has matured. I can't treat her like a young girl anymore. But he still wouldn't relent easily. She would wreak havoc in the future if he gave in. How can you be wrong? It's my fault. I made a mistake by trusting you. Wang Ting sighed and shook his head dejectedly. Olivia didn't know what to say. She was caught off guard. Oh no, what should I do if Brother Wang Ting doesn't bring me around in the future? She didn't participate much in this mission, but being able to go on one was a great breakthrough. She found it exhilarating and fun. She wouldn't have any more chances if Wang Ting ignored her. Don't say anything. Let's cut ties here. Wang Ting glanced at her and said calmly. Sob. No, Brother Wang Ting. It's my fault. I didn't take a video. I lied. I won't do it again. Sob, I was wrong. Tears welled up in Olivia's eyes and she burst out crying. Wang Ting felt helpless. This wasn't right. He was the victim, but after she cried, he looked like the bad guy. Everyone stared at Wang Ting strangely as if he was inhumane. Why are you bullying a young girl? Seriously? Wang Ting felt even more frustrated. They weren't implicated, so they didn't care. They were bad guys too. Stop crying. I'm just playing with you, Wang Ting said helplessly. Really? Olivia's crying stopped, and her tears disappeared instantly. She asked, Can I follow you in the future? Wang Ting froze, feeling that he got tricked again. He asked, Why do you want to follow me? It's dangerous. It's fun, Olivia said. Everyone. This young girl was still a child. How could she say that the defense planet was fun? Was she oblivious or naive? They seemed to have the same meaning. Everyone shook their heads. They felt lucky that this young girl didn't pester them. Who could deal with her? Nonsense, Wang Ting scolded softly. This is a defense planet, not a place to play. Never mind, you'll be brought back soon. Someone in your family will take care of you. I don't want to go back, Olivia pouted and said unwillingly. That's not for you to decide. Wang Ting gloated. Olivia blinked and stopped irritating Wang Ting. She was coming up with another plan. As for Di Qi, some color returned to his face after consuming the pill. The Xianyang soul-restoring pill melted in his mouth. This was a good function. Di Qi wouldn't be able to swallow the Longan-sized spiritual Dan in his state of unconsciousness. Wang Ting, when will Di Qi wake up? General Cameron asked. Based on the efficacy of my Xianyang soul-restoring pill, 2 days. Wang Ting estimated. 2 days? That's fast. General Cameron was startled. Looks like your alchemy mastery is extremely high. I should call you a grandmaster from now on. Please don't. I'm just a small soldier under you. Don't call me grandmaster. It's not the same system, so we don't have to care about it, Wang Ting replied in a hurry. If Cameron changed the way he addressed him, their relationship would change too. They would turn from a superior and a subordinate to colleagues of the same rank. After all, grandmasters were the leader in their industry. This wasn't what Wang Ting wanted. He still wanted to enjoy the protection of General Cameron. An address was nothing. He didn't need it. Silence. No one knew what to say. They found Wang Ting extremely thick-skinned. How could he say such words without turning red and putting himself in such a low position? Come on, shouldn't you have some face as a grandmaster? General Cameron glanced at Wang Ting in surprise. This wasn't the reply he expected. Are you sure? He asked. Yes, extremely sure. I'm just a small soldier under you. You can direct me around wherever you want. Just remember my military contributions. Wang Ting chuckled. So this is what you're after? General Cameron was caught between laughter and tears. All right, you will have your military contributions for your future missions. You won't be affected. Actually, military exploits are secondary. Most importantly, I want to contribute to the military. Wang Ting coughed and continued righteously. Everyone, haha, you're an interesting brat. Veblen burst out laughing. He rarely saw someone as honest and unpretentious as him. Grandmaster Speenberg was stunned at first, but he understood Wang Ting's intention after hearing their conversation. He smiled and kept quiet. Grandmaster Wang Ting was a unique person. Other grandmasters chose to enjoy a good life in the secondary career alliance. They wouldn't come to the military to suffer. Of course, their lack of ability was also one of the reasons. Wang Ting was different. Although he was a grandmaster, his martial arts talent was strong too. His achievements in this field might be higher. It was understandable why he chose this path. Let's disperse since everything has ended. Well, wait for Di Qi to wake up before asking him what happened. General Cameron waved his hand and left immediately. He had many matters to deal with. He couldn't stay much longer. I'm going back too. Grandmaster Wang Ting, come and have some tea if you're free, Grandmaster Speenberg said. I will. Wang Ting agreed. He loved talking to this grandmaster because he had a way with words. Wang Ting wanted to leave too, but Veblen pulled him back. Young lad, go and deal with the devil ovum now. The faster you get rid of it, the earlier I can study it. You're not allowing me to rest, Wang Ting said helplessly. Why do you need to rest? You're still young. Are you weak? Veblen glanced at him. Weak? You're the one who's weak, Wang Ting replied angrily. Hey, don't you know how to respect an elder? No. Do you know how to dote on a junior? Junior? You? Please don't be so shameless. I'm only 20 years old. Am not old like you. One of your feet is already in the coffin. I'm angry. Moira slapped her forehead as she looked at the two of them quarreling and walking away. She hurriedly caught up with them. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Come. Chapter 1208, A Cheap Trick of the Devil Ovum, Silent Soundwave. The three of them arrived at basement 10, where the devil ovum was sealed. Wang Ting glanced at Moira and then at Veblen. General Cameron has already approved this. Moira knew what Wang Ting was thinking and explained with a smile. Wang Ting nodded. He was too lazy to say anything. He could tell that Moira and Veblen were the same. They had a particularly strong desire to research the devil ovum. It was almost impossible to stop them from getting close to it. That was why he simply stopped obstructing them. As long as they could protect themselves, he couldn't care less. Even if they were enchanted by the devil ovum, they would have brought that upon themselves. He had nothing to do with this. Veblen and Moira were also very cautious. They quickly put on the light element armor when Wang Ting opened the door. That was right. Even Moira had an entire luxurious suit of armor forged from light element materials. Wang Ting's eyes were filled with envy. Wealthy fellows, Box and Oval. C0M the master and the disciple were too extravagant. 2 full suits of armor forged with light element materials. They weren't afraid of being robbed when they wore it. At this moment, in Wang Ting's eyes, the master and the disciple were moving treasure chests. He wanted to take it all away from them. Moira felt Wang Ting's gaze with her keen senses and was stunned slightly. She then rolled her eyes at him as if she knew what Wang Ting was thinking. Cough! Wang Ting didn't expect that his intentions would be discovered. He understood how sensitive a woman's sixth sense was and looked away with a guilty conscience. Wait. Wang Ting suddenly thought of something and looked at Veblen with doubt. Didn't you say that this armor was a gift? That person gave you 2 sets? Yes, can't he do that? Veblen retorted. He definitely can. Wang Ting rolled his eyes and was speechless. This was someone else's armor. How they got it had nothing to do with him. But he was sure that this old man wasn't telling the truth. TSK, he was afraid of being pestered. Was he that kind of person? He couldn't trust anyone anymore. The door was now opened. Wang Ting walked in first. He was stunned when he saw what was in the room. He was only gone for 2 days, and there were so many attribute bubbles around. It seemed that the devil ovum was unwilling to be imprisoned here. Wang Ting could totally imagine how the devil ovum struggled frantically after he left. The more it struggled, the more attribute bubbles it dropped. However, this was a good thing for Wang Ting. He immediately picked them up. Constellation Force, Dark, *300 Constellation Force, Fire, *650 Enchantment, *80 Constellation Force, Dark, *420 Enchantment, *110 Celestial Realm Spirit, *300 1 by 1, the attribute bubbles merged into Wang Ting's body and consciousness. In an instant, Wang Ting obtained 31,000 points of Constellation Dark Force. Boom! Huge amounts of Constellation Dark Force merged into his sea of nihility, and there was a roar in his body. Soon, the 9th dark constellation gradually formed. Planetary Stage Level 9. Wang Ting's Constellation Dark Force had advanced to the 9th level of the planetary stage. The breakthrough was so sudden that Wang Ting didn't have time to react. There was confusion on his face. He initially thought that he would need a few more rounds before he could advance. He wasn't expecting it to be done now. The devil ovum was giving him some huge benefits. Wang Ting decided to give it a thumbs up. The dark force in his body gradually calmed down. All the constellation dark force gathered into the 9 dark constellations and fell silent. Compared to the other elements, the dark constellations were the most obscure and silent ones in Wang Ting's body. They were all huddled in the corners and hidden in the deepest parts of the sea of nihility, as if they didn't exist. This was Wang Ting's intention. Dark force possessed a huge influence over other forces, and he didn't want his other forces to be affected by it. Especially those forces that were weaker than the dark force. They would absolutely be unable to resist the corruption. However, this was a little unfounded. The dark force had never displayed any of such phenomena. It was possible that they all belonged to the same master and were kept in check. But to be cautious, Wang Ting let it occupy an area alone, separate from the other force constellations. If it was possible, Wang Ting wanted the dark constellation to sink into the depths of the sea of nihility, but he couldn't do so, unfortunately. Once the constellations were condensed, they could no longer enter the sea of nihility. As a martial warrior, Wang Ting could only have a small glimpse of the mysteries of the human body. There was still a long way to go. But in this way, the dark force was a bit pitiful. It was like it was rejected by its master. Besides the constellation dark force, he also obtained the enchantment ability. The attribute bubbles merged into Wang Ting's mind and transformed into huge amounts of EXP, enchantment, 200/5000 specialized. This time, Wang Ting obtained 2,800 points of enchantment, which raised it into the specialized stage. Wang Ting felt that his control of enchantment was much more precise. With his powerful spiritual power, he could use it on Cosmos stage martial warriors. He could even have a bit of success if he used it against Heaven stage martial warriors. Suddenly, the skill felt useful. He could try it next time. Lastly, it was the Celestial Realm's spirit attribute. There were a total of 3,200 points, which was not a bad harvest. The spirit attributes silently integrated into Wang Ting's mind, making his spirit purer. No one knew about the transformation in Wang Ting's body. Furthermore, it all happened in an instant. Veblen and Moira didn't realize anything at all. Wang Ting returned to his senses and looked at the devil ovum in front of him. Huh! He found a problem. Why does this devil ovum look a little dejected? Did it struggle too much that it became like this? Strange thoughts were circling in Wang Ting's mind. He then took out the universe-level sword and stabbed the devil ovum. Splash! The sword pierced into the devil ovum without any resistance, and the devil ovum shook violently. It then shook again and again and again and again. It looked like it was in bliss. No, it was in pain. A piercing scream came out from the devil ovum, but it wasn't as overbearing as before. Instead, it felt a bit weak. Veblen, Moira, both of them were confused. There's something wrong with this devil ovum. It wasn't like this before. Why is it so weak now? Wang Ting, did you sneak in here? Veblen asked. Why would I do that? I was outside these 2 days. It's impossible for me to come back. Wang Ting was speechless. Then why is the devil ovum like this? Veblen was suspicious. It probably did this to itself. The devil ovum doesn't look very smart, Wang Ting answered. Devil ovum? What do you mean by not very smart? He was framing it. Slander. It was a devil ovum. How could it not be smart? This human's tongue is too vicious. If it could, it would charge straight up to Wang Ting and beat him up. Veblen and Moira had strange expressions. They probably guessed why the devil ovum became like this and were a little speechless. This devil ovum doesn't seem to be very smart. Wang Ting ignored the two of them and pulled out the sword from the devil ovum. He gave it a few more stabs. The stabs were just a cover. Wang Ting's real motive was to absorb the devil ovum's origin of darkness. This time, Wang Ting absorbed a third of the devil ovum's origin of darkness. He planned to take half a month to destroy this devil ovum, but he realized that he might have missions. He wouldn't be in the main base all the time. It was better to deal with it quickly. This could prevent any accidents from happening to the devil ovum. It might escape since it was unwilling to be captured. Origin of Darkness, 500/10,000, first rank. Wang Ting glanced at the attributes panel. The Origin of Darkness had reached 500 points. He absorbed 100 points the previous time, so this time, he absorbed 400 points. The Origin of Darkness had become his strongest origin power. Well, all his origins were at the first rank. The rank of the origins meant his grasp of them. The higher his grasp or mastery, the higher the level. Alright, let's go. Wang Ting nodded in satisfaction. He kept his sword and left. This is it. Moira thought that Wang Ting had some special method, but he just stabbed the devil ovum. She was shocked. This is his method. Veblen shook his head and said helplessly. He had the same reaction as Moira when he saw Wang Ting doing it for the first time. If he didn't sense the devil ovum getting weaker, he would think that Wang Ting was fooling him. He gloated a little when he saw his disciples' astounded expression. Fortunately, he wasn't the only one to have been fooled by this guy's weirdness. Moira clearly recognized her teacher's poor sense of humor and rolled her eyes at him. She then looked at Wang Ting in amazement. She really wanted to ask Wang Ting how he did it, but when she remembered that even her teacher kept quiet, she realized that she would be wasting her breath for nothing. After they left, the devil ovum in the room suddenly let out an inaudible sound wave. The sound wave penetrated through the metal floor of the room. The runes on the ground were ineffective in stopping it. The sound wave then traveled outwards across the soil and rocks in the ground. The sound wave lasted for a long time, and wave after wave were emitted. It was as if the waves superimposed on each other, allowing the first wave to travel further. The devil ovum became weaker and weaker, and a few attribute bubbles dropped out onto the surroundings. However, these attribute bubbles didn't exist for long. If they weren't collected after a certain period of time, they would disappear. Some of the previous attribute bubbles disappeared like these, which was why Wang Ting missed it perfectly. Click. The door suddenly opened, and a figure walked in slowly. I'm sorry, I forgot to take something. Wang Ting chuckled. Devil ovum. Sigma, degree, _ thank you for reading on my box novel. Com. Chapter 1209 Dichi wakes up. Emergency in the front line. 1. The atmosphere suddenly turned quiet. The devil ovum froze, feeling guilty. It almost cursed. What a sly human. He came back and caught it off guard. Forgot to take something? That's an excuse. There's nothing in this room. Does he think I'm stupid? But he shouldn't be able to discover anything since I use a concealing technique, and was extremely careful. I'm not going to let you fool me. Wang Ting scanned his surroundings and saw a few new attribute bubbles. He knew that the devil ovum wasn't obedient. He did wonder if the devil ovum was dispirited because it struggled too much. However, he noticed something amiss when he was absorbing the origin of darkness. There was lesser origin of darkness than before. Here came the question. What could cause the devil ovum's origin of darkness to decrease? Boxen Oval. C0M. Just the exhaustion of the constellation Dark Force wasn't enough to dwindle the origin of darkness. There must be other reasons. Wang Ting decided to be cautious and sneak back alone after everyone left. As expected, he realized the problem. A strange and weak spiritual fluctuation came out from this room just now. If his spirit wasn't powerful enough, he wouldn't have captured this movement. After realizing that the devil ovum was playing tricks, Wang Ting opened the door immediately. He released his spiritual power and picked up the attribute bubbles. Devil Soundwave * 400 Celestial Realm Spirit * 600 Devil Soundwave * 300 Devil Soundwave * 500 Celestial Realm Spirit * 400 Devil Soundwave. Wang Ting was surprised. Was this the cause of the spiritual fluctuation? The attribute bubbles turned into enlightenment and merged into his mind. A mini explosion occurred in his consciousness, and he saw an image. He was in the dark. He couldn't see anything around him and could only use his spiritual power. He released his spiritual power slowly. When he sensed the outside world, he realized that he had turned into a devil ovum. Wang Ting was dumbfounded. He carefully sensed all components of the devil ovum. This was where the origin of soul and the origin of darkness were at. The sensation was weird. He felt as if he was observing himself from another point of view. At this moment, the origin of darkness and his spiritual power started vibrating at a certain rhythm. Then, an invisible sound wave swept out. After some time, Wang Ting came back to reality. There was astonishment in his eyes. No wonder. He understood the devil ovum's motive. It was using this method to transmit information. The devil soundwave made use of the resonance of the origin of darkness and spiritual power to form an invisible soundwave attack. By changing the frequency of the resonance, it could tune the power of the soundwave. Thus, besides being an attacking skill, the devil soundwave could also be used to transmit information. The devil ovum tuned its soundwave to a harmless level and successfully evaded the rune seals in the room. The sound waves leaked out. It sounded easy, but the actual operation required a lot of skill. The devil soundwave was similar to the devil sonic wave Wang Ting received from the Ant-Man Queen. However, the intermediary was different. The devil soundwave was a sound attack that required the combination of the origin of darkness and spiritual power. The soundwave could be chaotic and enchanting. The victim would have a mental disorder and might even get contaminated with dark force. The divine sonic wave was more straightforward. It was a spiritual attack and could interfere with the enemy's mind. In comparison, the devil sound wave was stronger and more sinister. Wang Ting didn't mind. They were just skills to him. The devil sound wave was a good method to deal with dark apparitions. They could have a taste of their own medicine. Devil sound wave. 200 of 300 well-versed, Wang Ting looked at his attributes panel. He received 1,200 points of Devil Soundwave, so he reached the well-versed stage. He wasn't a beginner in terms of proficiency. Wang Ting nodded in satisfaction. He looked at the Devil Ovum and touched his chin. The Devil Ovum felt something wrong with his gaze. Sensing danger, it shuddered in fear. I can't leave you here anymore. It's time to end your life. Wang Ting smirked and placed his hand on the devil ovum. Boom! A terrifying devouring power erupted. The devil ovum started struggling and screaming in fear. Waves of spiritual attacks were hurled at Wang Ting. It even activated its devil soundwave. The origin of darkness was depleted quickly, creating a resonance with its spiritual power and forming a spiritual attack. Wang Ting frowned slightly. It could feel a chaotic sound wave entering his mind and causing a storm inside. His spirit was affected by this sound wave. There were signs of collapsing. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Com. Chapter 12:10 Dichi wakes up. Emergency in the front line. 2. Humph. Wang Ting snorted. An enormous and powerful spirit surged out from the depth of his consciousness and pressed on the devil soundwave, suppressing it underneath. The devil ovum didn't think that its trump card, which exhausted all its origin of darkness, would be easily blocked by this human. How was that possible? Despair and unwillingness gushed into its consciousness. It wanted to release more origin of darkness, but the fearsome devouring power absorbed all of it rapidly. It could no longer control its origin of darkness. This origin of darkness is mine. Wang Ting sneered. He increased the intensity of the devouring power and furiously swallowed the origin of darkness. The devil ovum gave up hope. It couldn't even struggle. The devil ovum feared by all creatures was now in a hopeless stage with no chance to turn the tides. What a joke! But it didn't understand why this human possessed such a frightening devouring ability. He even dared to devour its origin of darkness. Boxen Oval. C0M. Was he human? How could a human absorb the origin of darkness? Wasn't he afraid of getting contaminated by the dark force and becoming a slave of the dark? With this question in mind, the devil ovum's origin got sucked clean, and it became a lifeless and empty shell. Wang Ting retracted his palm and let out a soft sigh. Origin of darkness. 1600/10,000, first rank. He absorbed another 1,100 points of origin of darkness. It was a good gain. I wanted to let you live longer, but you were disobedient. You can't blame me. Wang Ting shook his head innocently. I wonder if it managed to send any information out. If dark apparitions are attracted, Wang Ting was in deep thought. In the end, he shook his head. I should remind General Cameron. He can worry about it. I'm just a small soldier. It's not my problem. Wang Ting walked out of the devil ovum's room nonchalantly and closed the door. Although this devil ovum was only an empty shell now, it still contained a powerful dark force. People would get contaminated. Then, he returned to his room and asked Round Ball to report the devil ovum's condition as well as his guess to General Cameron through his wristwatch. Wang Ting threw the matter to General Cameron, who was having a headache. He was shocked when he heard that the devil ovum might have sent some information out. He immediately held a meeting and started making all kinds of arrangements, especially for the front lines. All the troops were mobilized to prevent a sudden attack from the dark apparitions. The defense of the main base tightened to prevent dark apparitions from sneaking in. General Cameron knew how secretive the devil mind race was, so he didn't dare to be careless. There was no way they could guard against that. Many people felt the tense atmosphere, but they didn't know what happened. On the other hand, Wang Ting was too lazy to bother about this. He took out the lightning slap after he went back and examined its changes carefully. After absorbing the calamity lightning, the purple patterns on its surface got darker. Wang Ting also sensed that the power of the calamity lightning inside had gotten stronger. The lightning slap had become more powerful. Wang Ting smiled. He kept the lightning slap and sat cross-legged on the ground. Then, he entered the virtual universe and started cultivating. The next day, he woke up feeling invigorated. The tiredness from the day before was gone. He finished his breakfast and received the news that Di Chi had woken up. He hurried over. General Cameron and the others were all present in Veblen's laboratory, huddled around Di Chi. There were doctors inspecting his body. Looks like you're recovering well. Wang Ting walked over and smiled. He could tell Di Chi's condition with a single look. His body functions and origin of soul were both recovering quickly. There was also a pure ball of energy nourishing his body, so he could recuperate completely soon. Wang Ting. Di Chi's eyes lit up. He came over and gave him a bear hug. Brother, I owe you my life. He was clear about what he had experienced. He knew about the dangerous mountain and the strange and mysterious dark apparition that controlled him. He thought that he was dead, but Wang Ting managed to pull him back from the gates of hell. He was his savior. Olivia had told him what happened after he fainted. The moment Wang Ting knew that he was in danger, he went to save him without any hesitation. Not everyone could be so decisive. After bringing him back, he also made the Xianyang soul restoring pill personally. This was an 8th Grandmaster level spiritual Dan. You could say that Wang Ting did many things for him. A normal person wouldn't be able to do it. Di Chi suddenly felt fortunate that he made friends with Wang Ting. He would be dead if he wasn't present. He was filled with gratitude. The more grateful he felt, the harder he hugged. This seemed to be the only way to express his emotions. Alright, we're both guys. One small hug is enough, Wang Ting said in disdain. You brat. Dichi released him with a laugh. How do you feel? Nothing much, just a little weak, Dichi replied with a smile. That's good. Remember to reimburse me for the Xianyang soul-restoring pill. Dichi was stunned. I'm talking about our relationship, but you're talking about money? Was the favor of the Cavendish family not worth as much as this? This fellow was indeed unique. But this was why he felt that Wang Ting was pure. He wasn't like others who pretended not to want something they truly desired. Greedy, Olivia muttered. Ha ha ha, don't worry. You'll get what you deserve. Dichi regained his senses and laughed. He didn't mind. Wang Ting raised his eyebrows at Olivia, who gritted her teeth. Everyone smiled when they saw them bickering like two little kids. Veblen inspected Dichi's body thoroughly and confirmed there was no issue. Everyone finally felt at ease. General Cameron heaved a sigh of relief. Dichi wasn't an ordinary martial warrior, so it was good that he was all right. Suddenly, he glanced at his wristwatch and his expression changed. What's the matter? Wang Ting asked, noticing the change. Emergency on the front line. There's a dark apparition invasion. General Cameron said grimly. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Come. Chapter 12:11. He felt poor. What? Dark apparition invasion. The people in the room exclaimed in shock. Wang Ting blinked. He asked General Cameron, What's the situation? We're lucky you reminded us in time. I sent people to strengthen the defense, so the situation is still under control, General Cameron said. What's going on? Why did the dark apparitions suddenly attack us? Veblen frowned. The other people looked at General Cameron, hoping to get an answer from him. Wang Ting explained to them. I need to make arrangements. General Cameron waved his hands and strode out of the room. Everyone's gaze landed on Wang Ting. Wang Ting had no choice but to briefly tell them about the devil ovum. He didn't tell them about the devil soundwave ability. This was his trump card. He just said that the devil ovum tried to send messages out using a special method and he accidentally discovered it. Boxen oval. C0M if not, people would get suspicious. After all, it would be hard to explain why he knew such a secretive technique. Special method. Veblen didn't doubt him. He pondered and said, Dark apparitions have many strange and extraordinary techniques. It's unfortunate that you killed it. I wonder if I could have gotten anything from studying it. He felt pity, but it couldn't be avoided. He knew how dangerous the devil ovum was. Thus, he felt that Wang Ting did the right thing by killing it immediately. It wasn't inappropriate. If there's nothing, I'll leave first. More manpower will be needed on the front line. I'll see if I can help, Wang Ting said. Go ahead. Wars are meant for young people. Just don't die. Veblen waved his hand. Don't worry. I will live longer than you. Wang Ting smiled as he walked out. Veblen rolled his eyes in anger. Worry flashed past Moira's eyes as she watched him leave. She remained quiet though. She felt that she had no right to say anything. She had only met Wang Ting recently. They weren't even friends. That was what she thought. Wang Ting walked out of the building where Veblen's laboratory was. Suddenly, he heard someone shouting his name behind him. Wang Ting, wait for me. I'll go with you. A figure dashed over. It was Dichi. Why are you here? Wang Ting frowned. You haven't recovered yet. You should rest. I feel fine. My body is recovering well. I won't have a problem killing the low-rank dark apparitions. Dichi patted his chest and smiled. I heard that you accumulated many military contributions. I can't lag behind. Wang Ting stared at him speechlessly. Is this the time to care about military contributions? Why is this guy so competitive? He knew that he couldn't convince Di, so he stopped persuading him. I made this healing pill. Eat it. It will help with your recovery. Wang Ting took out a healing pill and threw it at Di. He made it personally before he came to the defense planet. The defense planet was a dangerous place. He prepared more resources for emergencies, especially healing medications. The more, the better. If he was injured, he could swallow a few Grandmaster-level pills. No matter how serious his injury was, it would be healed. However, Wang Ting was too powerful, so he didn't need them. Di managed to snatch the benefit. This was his first. His precious first time was given to Di. He must be responsible for it. Di's eyes lit up. He knew that Wang Ting was a Grandmaster alchemist, so his healing medicines must be amazing. Grandmaster-level healing pill. However, Di was still stunned when he saw the healing medicine. This was a Grandmaster-level healing medicine. Wang Ting threw it at him casually, so he thought that it would be a Master-level pill. He didn't expect it to be a Grandmaster-level one. Oh my God! He felt how rich Wang Ting was. Since he could throw out a Grandmaster-level pill casually without any concern, it meant that he had many better ones. This guy was loaded. Eat it. Why are you daydreaming? Wang Ting urged him. Di consumed the pill and immediately felt a refreshing stream flowing through his body. All the pores on his body opened, and his body functions started recovering quickly. The feeling was amazing. A Grandmaster-level pill was indeed extraordinary. He might be a direct descendant of the Cavendish family, but he couldn't use a Grandmaster-level pill whenever he wanted to. He felt poor. Good brother, can I stick to you from now on? Di bootlicked Wang Ting. Wang Ting. Why does a man want to stick to him? Humph, shameless. At that moment, General Cameron released the missions. Wang Ting was to reinforce the third front line. Multiple front lines on the number 29 defense planet were attacked by the dark apparitions. The third front line situation was the worst. That was why General Cameron hoped that he could head there. He wasn't the only one. Other martial warriors were rushing there too. The third front line. Wang Ting blinked. He had been to the third front line once. That was where he got the devil ovum. If his guess was right, the devil ovum managed to get its message out. That was why the dark apparitions launched this invasion. They wanted to snatch the devil ovum back. Wang Ting smirked. What would the dark apparition think if they knew that he had destroyed the devil ovum? Wang Ting notified his teammates and came to the field with Di. Peggy and the others had finished their preparations and were waiting for Wang Ting's arrival. They boarded the battlecraft without wasting a second. This time, they didn't take the Eagle 7. They took the Eagle 13 battlecraft instead. The Eagle 13 was a combat battlecraft only activated during special times. The engine roared, and the battlecraft soared into the sky, disappearing into the horizon. The third front line was a few hundred kilometers away from the main base. It took more than 3 hours on the Eagle 7, but this time, they got there in less than half an hour. The moment they arrived, Wang Ting saw the dense patch of dark apparitions outside the defense line. Some were tackling the defense walls on the ground, while others were attacking in the sky. It was a chaotic scene. The Great Qian Empire had sent out a large number of martial warriors. Heavy force weapons were erected on the defense walls. They hurled attacks at the dark apparitions outside. Terrifying force explosions occurred on the battlefield. Countless dark apparitions and martial warriors were blown apart, leaving nothing behind. Battle cries shot through the sky while broken arms and limbs carpeted the ground. The scene was gruesome and bloody. A tragic atmosphere hung over the front line. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Com. Chapter 12:12, Act Tragic cries filled the skies and struck everyone's ears and even their nerve. Not everyone could withstand such a mental shock. Peggy and the others had been through many battles and were accustomed to such scenes. They only had solemn expressions. From the looks of it, it seemed that this was not an easy battle. There were too many dark apparitions, and their numbers were estimated to be at least 150,000. They constantly surfaced from the horizon like a black wave. Even martial warriors like them, who had been active on the battlefields all year round, rarely saw such a scene. The Eagle-13 battlecraft slowly descended. Wang Ting and the others walked down from the battlecraft and entered the third frontline defense base. The commander here was General Dart, an old acquaintance. Because of the previous mission, General Dart personally came to greet him when Wang Ting arrived. "Major Wang Ting, I didn't expect you to come here as well." General Dart was standing behind the defense wall. He was surprised when he saw Wang Ting and the others coming from afar. General Dart was one of the few people who knew that Wang Ting could deal with the devil ovum. It meant that he would definitely have more ways to counter dark apparitions. In his opinion, Wang Ting's team was equivalent to a dozen teams of the same level. Boxen Oval. C0M, General Dart. Wang Ting saluted him and went straight to the topic. "What's the situation?" "Our martial warriors have been fighting fiercely for almost an hour and have eliminated around 20,000 low-rank dark apparitions. But as you can see, low-rank dark apparitions are constantly coming from the rear. The situation is not optimistic." General Dart shook his head and gritted his teeth. "What's wrong with these dark apparitions? They are suddenly sending so many low-rank dark apparitions to whittle us down." Wang Ting was no stranger to the tactics of the dark apparitions. The dark apparitions' favorite trick was to send low-rank dark apparitions as their first wave of attack and to chip away at their enemy's forces and combat power. Afterward, the high-rank dark apparitions would launch their attack. To put it bluntly, the low-rank dark apparitions were just cannon fodder. They were walking corpses that had no intelligence and originated from the dead souls of the light faction. It didn't matter if they were dead. No. They were already dead and were just empty shells manipulated by darkness. This was the most disgusting thing about dark apparitions, violating people's corpses. Wang Ting looked at the dark apparitions outside of the defense wall and was stunned. Did General Dart have some misunderstanding about low-rank dark apparitions? How were these low-rank dark apparitions? They were at least 10-star to 13-star planetary disciples, which were equivalent to Earth's 10-star to 13-star general stage martial warriors. There were even some planetary stage dark apparitions. This power was enough to destroy Earth several hundred times. If such terrifying dark apparitions appeared on Earth back then, it would have been destroyed long ago. Fortunately, the space of Earth was unable to withstand the arrival of so many powerful dark apparitions. Once the load was exceeded, the first ones to be annihilated would be the dark apparitions. That was why Earth was able to barely survive for decades. "They are probably here for the devil ovum." Wang Ting took a deep breath and answered General Dart's doubts. "Devil ovum? No wonder." General Dart was enlightened, but he frowned. "If so, I'm afraid they will not retreat easily." "General, do you have any instructions for my team?" Wang Ting felt the severity of the situation and asked bluntly. "Don't be in a hurry. Let's wait for this wave of low-rank dark apparitions to end." "Yes." Wang Ting nodded and looked beyond the defense wall. At this moment, the dark apparitions outside were constantly charging at the defense wall. The runes on the defense wall had already been activated. A thick yellow earth element barrier was blocking the assault. Ripples would spread out when the dark apparitions attacked. The heavy weapons could only bombard dark apparitions that were farther away. Those that reached the foot of the defense wall had to be dealt with by martial warriors. "Kill them! Kill them!" In the midst of the war cries, swathes of martial warriors rushed out of the wall and clashed with the dark apparitions. These martial warriors were not just attacking and blocking them randomly. They were all in orderly formations. The people in front held shields to block the dark apparitions' attack. It was troublesome to be injured by dark apparitions. Even a slight wound would present a threat of being infected. The martial warriors at the back kept stabbing with their spears, destroying the dark apparitions' brains or hearts, sending these infected bodies to their death. Wang Ting was not unfamiliar with this formation. Such formations often existed in the ancient wars on Earth. Simple and crude yet effective. However, it wasn't easy to form such a team made up of martial warriors who used spears and shields. There were not many martial warriors who wielded spears. Spears were difficult to use, and the longer the weapon, the harder it was to control it. Without certain talents, using a spear was simply suicide. On top of that, it was easy to have their flaws exposed, and they would be directly killed by the enemy. Wang Ting possessed imperial-level spear talent and understood this well. However, considering the universe's population, it wasn't that difficult to gather such a large number of spear-wielding martial warriors. After a few rounds of engagement, the battle formation started to retreat and another team went forward. Thank you for reading on myboxnovel.com. Chapter 12-13 Act 2. The battle continued for an hour. No wonder General Dart said this was a fierce war. It was tough for martial warriors to fight ferociously like this. The exhaustion of force was enough to put them in a dire situation. Dark apparitions had no senses, so they could attack continuously, but martial warriors couldn't. If they didn't replenish their stamina and force in time, they wouldn't be able to engage in a protracted war. That was why they took turns fighting their enemy. Before the first batch of martial warriors got exhausted, another one would replace them. The recovery speed of a martial warrior who exhausted half of his forces and one who exhausted all of them was different. For the first scenario, the recovery speed was faster, giving them more time to deal with sudden circumstances on the battlefield. The battlefield was ever-changing. It would be lethal if the dark apparitions launched a full-fledged attack while the human martial warriors were greatly exhausted. As Wang Ting was observing the situation on the battlecraft, more battlecraft arrived at the third front line. Besides Wang Ting's team, the other martial warrior teams had also come to reinforce the third front line. General Dart didn't welcome them personally. Not everyone received special treatment like Wang Ting. They got distributed by the officers below and quickly went to their positions, defending certain parts of the wall and preparing for the full-blown assault. Boxen Oval. C0M time passed slowly. They resisted waves and waves of low-rank dark apparitions. The light faction accumulated many casualties. Explosions echoed on the battlefield. The dried ground was once again drenched in repulsive red and black blood. Devil Moth dark apparitions. A shocking exclamation was heard on the battlefield. Everyone's expressions changed. They looked up at the sky and saw a patch of black mist floating toward the wall. Hideous devil moth dark apparitions could be faintly seen within the black mist. They were the real high-rank dark apparitions. Some dark apparition races with names had high intelligence and innate talent. They were hard to deal with. General Dart's expression changed. The dark apparition's attack had officially started. Wind element martial warriors, prepare to blow the poisonous mist away. Prevent the devil moth dark apparitions from getting within 300 meters of the walls, General Dart ordered loudly. Swoosh! Martial warriors flew up from behind the walls and soared toward the devil moth dark apparitions. Wang Ting stood behind. He stared into the sky and watched the imminent war. He wasn't in a hurry to act. As the commander, General Dart had his arrangements. Acting recklessly would mess up his plan. The devil moth dark apparitions were now 500 meters away from them. Dark venom dust was scattered. The dark apparitions flapped their wings, and the dust swept toward the defense wall. The wind element martial warriors hurriedly released their wind force, creating a strong gust of wind. The dark venom dust changed direction and shifted away from the martial warriors. The martial warriors behind the wall heaved sighs of relief. They would be in huge trouble if the dark venom dust floated over. That would mean they got handicapped even before the war officially started. But before they could feel happy, some dark apparitions shot out from the crowd below and charged toward the wind element martial warriors. Oh shit! It's the devil armor dark apparitions! A wind element martial warrior squinted and shouted. Hiss! 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 Immediately after he shouted, a black glow erupted from a devil armor dark apparition. It formed a sharp dark blade and slashed toward the wind element martial warriors. The martial warriors around them got flustered. These dark apparitions concealed themselves among the low-rank dark apparitions below, so they didn't notice them. But there was no time to hesitate. They charged ahead and executed their techniques as they resisted the sharp dark blade. Cries of agony were everywhere. The attack was more powerful than expected. All the martial warriors who got hit were cut into two. Some wind element martial warriors defended themselves, but it was useless in front of the blade attack. The majority of the wind element martial warriors lost their lives. The remaining ones were lucky and managed to escape. They retreated furiously with pale faces. One of the devil armor dark apparitions was at the low-tier devil emperor. They had no chances against him. Ha ha ha, trying to run? I've been waiting for you for a long time. The low-tier devil emperor sneered and rushed toward the wind element martial warriors, wanting to annihilate them. Damn it! General Dart was infuriated. However, everything happened in the blink of an eye, giving him no time to react. He couldn't even send reinforcements. These wind element martial warriors were extremely useful. They mustn't be killed. Without them, there would be no one to curb the devil moth dark apparitions. The dark faction could invade them without any obstacle and threaten the martial warriors behind. The remaining wind element martial warriors escaped frantically, dodging the attacks of the low-tier devil emperor. However, the other devil armor dark apparitions had surrounded them too. Quick, stop them! General Dart bellowed. The Cosmos Stage martial warriors behind the wall rushed out. They couldn't care about retaining strength. They dashed toward the devil armor dark apparitions and tried to block them. Die! Boom! The devil armor dark apparitions roared, and a frightening attack dawned on them. The Cosmos Stage martial warriors were fast and could travel 500 meters within a few breaths, but their opponents were low-tier devil emperors. They weren't any slower, so they wouldn't give them any chance to stop them. Damn it! The remaining wind element martial warriors made a huge decision. They released all the forces in their bodies and prepared for their final struggle. General Dart clenched his fist tightly. He felt helpless. Swoosh! 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 Suddenly, shrill sonic booms resounded in the sky. Multiple rays of light cut through the air and shot toward the devil armor dark apparitions at an incredible speed. Arrows! Light arrows! These were numerous light arrows. They gave off a holy glow. Everyone widened their eyes in shock as they looked at the light arrows. Time seemed to have slowed down. No, that wasn't right. Time didn't slow down. Instead, the light arrows traveled at such a high speed that everything around it seemed to have slowed down. It gave them the illusion that time had stopped. What was unbelievable was, the light arrows vanished in midair, as if they were never there. But soon, everyone noticed the change in the devil armor dark apparitions' expressions. They gave up attacking the wind element martial warriors and released their dark force to form a defense shield in front. The space in front of them distorted, and the light arrows shot out. Boom, boom, boom. They slammed on the dark apparitions' defense shields and exploded. The devil armor dark apparitions were thrown back by the powerful impact. They staggered before stabilizing themselves. The wind element martial warriors finally managed to escape the devil's clutches. They immediately retreated behind the wall. Everyone finally regained their senses. They looked in the direction where the light arrows came from. A figure stood tall and straight on the wall, holding a giant bow as high as him. This was the person who shot the light arrows. He's so powerful. What's that? He looks young, but he managed to force the devil armor dark apparitions back. Where did this genius come from? The martial warriors around swallowed their saliva in shock. Good. General Dart was the first to react. He couldn't hold back his excitement and shouted with a huge smile. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Come. Chapter 12-14 done? Then. It's my turn. 1. Yes. General Dart's command brought everyone back to Earth. They finally realized that this young man was wearing a major's uniform. Such a young major. This must be a rare talent. It's him. Some martial warriors recognized Wang Ting and were astounded. He had a conflict with Wendell a few days ago. Many people saw him then, so they were familiar with him. They thought that Wang Ting was just a newbie on the battlefield, but his actions changed their perspective. Those light arrows were impressive. He forced the devil armor dark apparitions back with a single attack and saved the wind element martial warriors from death. Even normal Cosmos stage martial warriors weren't capable of this. If they were right, those light arrows were created using light force. This meant that Wang Ting was a rare light element martial warrior. Boxen Oval. C0M. He was a rare breed. A light element martial warrior was the natural enemy of dark apparitions. He might give them unexpected result. For instance, if he hadn't acted just now, those wind element martial warriors wouldn't be able to come back. Everyone got motivated. Lu Binghong, who had interacted with Wang Ting before, was present too. He was one of the martial warriors who rushed out just now. He didn't manage to save the wind element martial warriors in time, but the newbie that Wendell mocked did. This wasn't just an ability issue. The timing of his attack and speed was right on the money. A newbie with no experience couldn't do this. Is Wendell blind? If this is a newbie, what are they? Wendell and a few other martial warriors stood at a corner of the defense wall. Their expressions were gloomy. Shall we? A martial warrior whispered with an indifferent expression. Are you telling me to act in this situation? Wendell reprimanded. He tried his best to suppress his anger. We need to complete the task sir assigned to us, the martial warrior replied nonchalantly. This sentence was like a bucket of cold water pouring into Wendell's heart. His face turned green. He took a deep breath before saying, We'll have our chances. There's no need to hurry. You saw what happened just now. If we give him time to mature, we'll have lesser opportunities to act, the martial warrior said. Wendell didn't know what to say. Roar. The devil armor dark apparitions who were thrown back roared in anger. They realized that they were fooled. The light arrows weren't threatening. They only got scared because of the oppressive pressure and the nature of the attack. If they had ignored it and chased after the wind element martial warriors, they wouldn't be injured by the light arrows either. Wang Ting's light force was only at the second-level planetary stage. It wasn't of any threat to low-tier devil emperors. However, he added some strength of Ultima to it, so it contained great strength. At the same time, he executed his space power so that the dark apparitions couldn't see through the real power behind the arrows. Besides, the entire attacking process was extremely short. The light arrows hid in space after they were fired and reappeared right in front of the dark apparitions. They had no time to think. Now it was too late for them to react. The wind element martial warriors were saved. Human, how dare you trick me? The low-tier devil emperor stared at Wang Ting with crimson eyes. To everyone's astonishment, they were speaking in the common universal language. The dark apparitions were advancing with time. You're stupid. Why are you blaming me? Wang Ting replied calmly. Roar. Attack! Kill him! The dark apparitions were infuriated. They immediately gave the order to attack. The dark apparitions behind gave a deafening roar that shook the earth. They flew up and crossed the low-rank dark apparitions in front, heading straight for the wall. The sky turned black. It was like a wave of locusts flying over, sending chills down everyone's spine. "Oh my God, this is scary!" Wang Ting jumped down the wall and hid behind others. "Everyone! How did you get scared in a second when you were so fierce just now?" The sudden change in attitude stunned everyone. Was this that talent who forced back the devil armor dark apparitions a moment ago? Did he change his identity? However, this wasn't the time for them to think. Engaging the enemy forces immediately was of first priority. Get ready for the attack. General Dart charged into the sky and bellowed above the walls. Numerous powerful auras exploded behind them as martial warriors rose up from the ground. Balls of colorful force shone brightly in the sky like small suns. Terrifying force fluctuations swept over the sky. The morale of the martial warriors increased. Wang Ting flew into the sky with his team too. He said sternly, "Stay within 300 meters from me." "Yes." Peggy and the others replied quickly. Dichi nodded too. He hadn't healed completely, so staying beside Wang Ting was safer. He knew this clearly. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Come. Chapter 12-15 done? Then. It's my turn. 2. Kill them. General Dart gave his order. Countless martial warriors turned into rays of light and shot toward the dark apparitions. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions echoed above the battlefield at the outbreak of war. The devil moth dark apparitions afar continued releasing the dark venom dust until it covered the entire battlefield. Only a small portion of the wind element martial warriors was left. They didn't need any orders and quickly released their wind force to form strong gales, blowing the dark venom dust away. Unfortunately, the ambush from the devil armor dark apparition had crippled their team. They couldn't withstand the large devil moth dark apparitions team. Kill the devil moth dark apparitions. Quick, stop them from releasing the dust. General Dart noticed what was happening and shouted with an agitated expression. More than 10 martial warriors shot out from the dark apparitions' encirclement and charged toward the devil moth dark apparitions at the highest point. But high-rank dark apparitions were smart too. They wouldn't allow the martial warriors to kill the devil moth dark apparitions. Numerous vampire dark apparitions flew out and stopped the martial warriors. Boom. Boxen Oval. C0M as the two parties collided, different colors of force glows slammed into the black glows. Terrifying force impact swept out. There were devil kings and low-tier devil emperors among the vampire dark apparitions. Vampire dark apparitions of these levels were extremely powerful. They flapped their wings, turning them into crimson blades with black patterns. The attacking power was astonishing. Their recovery ability was impressive too. Wounds caused by normal attacks would heal quickly after landing on their bodies. The human martial warriors furrowed their brows when they saw this scene. They could only release all their skills and attack frantically. But they couldn't do anything to these vampire dark apparitions. Some martial warriors were already poisoned by the dark venom dust. The dark venom dust would corrode their force and invade the body through their pores, destroying their forces and vitality. Black patterns appeared on the faces of those contaminated. They gradually lost consciousness and turned into zombies. Roar! A savage and agonizing cry came from their throat. Their limbs were twisted at unimaginable angles. They had been contaminated with dark force. Roar! They suddenly pounced on their companions. Their comrades had now turned into their enemies. This was a natural instinct. After becoming slaves of darkness, they wouldn't attack dark apparitions. They would only assault those in the light faction. General Dart fumed when he saw this. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets in anger. He wanted to act personally, but there was a powerful presence behind the dark apparitions. The aura it released stopped him from moving. If he acted, the powerful dark apparition behind would also take action, aggravating the battle situation. That was why General Dart could only wait for this equilibrium to break. Some distance away, Wang Ting and his team were also slashing the dark apparitions. They were like a sharp blade sweeping through the dark apparitions. Large numbers of dark apparitions were annihilated wherever they went. Wang Ting released his spiritual power and created a region around him. This wasn't a domain. It was just a way to use his spiritual power. An invisible force crept out silently toward the dark apparitions like invisible tentacles. Crowd control. This was a large-scale attack Wang Ting came up with based on his past battle experiences. It was very useful. This method wasn't used to kill the dark apparitions. That would be difficult. However, it was easy for him to affect their movement. Wang Ting's spiritual power surged out. Many dark apparitions suddenly couldn't move for a second. Roar. The dark apparitions were confused. They struggled in anger. The tentacles of spiritual power holding them back broke. But this split second of hesitance was enough to change the outcome. Peggy and the others had ample experience on the battlefield, so they quickly reacted after a moment of daze. They took the chance to kill the dark apparitions. A familiar scene and a familiar way of killing the dark apparitions. Wang Ting couldn't help but remember the war with the dark apparitions on Earth. They were vastly similar. The dark apparitions here were powerful, but Wang Ting's spiritual power was much stronger than before. His spiritual power was at the peak of the celestial realm, and it was extremely pure. Adding the devouring nihility beast, one could only use terrifying to describe him. Dealing with devil kings and below was a piece of cake. This was the first time Peggy and the others felt that a war could be so relaxed. Yes, relaxed. In the past, they had to put in all their effort to kill a high-rank dark apparition at the same level as them. But now, all they had to do was to grab the moment and slay the dark apparitions. They wielded their weapons smoothly. They raised their hands and slashed from the right to the left, killing all the dark apparitions around them. The dark apparitions fell before them one by one. The feeling was amazing. Peggy and the others were delighted and shocked. They glanced at Wang Ting. They sensed the familiar spiritual power, so they knew that he was the one creating chances for them. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Com. Chapter 12-16 done? Then. It's my turn. 3. Their astonishment couldn't be described in words. They had no idea that Wang Ting possessed such a powerful ability. He was able to control dark apparitions within such a wide range. How strong was his spiritual power? They couldn't imagine it. Wang Ting controlled the scene while looking at the devil moth dark apparitions. He frowned. The martial warriors hadn't killed the devil moth dark apparitions yet. More and more dark venom dust was being released and scattered over the battlefield. It was affecting the martial warriors greatly. He blinked and contemplated for some time. Then, he released his spiritual power and picked up the attribute bubbles scattered around him. Especially the attribute bubbles dropped after the wind element martial warriors died. These were exceptionally important to him. He needed to raise his wind force so as to give the dark apparitions a good one. Constellation Force, Wind. Asterisk 1500 Constellation Force, Wind. Asterisk 2000 Imperial Level Wind Talent. Asterisk 800 Boxanovel. C0M Constellation Force, Wind. Asterisk 2200 Constellation Force, Wind. Asterisk 1800 Dragon Wing Tornado. Asterisk 600 Wind Tornado Scripture. Asterisk 1500. This was a huge harvest of the wind attribute for Wang Ting. All kinds of wind attribute bubbles merged into his body. There were forces, talents, scriptures, and battle techniques. Boom! The vast amount of wind force entered Wang Ting's body and started flowing around his limbs. Finally, it swarmed into the 9 wind constellations above the Sea of Nihility. The 9 wind constellations meant that Wang Ting was at the 9th level of the planetary stage. Now, as more force surged in, there was a violent vibration. The 9 wind constellations collided toward the center. Soon, the 9 constellations gathered into a large wind element celestial body. As it rose gradually, a strange vitality ran through Wang Ting's body. This was a jump in his quality of life. Wang Ting's wind force finally reached the celestial stage. His life was transformed, and he became even more powerful. Constellation wind force 1600/10,000 celestial stage first level. Wang Ting's wind talent had reached the divine level, so the imperial level talent was useless. However, the wind tornado scripture and the dragon wing tornado were important. Wind tornado scripture 500/3000 well-versed, dragon wing tornado 600/1000 foundation, dragon wing tornado. You came at the right time. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. The execution method of the dragon wing tornado appeared in his mind. Using this battle technique, he could create a powerful tornado that was strong enough to sweep through the battlefield. It was just the thing to deal with the dark venom dust. Unfortunately, I'm only at the foundation level. Wang Ting glanced at his attributes panel and hesitated. He was caught in a dilemma. He had used all his blank attributes to raise his alchemy level, so there wasn't any left for Dragon Wing Tornado. Boom! Suddenly, a loud explosion was heard from afar. Wang Ting turned involuntarily and saw a martial warrior self-exploding after getting poisoned by the dust. He chose to destroy himself before he turned into a dark apparition. This was a huge stimulation to the martial warriors around him. Martial warriors rarely committed suicide. If they did, it meant that they had no other choices. No one expected the dark venom dust to force the martial warriors to such a tight corner. Kill them! The martial warriors' self-destruction infuriated the others. Their resistance reached a new fervor, and they started slashing the dark apparitions without caring about themselves. Wang Ting's face turned cold. He stopped thinking too much and executed the Dragon Wing Tornado. He just needed a little more time to execute it. It shouldn't affect anything. However, he didn't give up his crowd control. He was able to multitask, so he continued releasing his spiritual power while executing the Dragon Wing Tornado. It didn't hinder anything. The next instant, Wang Ting shot high into the sky. He needed an empty space to execute his wind element technique. Then, he activated his wind force based on the execution method of the Dragon Wing Tornado. In an instant, a gale started blowing around Wang Ting. The wind started small but quickly turned violent. It spun around Wang Ting. Swoosh! The gale transformed a tornado at a visible speed. It circled at high speed with Wang Ting in the center. Many people got attracted and looked over. General Dart was stunned before smiling. Major Wang Ting always gave him huge surprises. He came up with a solution when they couldn't deal with the devil moth race. Looking at the intensity of the wind force, he could blow the majority of the dark venom dust away. Also, the skill was still in activation. It hadn't formed entirely. It would only be stronger after it was completely executed. Soldiers, hold on. Major Wang Ting is executing a wind element technique. It will blow the dark venom dust away. General Dart shouted to invigorate his soldiers. Humph! The low-tier Devil Emperor from the Devil Armor race snorted. He clutched his giant axe and threw it out. The frightening dark axe glow threw the 2 Cosmo Stage martial warriors out, creating an opening. He charged toward Wang Ting. Kill him! His voice was cold and filled with killing intent. Numerous dark apparitions broke free and flew toward Wang Ting. Thank you for reading on my box novel. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.